The Commerce Casino and Hotel. Experience the thrill of the world's largest poker room, Macau-style Baccarat, and Cow Blackjack, all right here in the heart of Los Angeles. At The Commerce, you can count on more action and more tables than anywhere else in LA. Not to mention, our players won over $20 million last year alone. So come play your game, find your local getaway, and most importantly, win big at The Commerce. More money, more tables, more action. That's why you choose The Commerce Casino and Hotel.
Like million hand online.
What's up, guys? Bally Live Poker, live at the Commerce. It's D22 So-So Wayne Chiang. And I have one of my favorite commentators, not just this show, of all time. We got Run It Once coach, 6 World Series poker bracelet winner, Brian Hastings, with an S, right?
Hi, Wayne. Hastings is correct, with an S. That's right.
I've known of you before I've actually met you, you know, reading the 2+2 forums and the news. You know, we were playing on the same sites. Stars Full Tilt. You were probably in Party Poker too?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Not too much, actually, but yeah.
Yeah, and you knew John Tamayo, the World Series winner?
That's right, yeah. I was just texting him earlier about jackpot rake strategy and live cash games. But yeah, we've known each other since 2007. We went to Cornell together.
Oh,
and we
educated.
I met him by joining a thing called the Cornell Poker Club.
Oh, okay.
That was like a cool way to, like, you know, meet some people playing poker there. But yeah, we played some home games in college and everything. So yeah, I've known him for a long time.
I was at the UC San Diego Poker Society. You know, Maria Ho was there, Aaron Ho, Steve Sung, Joseph Chung. I knew Joseph Chung's cousin. I didn't know him when he was there. But that's where we headed.
Oh,
I played with Jonathan Tamayo online. I don't remember when. It has to be during the Party Poker days because I remember his driver's seat.
Driver's seat eye, yeah.
It's
long standing. It's been his screen name for everything ever.
So, you know, nice to see somebody survive all these decades.
Yeah, and I mean, he made a big run in the main event as well in 2009. He got 21st, and yeah, I was there sweating on the rail for that one too. So it was pretty surreal to just, I mean, certainly for him. I know the whole time he felt like he was just kind of playing with house money because he was like, you know, I already had my shot at the main event. Like, how is this happening again? So he was like way like less nervous than I thought. Like I had like breakfast with him the 2 days before the final table. Like, yeah, he was just chilling, and I was like, oh, I like this. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, like you said, and like we know, it's just a numbers game. You know, you just finish where you finish. Like, you know, you probably have played more tournaments than I have lifetime, right? Like, how many you guys made?
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, well, but that said, I mean, I've definitely gone back and forth. Like, early in my career, I was more of a cash game player, certainly.
So, I mean,
I did play tournaments too. Like, I did some serious tournament grinding at times, even in the early days. So, yeah, I mean, over the, you know, counting online, I'm sure that many thousands of tournaments lifetime. But
we have over 100K on the table. We're waiting for Kitty, Harry, and Bruce, but there with C3 we got L. Harry's gonna be C2. C4 we have Tan. To C5 we have Tan. C6 we have David. Seat 6 we have seat 7 we have Snow. Gus, who you and I, Brian Hastings and I, have watched his vlogs as he's winning $1 million in poker. And in 2024, that's pretty good, man.
Yeah, he has a pretty cool vlog. I checked out an episode today. It was documenting him getting second place in the Win 10K 10 million this summer, which is no small feat. I mean, I played in that tournament. It was not a soft tournament, so pretty impressive to navigate that field.
And Gus has played on the show before. He was already going to be interviewed by Poker.org, Terrence, who just won like 150K.
I saw that, yeah. Congrats to him.
Shout out to Terrence.
David, can you scan your cards for me? Oh. No, man, I'm not letting them see I'm bluffing the stand. Fuck that.
So,
action's going.
Yeah, L raises to 150 under the gun, 6-handed with 9-8 suited. David getting after it on hand 1, squeezing with the ace-5 offsuit.
Position.
Solid discipline.
In this case, it's probably going to work pretty well. I mean, well, yeah, 10 seeing a flop deep stacked with a pocket pair makes sense, but it's going to work out pretty well in a lot of flops for David, I think.
Boom. Just gets there.
That's one way to do it, yeah. Ooh, 10 not going anywhere yet. Interesting card to potentially try to turn a 10 into a bluff as 10. Could put a lot of pressure on overpairs. Oh, well, David's not going to go anywhere with this, though.
I actually expect Tan to call here. I don't think it would be wrong.
I can have all that shit too. You know that. You know that.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen these two play before. Maybe Tan. I'm not certain.
Tan's played in the big game with Eric Person, 100K buy-in.
Okay.
Why do you want to put 3,000?
And these guys are very successful in real life, so their table talk would have a lot of subtext. They're very versed in negotiating big deals.
It's a good point. And I feel like in a lot of these pots, like just kind of the ego can matter more than the money to them as well.
Absolutely. And I definitely don't fault Tan for a call there. It's like, you know, a value or nothing.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Yeah. If David just has, you know, pocket jacks, is he going for full pot? I don't know.
People right now is only 500.
No, six.
You don't pay yourself.
You pay 5 of it.
Yeah.
5 out of the player. Yeah, you don't pay yourself. Yeah.
No, but you need to pay yourself to make it back. That's how.
Oh.
You see my point? You need to pay
Makes sense.
people and then...
How many people? How much money?
That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
So what were we saying? We put it in the middle?
And shout out to Ggpoker.
As a normal...
I'm sure Brian here has heard the news that they own the World Series of Poker now.
Yeah.
As an ante.
Yeah, and just make it...
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's big news. Certainly a very interesting development. You know, as a person who likes to play a lot of online poker, I'm hopeful that this leads to more online poker expansion in the U.S. You know, time will tell on that, but certainly having GG, who has a lot of incentive to pursue that on the side of it, is big, because historically, just kind of the lobby behind more online poker expansion has not been strong enough relative to stuff like, say, sports betting. Sure. So yeah, it's positive in that regard. So we will see. I'm optimistic.
Me too. Snow 3 bets in position, A7 off, and it's a dry board. Two-tone.
As far as the live World Series, I mean, part of the agreement is that Caesars retains the rights to hold it in Vegas for the next 20 years, so we shouldn't see any huge changes in the near future there.
Yeah, potentially just how it's run, plus the online, plus, you know, I've had discussions with them as well about, they've just been discussing with everybody in the industry in the last couple months before the announcement. And, you know, they're going to soak everything in and just make their calls. I'm pretty sure I know who's leading the U.S. operation, and I will be supporting him with whatever I can.
Oh, double.
Sounds good. I'm excited to see what unfolds.
Yeah, and they're definitely expanding to the U.S. and the neighboring countries as much as they can.
It's certainly impressive how much they've been able to grow their site over the course of a few years.
Sure.
I mean, they went from an upstart to clear market leader in just a few years, really.
Yeah.
Thank you. So not allowed here.
I'll let them tell the story, even though I know
This guy,
some chunk of it.
I was expecting you to definitely put me something.
Gonna see a flop here. Battle of the ace-x hands.
Who does the back?
Me.
Oh.
So Daryl and Snow know each other from Washington, is that correct?
Yes, they play together in the Maverick rooms, Eric Person's card rooms, as well as the Fortune room.
Where in Washington is that? Not that I know Washington very well.
I mean, there's a lot of card rooms scattered, but in general, just around the Seattle Tacoma area, there's some. And then the Indian casinos are, you know, further out.
Nice. Really need to make it to Seattle sometime. I've heard it's a really nice place. You know, obviously the weather can be a little iffy sometimes, but
a lot of friends of mine have moved there from various junctures in my life, actually.
You guys got shit.
Do you play Magic the Gathering?
No, I guess, you know, I've played like less than 5 times lifetime. Like, I've never been like serious into it though.
So yeah, my mentor, and I mentioned for Magic the Gathering, who is a pioneer, Brian Weissman, who's also the executive producer of Path of Exile, moved up to Washington, and you know, he was just on a podcast. He shouted me out, and just like, you know, he's waiting for me to become a bajillionaire like he is. So. Not going to get there with poker. From poker.
Just keep winning those global tournaments.
It's so funny. It's like, you know, I was like you, a cash game player, but now that I work more and play as like secondary, I'm more into tournaments because of the schedule. It's like every Sunday they literally line everybody up for you, just like live. You know, they line up everybody for you on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So really, you know, you know, it was way better back then, so you didn't have to follow this regime, and we could just like play it whenever we want. But nowadays, you know, it's tougher to find good spots. You could literally set aside your time, your schedule to play live Friday and Saturday, and then play Sunday online tournaments and TTs.
Oh, I've been doing online tournament Sundays since I was in high school, but I mean, a lot more serious about it now. Back then, the plan was to have 2 of my buddies come over, stake them in the Sunday Million, and then and order pizza and wings. So yeah, a little bit more serious about it now. But
where driver's seat I put a little practice in.
Can't bluff what these guys are doing.
well, that was college, you know. But
and then, you know, like we know, cash was the way to go. You know, you ran it up a couple times, which was public knowledge.
yes, yeah, the cash games back then were really something. I mean, and those were just available all the time.
24/7.
Yeah, there's no need to pick a day or time of the week to play.
Tan's going to C-bet. L, I expect to call. Especially, come on, 3, 4. You got backdoors too.
Oh, he's going for the raise.
He's going for the raise.
Okay.
That's good too.
I respect that. Yeah. You know, need protection obviously, because even the 4 just totally
exactly.
You.
Runner pair.
Yep.
There you go.
I think that's a good play. Not saying I would do it every time, but
sure,
I think it's nice to mix it in, certainly.
Yeah, I think back in the day, it was definitely check raise. Nowadays, it's like, you know, you got to mix it up.
Yeah, people have learned how to bet size a little bit too. I mean, I came up playing on an ultimate bet, and they had the bet pot button, which so like players just defaulted to betting pot, in like so many spots where it did not make any sense to bet pot.
Did you butt heads with Prolad there?
I did, yeah. I mean, when I was first like coming up to stakes, I would like rail his games.
Oh, that's funny.
And then eventually just ended up playing against him a bunch too. So
I didn't play much on ultimate bet, but I always you know, I railed him when he was on and watched his hand reviews. And I told him, and I say this publicly, my original No Limit game was modeled after his.
I mean, he was way before his time in terms of some of the ideas, like overbetting rivers and stuff.
And even
it was so much fun to watch. I was definitely learned a lot from watching him as well. I didn't know about these hand reviews though. Where was that?
Just in the news, like especially like he'll have like heads up stuff or whatever. It's other people reporting on his hands.
Okay.
And just like anytime it's like prod, I'm like, oh yeah.
Should probably comment on the hand here. We got a 3-bet from 6s, and Pocket Kings is about to put in more.
1650.
26.
2650. So yeah, not making it cheap for Dr. H here. Would imagine he's probably going to take a flop though.
It's Dr. H. He most likely will.
I mean, it is reasonable with pocket pair here in general, but you know, they're deep. Let's see the flop. 54.75 in the middle. Okay, that's not a very good flop for 6s. But if he puts him on Ace King, you know,
they get a streak.
I think he meant that, Kitty.
Okay, wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm in this.
I mean, it is pretty scary for Kings, honestly, too.
Yeah.
I mean, not sure what L's read on Dr. H is, but yeah, I mean, Queen Jack is not ideal to see there, as Queens and Jacks are very much real.
Right. Okay. And even 10s and 9s have a gut shot.
Yep.
There we go.
Dr. H coming out firing.
Looks like just a call.
Yep.
This game's gonna play a little bigger.
Interesting river.
Normal, like a little bit, 25.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's about as big of a brick as possible. I would
0 folds now.
see what Dr. H does.
36.
Goes for a block size of sorts.
And L should probably rip.
Yeah, I think L should jam here.
There's a lot of history.
That's true. There's certainly a lot they know about each other that I don't, but Kings just seems good enough to be all in here.
Yeah, it's
not for that much more.
More just what a worse hand that isn't Queen X or, you know, call.
Yeah,
that doesn't have him, you know, beat.
That is the main thing, is he needs to get paid off enough to make shove good. like even if he has the best hand 80% of the time, but Dr. H just almost
Randomly
always
has a
folds
7
everything
or-
worse
yeah.
to a shove, and still wouldn't be a shove.
And he
but
blocks king queen too.
does.
So really, it's just like queen 10, you know, queen jack, queen 8, queen 9, ace queen.
pocket sixes.
Yeah. Yeah, he does go all in.
Yeah. Yeah, again, hard to, you know, they have more history than we do, or at least I do, but seems like the right play given the action.
Well, in the LA area, we all play each other and all know of each other and, you know, play on streams. But players evolve really quickly now in the way that, you know, in online we played so many hands so quickly.
This is one.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah,
Nice to meet you,
I'm
Daryl.
going to watch. I'm going to watch.
Yeah, good fold,
Good,
Dr.
good fold,
H.
good
Yeah.
fold.
Just tell him now.
He's a,
You're gonna keep him in
7 deuce?
suspense?
7 deuce?
Oh yeah, 7 deuces in play. I forgot about that one.
Oh, yeah.
one.
Which one? You get the pick.
In the,
That's
like,
the bottom. Oh,
in the way, like, online, we could look at previous hands in the same session. With live streams, people look back on the streams before, and then you just, you know, there's this meta game.
Yeah, that is a very good point for these stream regulars, so they can, you know, go back and just view how their opponents are playing and adjust to that.
So it's not as static as, you know, playing outdoors.
You didn't see that,
Yeah.
that card?
And you don't get to see people's hole cards unless they show you.
No, he's the one. I didn't see.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say
I
anything.
didn't see his.
I wonder how many of them have like someone watching the stream and like relaying to them on delay.
Not
as
this
it goes.
group.
Say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a hand, and Jared Griner, I'm sorry, but like, I bluffed Jared out on stream, and literally he got like at least 5 texts from his friends. How can you fall from Wayne? And he's just like, I've never played against them.
Okay,
I'm like,
right?
yeah, I was a different era. I was the Pralad and Garrett era. What do you think I'm gonna do? If my top pair is no good, I turn into a bluff. Just kidding. Jared's a good sport, and just like
You want a seat here?
Oh, pocket tens?
one of the new school kids,
Hey, how are you?
Good.
or just the new school kids in general, kind of
You got 10.
don't realize that the veterans have so much under their belt, even if they haven't been extensively studying solvers, which nowadays, like every passing day, we are
Pool.
for all the big spots.
A lot of outside.
Yeah, weekends.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Because you know, I haven't seen.
you know, you're good friends with Phil Galfon, right?
3-4 months.
So I just watched episode 3 of his.
No.
Oh, I just watched the whole thing like a few days ago,
Cool.
actually.
Yeah. Episode 3, I especially wanted to watch because it's like
Sure.
you're down $1 million, and this guy is supposedly one of the best online PLO players. So down to solve a rabbit hole. I wanted to hear what he thought of the match. You know, when he was at the bottom.
Know about the stand-up
He
game?
took a few days off at a penalty. It was like $3K a day.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
after his hiatus, his rest, he says,
Come in yet? Oh, that sucks.
I think I'm a favorite.
No, let them.
Like, you know, if it's like not a short list of like 50 people, and they say that,
That too.
you know, your normal reaction is like, okay, buddy, like,
Yeah, it can seem really silly in that spot because right, like Phil had stepped away from the game for a while to you know run his businesses, so he kind of just jumped back into this. Like obviously he had like a few months to prep or whatever, but like yeah, I mean playing against someone who had been you know on the come up, just like studying the modern tools.
cares
Yeah.
so much. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean the one angle is like because of the big side bet in that match, like Phil was definitely incentivized to just try to give it another shot.
Yeah.
I mean even if the odds of like winning it back were low, like it's still something
Plus,
that like
it's public. Like one of the things
Yeah.
that's so tough about poker is there's no real meritocracy or achievement that signifies, oh, I'm actually like good at this game, right? You could have 18 bracelets. What does that mean? It means you're good at collecting bracelets, right?
Stand up.
You know, this industry has annihilated many people. Not you and your network. Shout out to Cole South and Brian Hastings. Sorry.
So no.
Brian Townsend, yeah.
Has a special term. It's so bad.
oh, this is a wild hand here.
Already a big hand. Are you doing this?
Battle of some monster hands here.
Button.
They're playing Badoogie. They have it.
Yeah, if they put their hands together, got a pretty solid Badoogie. But yeah, to Wayne's point, yeah, I mean, variance in poker is insane for one thing, especially with tournaments. Like, sure, you can measure achievements in various ways, but yeah, I mean, variance plays such a big part in all of this. Yeah, like, I mean, I just had my worst World Series ever, and yeah, I kind of was spoiled.
Yeah.
Because previously, it's just generally gone well for me. Wow,
Oh my God!
On here?
This is some street poker.
Runner 4-5.
Street poker brought to you by Bally Live Poker live at the Commerce. Shout out to Ggpoker.
I got a chance. I got a chance, Doc. I got a chance. I got a pair.
Picked up 2 more outs.
5 outs. Oh, that was close.
Pair?
Because I stand like this, that's why I'm just telling you.
Yeah, the stand-up game's in effect, guys. So.
You see, now game over.
Nice stand, Doc.
Yeah.
So 500, right? 6. So you gotta have to wait one more hand.
Yeah, one more hand.
Yeah, one more hand.
They can buy in.
This is a lot of TRTF poker.
I guess so.
Too rich to fault.
Hold on.
Wait, apologies. I was, wrapped up in our discussion, but stand-up game's on?
I think so, because the white dots,
Not good.
the white discs,
Put it in the middle.
So what happens
are
if I buy in?
people who have
I see.
earned.
Okay.
That's money. Huh?
Can I put 100 in?
Well, that makes that hand make a little bit more sense then.
Right.
You don't put yourself
Oh,
in, right?
no.
You cannot.
You cannot.
You cannot use
Yeah.
100 to win.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not. Hey,
Yeah.
no, no.
So yeah, I mean, basically to what I was saying before, I've been spoiled about.
Give me 1 card from the top then.
Hold on, I'll let them talk.
500 or 600?
I drove hour and 10 minutes in traffic. Jesus Christ.
Hey, let's have some wine. Come on.
Okay.
I haven't played with you.
All right, let's go.
They don't have the privilege to win that. Even
Yeah, that's exactly. They don't understand. They don't understand the
Okay, all right.
purpose of this.
Fair enough.
Now it gets me confused.
Well, can I put 200? Just give me 2 cards.
That's exactly the point. Is you calculate the value.
So what's the value? Can I put
I don't know.
175?
We need to discuss. We need to discuss about it.
God. Who knows when this is going to happen again? I mean, maybe like 5 years from now? I don't know. He's going to raise.
Okay.
1,700. 5 balls. 6 balls.
I'm guessing L hasn't gotten a squid / stand-up chip yet.
6 call I call.
Yeah, that's definitely a good exploit in the stand-up game, just bombing it massively with a huge hand here.
3 players.
David also still has not gotten his chip yet.
No.
Despite same hand as last hand, actually.
And this is going to be a boring one.
Well, one would think.
That's true.
2,000.
Yeah, okay. Dr. H already has a chip, so I think he's just out.
You don't call. I don't call.
You blame me. You made the decision.
You see what I called? I thought. Good hand.
See, it's a boring one, yeah.
Shit against him.
Yeah.
Good read, Wayne.
Yeah.
Good read.
We see the cards, it's easy to play. We see the cards.
Well, we saw the cards last hand too, and
That's
couldn't
true.
have predicted what happened unfolded. So, I'm not strongly predicting anything at this point.
So yeah, Brian and I are veterans of online. So I told him before the show started, I'm like,
No, I know, but
I was pretty nervous to get back in online streets because, like, I
wait until he come in.
asked people about solvers, did a little bit of stuff, but like, I remember when I was active and I cared about the game, like I didn't want to face me back then, because I was pretty good with Poker Tracker. So I jump on the global streets, I play a little bit. I'm just like,
Not on all the whole time?
these guys don't know, they didn't go up the ranks like I did back in the day, and they don't know a lot of these things, exploitative things. So I had a ball. And then unfortunately, I became more well-known and the graph started tapering off. But at the beginning, they're like, when you're an unknown.
By the way, if you haven't seen Wayne's trophy case of global trophies, you got to check out his social media. Really impressive haul there.
So, yeah, I mean, Brian and I are veterans now, so it's not necessarily about banging your head against the highest stakes and the toughest crowd. if you just play a tier or two lower,
Okay.
and you have that kind of mastery of the games, your graph can literally just be straight up like unchallenged. You're just like sipping pina coladas,
So bad in here.
even in this era.
But we were playing.
Yeah, certainly helps to just be able to find those spots where it's like that. And I mean, certainly live tournaments, I think, is also like that in a lot of places.
It's just,
We were doing it, 100, 200. It was 25, 50, 50.
after this hand. Okay, Daryl with the position aggression.
Got it
Take
through.
it.
Make you cap it.
Well done,
nobody
Daryl.
will fold.
You know, I mentor a couple of millennials and Gen Z, and I do not like coaching, especially, actually, if you're going to try to be a professional poker player, I will not coach you. It's only if they have other things going on in life and they're going to, like, you know, treat this seriously that I even spend time.
No.
There, the lovely Kitty Quell, the new mother.
There she is.
Yeah.
No, just now it's not.
At least you practice the stand-up game.
Stand-up hitting is only 100 per
Is
person.
that Balenciaga shirt?
It is.
Okay, actually, I couldn't tell. With the letters, it might be marriage.
And then
It's okay. How you doing? How you doing? How's the baby?
everything else, the whole.
But yeah, I would like click on like my player notes, and they're like, "What does that mean?" And I would just be like, "What? How can you not know?" Like, because it's abbreviated with like, I don't know, CC3 SB, which you probably know, right?
Exactly. The same thing in
Player notes.
Small blinds.
Right, exactly, yeah. But so I was like really shocked that when they saw my player notes, like how can you not know that? It's really strange. And they're like, what? And they get really defensive because they're like trying to learn.
You don't not reply.
I mean, everybody has their own system of shorthanding stuff down. But,
Yeah, but I mean, just the abbreviations and why I would put a note like that. I mean, you know, I would have thought,
I said I will be.
I thought I only checked.
I guess it'd be obvious, and then there's like
Text message, so many,
defensive and just like,
okay.
like.
Wait, we're not as good as you, okay? Like, it's not about good.
So
I said
It's
I
about
was thinking
English.
2 weeks ago for the live stream. So
Open-ended for Tan, he's gotten easier to play hands. L's hand is too hard to play.
I mean, yeah, I guess if it's just about them not understanding certain ways of shorthanding, that's one thing. But if it's like not understanding the concept of like why that would, someone cold calling a 3-bet would be noteworthy.
right, right.
We're talking about what people supposed to do now?
And again, a lot of the stuff, not that particular move, but like
okay.
something like CC2B, CC2HJ,
yellow card.
stuff like that. It's just like back in the day, it would narrow their hand range significantly. Now, if they're in the solver streets, it's a little bit wider, but you really need to know
One squid.
Where?
what their hand range is in certain spots.
no.
No. It's from last time.
So no one have a year, right? Or
One.
where is it?
6 raise, 200.
Oh, okay.
We flip this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Are they talking about Kitty coming in mid stand-up game?
Way to throw me under the bus here. We need a doctor.
Tough spot for Snow here.
Such a large 3-bet too. Usually, it would be downsized.
Well, Snow's still trying to get his stand-up chip as well, so.
Oh, got it. Okay, makes a lot more sense. now.
Yeah.
Snap call and Snow was like, oh damn it.
Queen.
Please, no.
I don't know. I feel like he's gonna hit though. He's on a heater right now.
Oh, not even.
Yeah, he got second in that win tournament.
Second in the win 10K, yeah.
No.
To Nick Petrangelo.
Oh, Nicky P.
Better than
Yeah.
Yeah, because each queen you got 3 out.
So do you guys have rivalries with like the training sites, or is it just like whatever?
I mean, if there is, I don't feel it. I'm not like the site owner or anything, so maybe there's more of that at the top. But I mean, Not that I've observed or anything.
Fair enough.
Oh, he's prepaying. It's wow, it's Snow only 25 years old too, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's from.
Oh,
that's game over.
You want insurance? See if he'll sell you insurance. Doc, see if you want to buy some insurance. 2% insurance.
usually the prepay is a pretty savvy live poker trick.
Oh!
In this instance, did not work.
Now I think you.
Now I deserve. I deserve.
You definitely did.
I cover you, right?
I don't know, are you?
Yeah.
What a start for Dr. H.
It's mostly.
4 is 10,000 already.
Yeah.
Doc, flip your card or flip your button over.
Oh, yeah, cover. Oh, you need to keep some?
All you had to do was call my all in with a pair of threes, Doc.
Wait, did you show your hand?
I show my hand. Come on. I had a week. I cannot remember all
It's
the
the whole table strata?
Sitting over there with kings worried.
Oh, no.
Some people are not. Some
Okay.
people are struggling.
Tough crowd, get stacked and get needled by the whole table.
Yeah.
I will want you to stop. Please.
Some people.
I mean, we've already had like 5 all-ins in 10 minutes.
Ah,
From the game.
Water, right?
From the game. From the
yeah, it's water.
This is an action-packed game for the start here.
I want to indirectly tell her so that she can start.
I don't think the blinds.
Hey, Al, that one I almost all in. Because it's a standard game. When you check.
Which one?
No, the one you
I
had
had
a
kings. I had kings, yeah.
Almost. I almost made my decision.
I only know it.
I'm so sad.
Almost. Then, and that's short. That's short.
150. 6 calls.
800.
800. 8 folds.
Well, Snow undeterred after getting stacked last hand. He's gonna
No, I'm not folding.
try to get his stand-up plaque and get some money back.
Kitty, is the boy
Ooh.
good?
Boy.
Yeah, I mean good.
Good, yeah. When you have a nanny, your life is easier.
Okay, good. Good.
So quickly checked back to
Yeah, I
Snow on the
didn't see.
turn here.
Many texts, you know.
Every action very quick so far.
Say your cell phone number.
You did.
The
I
four
did.
gives
We
me-
kissed
No, I
each
did
other
not.
already?
No,
Oh.
that's why I said I only had your WeChat.
Oh,
Quick
okay.
call here as well by David, which makes sense. Ooh, Snow gets there with 2 pair.
I text him every time if I want to
river
play,
for
so
him.
he will come play with me. So I said, I didn't see you for a while, so I said, because I'm going to travel again. I go to Barcelona and Italy, France,
Wow.
Taiwan.
You like a poker tour?
Yeah.
3,000.
3,000.
So I probably not see you a while, so I was
Yeah.
testing, so I want to play.
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
You're not afraid of the 4?
Not afraid of the
How's your daughter?
Huh? Just still hanging there.
Can David find the fold here with top pair?
Enjoying her life.
She
Check
never
back
reached
flop,
that.
bet turn and
Why she
river
need to
is,
work hard?
I'd say, traditionally a line that's more associated with value. A lot of players kind of struggle to find 2-barrel bluffs after checking back flop or just think it will look too fishy, but good fold by David there.
Almost called you very.
Wow.
Do you have to show for the? You have to show?
Yeah.
Wow, good.
And he knows he made a good fold right away.
Otherwise,
Good river. Yes, sir. Yeah.
no, we cannot.
Go like this, look.
It's a big line. You want to
Shake your head. Shake your head.
Good ask. Oh, I thought you almost followed you didn't show your card. I said, oh, we cannot say anything.
Only the guys in the booth know.
It's true.
2 folds. 3 raises, 200.
See, we got some Daryl and Gus fans in the chat here.
6 raises.
Representing Washington.
Hold on one sec.
So Gus went to school in Texas and now works in tech. I don't remember which FANG company he works for.
Good position.
8 folds.
Andrew, no. No good. Harry.
Good for Gus. Seems like, yeah, a lot of nice things going for him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, anybody like first or some wine?
Yeah.
Kitty?
I only like expensive one, not
Okay.
cheap.
Okay, of course. Oh,
We
no,
know.
Not that expensive.
Kitty declaring she will not drink cheap wine.
I love the Camus. It's not that
I know. Chemist is good.
Yeah, it's good.
I have it at home.
Yeah.
I like
Camus
that.
is good,
I
agreed.
actually hold a lot of
Oh, yeah,
games.
me
But
too.
whenever
Me too.
And 10, even with the high spade, is going to let it go. And David gets a button.
Oh, then I don't get a button.
Yay!
Okay, Non in the chat says Gus works at Meta. So
Okay.
there's your answer.
Facebook.com/Meta.
Indeed.
That's why, you see, human nature, human
You
nature.
definitely haven't. He's bluffing who loves the show. Don't tell the secrets. Now, you see me play in the private games. You know this is me playing tight.
Huh? You never tie. Your personality just never tie.
No, I play a lot tighter here, believe me. El can attest.
Really?
Yes.
That's true.
I want to see their private game.
You won last night?
Yeah. I have the zoo trophies. He's the zoo.
You lost like 6-7 or 7-8, right? Like 2 players on the floor or something.
Yeah, that was a big bad beat. Big bad beat. God, yeah.
7 raises 1,000.
Snow coming for more blood here. Don't think Dr. H is going to be out yet.
Oh.
Take call.
Inferior spades for Daryl.
Shit.
I don't see a stand-up chip.
A lot of time.
Ooh, interesting spot.
Yeah.
None of them respect my race.
And there's a 5-bet. Is that right?
4-bet.
All in.
What the fuck?
Who goes all in?
No, it's a 5-bet, I think.
It's a 4-bet.
Oh, it's 4-bet. Sorry, yeah. It's a.
Oh, Harry finds Ace King behind too.
Breaks before the end of the stand-up.
Well, Jacks are live.
Yeah.
Look when I started.
Here is here. It will never break. The dealer pay. The dealer pay.
Just under,
okay.
just under 10. I started with 9,900, and then I paid some blind, so probably like 96, 9,700.
Coincidentally, I 4-bet jammed King Jack suited in an online cash game last night in a similar spot, and also ran into Ace King. So
Sometimes they just wake up with a hand.
when will we learn our lessons?
You just prove you open any 2 cards.
I think it's something when you start out no limit, you're like, I just 3-bet roll these guys over, and it's like, you know, the guy, original raiser, and the people behind you just wake up with hands.
Happen over and over.
Yeah, a lot of real hands in this one actually. Yeah, Snow folds the Ace Queen. I mean, yeah,
What's going on?
Yeah.
it's gonna happen. Dr. H thinking about whether he wants to gamble, which would kill Daryl's spades pretty hilariously. Although I guess if Dr. H rips, Daryl would just be out. But if Dr. H folds, I think Daryl's priced in.
Yeah. I mean,
It's only 5,800 more, and there's a bunch of dead
Yeah.
money, and the stand-up bounty. Like, yeah, I think he just has to call here.
pretty much. Yeah. Especially without a stand-up chip.
Hold on.
I mean, he might not know the chips. I mean, got to get an actual count. It's possible the stacks are a little off or something, but
Almost 10.
assuming this is the math, I think he just has to call.
Like 98 something.
Perry calculated 98 something. Eyeballing.
Okay, well, 400 makes a difference here.
Yeah, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's good.
Oh.
I already put so much in there.
I have Ace King.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I need a jack. I need a jack.
I have the best hand.
A couple spades are dead.
Yeah, I think that's the correct call by Daryl, though. I mean, the stand-up thing is worth several big blinds as well. So
You got an ace.
Yeah, I have
Everybody had
ace.
an ace.
I have ace.
Everybody. It's over.
Oh, that's cold. And a 10 is dead.
he does not look happy.
Wow. Harry's
Harry,
been running really bad these last couple weeks.
poor Harry. Yeah, he looks dejected.
Oh, man.
Or get flopped.
Nice hand.
Raise light, re-raise light. These fuckers are going.
Cold call light.
You want kids?
I'm going to take 5 and give you change, yeah?
Okay.
Like I said, I'd rather play my B game and get lucky.
Yeah, poor Harry.
Yeah, it's a tough one to take, but
How could that card draw like that? It's a king jack spade. I got ace 10 spade.
I should probably know this, but what is the equity with King Jack suited there? Like,
King.
It's like 30%, but like without the card removal.
yeah,
I
the
don't know
card
what it
removal
is
was
with the card
yeah, it was like definitely favorable there because 2 aces folded,
Yeah,
jacks
so-
were live.
Yeah, so maybe 33%. I don't know.
Probably even better, I would think. I don't know. But yeah, either way, yeah, the stand-up. Not sure exactly how much. I mean, the stand-up is 100 per player, but like also fade having to pay that out to others, so
Yeah.
it's worth quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but
I don't know either. I know people who have calculated it out, and I don't know how accurate it is because
you got me again right off the bat.
it really depends on the last 3 people who are looking for stand-up chips too. I mean,
I will.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a different number at the beginning of the round versus when there's only like a couple left.
And who those players are, it makes a decent difference.
That's true. Also,
like you say,
right? Yeah, like if you're 3-handed with like 2 people who you're gonna, are gonna go max to avoid paying it,
right?
Then you also have to go harder.
Or yeah, they can get run over easier. Then you're just not as nervous.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, certainly worth quite a few big blinds at least.
Win main event.
All right, chip counts here. So yeah, Daryl and Ella have the biggest stacks now. David playing the highest VPIP. Yeah, Kitty and Fish Bruce, relatively newer to the game, didn't start out, and poor Harry, I think just played one hand and got stacked on it, so no fun for him. Daryl and Elle also the biggest winners so far. And yeah, this was just the kind of easy take it on the flop.
Boom, Dr. H. Boom. Yeah. But yeah, we were talking about an old topic, which is going back to online. As we know, there's real-time assistance, solvers, economics, like whether an ecosystem sustains players because you need expendable income to come in. You can't just be like, oh, I win at this rate or I lose at this rate and it's going to stay like that. It depends on if tougher players come in or recreational money comes in, and that's where the math, starts fluctuating. So I was a little unsure about global, and then within 10 MTTs, I'm like, all right, let's see this through. And then about 100 MTTs in, one of your coworkers, a good friend of mine, Dylan Lindy, came on and sweated and was just like giving me pointers here and there and just like filled in a lot of blanks I had in my game. Because, there could be a lot more cold calling than I thought in tournaments, which, coming from cash,
true, yeah,
there's a lot of...
Yeah, the ranges are so different. It's kind of interesting trying to go back and forth with both. Hear you.
So, I caught him pretty quick, and the rest is kind of history, and I got a bunch of trophies and had a nice shark scope craft.
Okay, one more hand.
And then, told Brian about it. He jumped on. He asked me a couple questions about the games and the software, and I answered them. And I was like, "Oh, did you think I was actually a good player to win? Because there's some things that might be exploitable here and there."
Well, you do. That doesn't mean to win at the rate you've been doing. Luck is a factor, of course, but you still have to be a good player. But being a good player in that player pool is different than being a good player in playing a tough high stakes tournament or something. So
yeah, no, I'm joking. I'm not in my quote prime now. I'm definitely a wiser player, but fighting for every chip and wanting it, less so is my priority.
Yeah, but yeah, I hear you. The cash to tournament transition is tricky. But yeah, also regarding what you're saying about just kind of online poker going forward and concerns about real-time assistance and stuff. That is one definite benefit of tournaments is it's much harder to get to tournaments just because the variables are always changing. So even whatever real-time assistance you would be trying to use, if someone was trying to do that, is much less likely to be accurate or good. So whereas with cash games, there's a lot of just factors that are usually static, so could be much more of a
Harry
concern.
looks like he had it. So stand-up chip for Harry. Just clawing your way back.
Some good news for Harry.
So when Galfon was down $1 million versus Vinny Vidi,
You and me.
No, me too.
did you have any particular thoughts? You're friends with him. Did you, was it more personal for you?
Still don't have one.
He's your boss that run it once.
I was certainly pulling for him. I wanted to see him come back and win. It was amazing that he actually did. But I also know Phil's a smart guy, and it's not like he's going to ruin him if he lost the match. He'll be okay. But but yeah, like especially just given the stage of it, like he had Run It Once poker going then, and that the match was being played on there, and it was like a big marketing thing for that as well.
Right.
So it was just really cool to see it unfold the way it did.
Part of it too is if you're going to issue a challenge, you want it to be public. You want documentation as one of the events or actions you could do to showcase, your skill, especially with large amount of hands played. Sorry. Yeah, you want evidence, and L picks the bases on the button.
Yeah, L goes for the flat here. Just interesting move against Snow. Gets David to complete with the tray deuce, which actually has a lot of equity now. Interesting board. This is one that we could be leading sometimes from the big blind / straddle in this case. So yeah, David could play it as a call or raise against the bet from L here. Looks like he's going to go with call. There it is.
There it is.
Nice Badoogie on the board as well.
Unfortunately, mixed game players are going to be more noticing of that.
And all right, quick check back. Yeah, David going to go for some value now. Just half pot, looks like. Seems, oh no, bigger, sorry.
150%, yeah, definitely a call.
So L gets max punished for the slow play pre-flop with aces.
Yep.
That was interesting. I was thinking about that earlier. I was playing a little bit cash here, and a guy at my table flatted a raise under the gun one with kings, and then back raised it. But I was thinking there's not a lot of squeezing going on in that game anyway. Like, is it really a good play? Like at some tables it could be certainly. Sure. But in this spot here, David doesn't seem like a squeezy type. More he seems like just a call a lot type pre-flop.
Everything.
So. Yeah, I don't know. But
it's really the thing is, I feel like profiling those tables is a little too linear, because we all know the types you expect somebody to be aggressive and they aren't, and then you think the table's not that aggressive and then they are. A lot of it really is the variance of the cards or just the moods of people.
True.
Yeah, you can't do that, right?
Yeah, I guess I haven't seen a huge sample on them or anything, but the three players that L's left seem more like a flat and see a lot of flops type than the squeeze a lot types. Unless the stand-up game was a consideration with some of them, which then I can see it more.
You want the pot, you cannot do that.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you want the pot, you can't do that.
Okay. That's
okay.
It's okay.
You know what? I'm going to turn it over.
Ooh, Kitty folds the king jack. Is that allowed at this table?
If you're Kitty.
Put it in with him.
If you want to give us 10, it's fine.
No, if you didn't want.
What happened? You raised?
Yeah, I raised 200.
All right, you 200.
Oh, I see what you mean, because he doesn't have one. Okay, okay. Well, if it's you guys are heads up, he's giving you the option of giving you the button.
Three guys, right?
There's two guys left.
Three. Oh, two guys.
Okay. No, you put your stuff.
If you want to give us, it's fine. We don't mind. You want to give up?
Yeah, I surrender it.
Surrender is fine.
I'd rather play.
I like your style.
And wow, good fold by Kitty as Dr. H flops the nuts, and she would have flopped top two. Gonna be a quick hand now. But
I'm going to win this hand and surrender it a third time.
yeah, I mean, joking aside, yeah, king jack off is totally viable fold there.
You call me with ace high, man?
Some of her table mates are really here to gamble.
You and Tan both never believe me. I only bluff 60% of the time, not 80.
But
You got to be defiant and more.
I only call 100% of the time.
Yes, you do.
Oh. When you check on the turn, I already knew you got it.
You already knew?
Yeah. When you check, you said, I know.
I was waiting for the game to start, and I bluffed out there on the river with ace high, and the guy called, and he fucking lost the hand. He couldn't beat ace high, and he called.
because
That's your reputation.
maybe he's thinking you will not bet ace high, you will probably bet the worst hand.
My reputation.
Three players to the flop here. And good flop for L, top pair and backdoor nut hearts. Can with a piece.
That's Backstage, which one you think is going to lose? The stand-up game. Who you thinking they are going to lose?
I'm still in it. I'm still in it.
I mean, you're not going to lose. We know.
No, you
want to pick a number?
I think
Pretty much a blank turn, aside from putting a backdoor flush draw
I
out.
think it's more reasonable if you want to give up. You give up before you show your card. You just want.
Like Harry came along on the flop too, which is
If you
vicious.
show your card, yes.
But he called me. I had
He
to
can
show
give
him.
up. He's okay.
Call the
He
river.
can
I
give
have
up.
to show to win the pot.
Nothing wrong. If he loses, he still pay everyone 100. So he can give up that.
And Tan with the second best hand is going
That's
to
3
bet.
times on the river, and he called. I have to show to win the pot.
Yeah.
I can't fucking not show.
Yes, actually, now you got a 1 point.
Harry looks really disappointed about folding his pocket deuces.
I didn't even see.
L calls, of course.
I always follow ladies.
And see if Tan has any bigger plan, or was just kind of trying to get some protection there on the turn. Would suspect the latter, but never know. Yeah.
Oh, shit. It's done now.
Okay,
I win.
okay, finally.
He already won.
No,
No, me and Bruce are still in.
Okay.
What are the Vegas odds? Me
Bruce,
and
Can I do it?
He's playing as if it's you and him.
Yeah. Okay. What are the
Okay?
Vegas odds?
Oh, you're always
We
favored.
have a sister. Can you open?
I would make you 3.2 to 1 favorite if I had a sports book. Heads up against anybody. I would make it 3.2 to 1 favorite.
Stack in just for the stupid button. Bruce is never putting his stack in.
So
for the
this is
stupid
the
button.
flat spot, right?
Yeah, last one.
You
He give up.
Oh, you give up. Oh.
He surrender.
I wanted to go heads up with Al.
He's a two reach.
Why did you have to get the button there?
Let's go outside.
Thank you.
Yeah, straddle on 9. 3 fold. Oh, I said it. 4 call. 5 fold. C6 raise 500. 5 fold. 6 raise.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Raise to 500. Right now.
That's how-
Oh,
He raised.
16.
He raised.
C7 raise 1600. C8, C8, C9 fold.
Maybe can you put this?
C2, C4 fold.
Well, Bruce, we're going to have to...
All right, yeah, Snow with a big squeeze here with ace jack off. I think this is going to perform pretty well generally against a bunch of players just playing pretty loose. Obviously depends somewhat on how they react to the squeeze, but just going to have a lot of hands that are just in trouble against it. And, if they call, that's fine too, but haven't really seen late 4-betting and that kind of dynamic yet at this table.
C1 raise 200. C2 call 3 fold.
Kitty's in there with 2 5s.
4 fold. 5 fold.
I'll wait to go heads up, Bruce.
I know. You fold, he fold.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck trying to get heads up.
Why would I want to give chips to these tight asses?
Oh.
What mean? I'm not tired. I'm bluffing the best hand. What the fuck? What you say?
All right, three-way. Almost got it heads up. Not too bad.
What kind of bro? I'm like a professional mom.
Not a good flop for anyone. It'll be interesting to see who pounces on it. Kind of one of those spots where the first player to bet will probably win.
No problem. We never played together.
Really tough to
But
bet
you're
with
right,
Snow's hand. He
compared
just
you, I'm
really
super
has nothing.
David is super fun.
Oh, well, now Kitty has something.
David? Oh,
I know you're very famous, but I never played you yet.
yeah, you missed a lot of fun.
One time I
You have a reputation.
Yeah, of course. David has
I went with David.
Do I win?
I have twin deuce and win.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kitty, 2 opponents really had nothing.
I have like twin deuce and I go all in 3-5. I won. I was ahead. He calls me and I was ahead.
I read you right. I put you on 10 deuce.
All right, your big one. That's Andy. All right, straddle C2.
You want to be more conscious of who exactly is still in need of stand-up plaques is it's a huge factor here.
6-way base, 300. 4, 5,
L's in. I can see a flop.
6 call. 7 fold.
L, let's pretend you don't have a button.
9 fold.
All right, let's see before I look.
He's very smart. He really lose 900, better lose the money to you.
800 more.
Good drive.
Yeah?
800 more.
Like, I'm not like.
Three bet here from Harry with
I get the
tens.
call, and then I look, make it 800 more.
Oh, the limp three bet, I see. Okay. I like it. What will his opponents do? L's out with king jack off. Seems like a good choice against that action. And takes it down.
Like you steal his girlfriend or something.
You steal his girlfriend.
Well, you have too many anyway. You can't share.
So why he
I don't know what you're talking about.
Seems like a good table to develop a limp three bet range there.
All I heard is L is pretty loyal, okay? Yeah, only one, I think.
I heard that you a law.
L, since last year, I've been a monk.
Since last night?
No official relationship, huh?
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6, 7 fold. 8 fold.
Tan going for the same trick here with ace king suited, hoping some players behind will raise.
C9 raise.
And he got Daryl to do it with jack 9 on the button.
Shit, why are you folding that shit, man?
Harry comes along, and here's going to come the raise.
I keep getting those.
You know I'm in there, man.
I keep getting those.
I love 6 high.
C9 fold.
You love 6 high?
And Harry is not out yet. He is going to see a flop with the 7-5 suited.
That's my first time. I
So
haven't
a
seen
little
you
over
for
2K in
months.
the
That's
middle.
the first time I asked, oh, you still play that? Favorite hand? Yes.
And Harry does flop the best hand.
So 3, 4, 5 is the dangerous fold.
Trying to see if Tan has a chip, stand-up game chip.
There are 2 pairs straight.
Yeah, if your comes ace king, you know you're safe.
Pairs straight.
Yeah, still a spot where Tan is going to want a continuation bet often.
5 or 6 high.
Strong pre-flop range, much stronger than Harry's. Still gonna rate to be ahead, range versus range on this flop. And gets there with the ace. Harry cannot be pleased to see that. And
How come he didn't play 2 weeks ago?
definitely
How come he didn't play last week?
Definitely options for Tan on the turn here. Could bet small, could bet a little bigger, could check. But I think I like some kind of bet. It's just unlikely to get raised late here. He goes for a big bet,
You can't use like.
and I'd imagine that gets it done.
I'm flying to Miami tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for coming to see me.
Takes it down.
Yeah, flight here is so expensive.
Yeah, looks like he already had a chip.
600 for one way. So you need to donate 600 to me, right?
No tournament?
Yeah.
What tournament is going on in Miami?
Hard Rock.
Hard Rock?
Yeah.
Hey, Kitty.
Yes, Kitty's going to the Seminole Hard Rock tomorrow. It's a venue I've played at a lot over the years. I used to live in Fort Lauderdale, nearby.
Good one?
Last year I tried 4-way, 500.
Yeah, their tournament series are always excellent.
So this year I'm going to defend my title. So I need to go.
What pocket pair you have? Pocket 6?
Better.
Pocket 10? No.
Better than
Come on, at least 450. You want to...
It's okay.
I don't think we should play the 2 because it make the game different. Because like other players, they don't try, right? If they don't get a button now, the people that get a button, they don't really try to get a button after, right?
Let's end it.
Yeah. No.
No, let's keep it going.
No. The stand up. I'm talking about the stand up. we shouldn't. Whoever got it, get it, right? Don't you shouldn't take back because this case.
Yeah, but this one it's already done.
No, I know, but I said we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that because other players, when they get the button, they don't try to win a pot anymore, right? So that kills the game.
Yeah.
It kills the game. It kills the game.
Good.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah. I know he's trying to be a nice guy, but like the other player, they they don't try to win the pot, right?
So
because if I win, I don't try to win again, right?
But it's also your personal choice, right? Because some people they don't want to steal the pot against.
No, then they don't open. Not when they open the can and then get it back, right? They give it up, right?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, but because this way, a lot of players they win the button already, and they don't try. They don't try to win the hand.
You mean like for
to kill the action? Yeah, to kill the
Maybe
action.
we can do progressive. You want to do that? Make more sense. Because you cannot protect, right? You want to win the pot. If we do progressive stand-up game, people want to win the pot.
Not entirely sure what Tan's proposing in terms of changing the stand-up game. He's trying to argue that once the player wins the chip, they just aren't trying hard to win the other pots, which honestly, like if you win the chip in the stand-up game, it's a great spot to just pick off your opponents who are going way too hard to try to win their own pots. But yeah, I'm not really sure what alternative version he's proposing. Kitty's suggesting a progressive, which is really interesting. Like if you win like 2 pots in the round, you get paid more. That's kind of cool. I haven't played that, but I like the idea.
Makes sense. Otherwise, it will take forever.
And a lot of action in the hand too. So three-way flop, Harry bets, and Snow raises. Dr. H with the backdoor nut flush draws. Not happy about it, but would imagine he's going to be out.
I think we should just
Harry is
and then
not going to fold his flush draw yet.
It doesn't.
But he's going to have it.
I'll put it.
Oh, he just put it in. Okay. Well, that's one way to realize equity.
You know that, right? It's a good deal for you.
So sweet. Why you want to play
so sweet. Just want to have fun and play. I don't want
So sweet.
Why are you so sweet?
And a couple diamonds dead too. You know, Snow has the 10. Harry had the, or sorry, Dr. H had the ace. So Harry is going to need to get lucky.
That's a good one for Harry.
Because he's a good player.
I think it is.
Right? Because I think I'm a good favorite against you.
Good. Best.
That is not good.
I would have already won another.
Got the 2 across, but not the right one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think so too, yeah.
You have 9, right?
Yeah. More than that.
You want to keep some? Like, no?
This one?
Huh?
You don't want us to.
That's for the next hand.
What?
You don't want some 100?
No.
We're putting it in the middle for the next hand.
Keep it. This one. You don't want it.
Okay.
Okay, come over, right? We start again, right?
Start over.
Not this hand.
Oh, not this hand.
I thought the money is go to
The
the
money's supposed to go
door.
in the pot.
Oh, go the pot?
We just
so
chopped
no one
it.
win
Me and I
it?
just chopped
Oh,
it.
just go
You
the
have
next.
you have to win the hand to win it.
Oh, okay.
So I bet
Just
want
a
to know who
normal
chopped
poker
it.
hand.
Me and Bruce.
Four and
David and
six.
Bruce, they chopped it.
I was
They
afraid.
chopped it.
Oh, I got your point now.
They got this hand.
Right?
Yeah, I
because
think-
if I win the pot, even myself too, right? I'm not trying to win again, right?
So this why it's not supposed to be in the pot.
then it's
This is
different,
why I
right?
say, just play stand up again
It's
normally.
this hand including the stand up too, right? This
No,
hand is
this hand is not in
Stand
stand
up
up.
in this hand.
Oh, this hand no stand up.
No stand up.
No blind, no blind.
No blind.
There's there's
Oh, no blind.
No blind this hand.
Can you give me one case?
No
What do you
blind.
mean?
Green
There's
chips?
blind. This is normal poker.
normal poker.
Normal poker.
You should be fair, probably just
that what you want?
Yeah, so Tan keeps saying if he's in the stand-up game and he already wins the chip, he's no longer trying to win the pot, which is kind of
then I can
bizarre to me.
actually-
But
Yeah,
I mean, I get that
I didn't look at
you don't have to try as hard
Just normal poker.
when there's not the potential punishment of having to pay everybody
You can
out.
also play
But
stand up, no? Because it's the same thing, right?
still plenty of good spots to be had if you
Okay,
are already in the clubhouse and get to just pick off the other people who are desperately trying to win pots.
Then you want to.
No, I just saying if you normal poker, then yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I don't want to because I'm traveling.
17.
I'm trying. Jesus. Empty.
I see 9 raise 21. See 1 for 2 for.
Oh, I didn't know because we put the money in the pot, so I understand his point now. because no one will try harder.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
I didn't know at the first place. I didn't know the money on the pot.
For action-wise, too.
And also, no one play aggressive because since you not win the pot anyway.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, that's, you got a point. That's why I said.
We shouldn't put on the pot next one.
Put in the pot, it's okay. But this game has to continue.
Yeah, but you win a button, but you don't win.
Okay, just finish it already. Stop talking about it for 1 hour. Just leave it alone. Fuck.
But then you don't need to...
Fucking 2 hours, same fucking
You
conversation.
still pay 900, right? The loser still pay 900, right?
So I got a bloated pot here with 9-6 off against Ace Queen on King 8-5. Definitely one that David will not be out of yet.
Then to win it's hard to win it. It's not fun.
It's going to start with a call. And Daryl makes a pair on the turn, which would assume will lead him to check.
Let's want to bluff because I don't win the extra $100, right?
And
I know, small. Yeah.
Yeah, David has about the bottom of his range. Going to be tough to resist firing some kind of bluff at this with how weak he is. Let's see what he goes for. It's like 3,000. Can't imagine Daryl will fold. It's like about a 40% pot bet or so. Wants to think it through, which is always a good thing. I know I've been guilty in the past of acting too fast at times, especially in live poker, without just stopping to properly assess everything. And yeah, I think it's good in general to get in the habit of taking a little bit of time. Could be considering a raise also, but I would think he's just gonna go for a call. Oh no,
I was fucking around.
Oh no, yeah, he did raise. So definitely thin, but yeah, I guess Daryl is thinking David with a hand bigger than his is just going to bet bigger on the river, which, I mean, he would know better than I would. I haven't seen David play until today, but reasonable idea to go for raise and try to eke out a little bit more value.
Nope. I gave up all other sins but gambling.
Red wine?
Yeah.
I was going to convent, everything.
Well, you too.
Yeah, because I now identify as a woman.
What's your name? Sorry. Yes, I'm Dr. What's your name?
Daryl. Daryl.
Daryl.
Come on, Al. That was a good joke.
Why?
The convent
I'm good.
only for women.
Thank you.
You're not getting invited if you don't drink. You know
Okay, now I test it.
Oh my God.
Each of them are pros. I'm pro. You know, the pros that play poker, they don't drink.
Too early. It's too early. I just had breakfast.
C2 gonna be raised to
100, 200 straddle. Oh, wait.
No, you cannot. That's
This action's not
There's only one shadow allowed. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, if an action did not change, it stays. Any changes you can take back. But right now it's raised to 350 MCA.
It's only allowed Terry. Only allowed one.
Guys, are we playing stand again now?
350.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, right now.
Okay.
Okay, C2 call.
Too many comments. Is this still put the money in the pot? Or,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
L with aces again, this time against the raise and a call, and seeing how the slow play worked last time for him, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him going for a raise. But also being against a raise and a call is a much different spot than just being against a single raise. Yeah, it goes for 1,500, good size. Yeah, both of his opponents have pocket pairs, so it looks likely to be a three-way flop.
Doc wants the button.
Why, we're playing the game again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Three players.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah, pretty potentially spicy flop for these holdings. Likely to continuation bet, and then can't imagine Dr. H folding to the first bet. And then Harry's in a spot where it's folding is probably not super likely either, I would say. Yep. 3 ways to the turn. Very quick actions. So converse to what I was saying previously about thinking through your decisions. I mean, not that these are like bad decisions, but I think it's just good to always take a little bit of time.
Depends how stuck you are.
Yeah, if you want to make sure you get the maximum amount of hands out, then I guess just act as fast as possible. But just know I've burned myself by like acting too quickly in certain spots in the past without fully considering things.
Yeah.
L just goes for all of it here. Interesting choice. It's a big, I mean, it's a huge bet effectively with Dr. H. About 1.5 pot.
Never take it off? Sleep with it.
The why is around 78, 75?
Seems very tough for Dr. H to call here, but you know, you never know. I mean, it's not like L can't have a bluff. No, Dr. H does have to be a little bit worried about Harry behind as well, but
You're gonna play tournament?
Seems tough for Harry to overcall with the whole lot.
Hard rock? No?
Sorry?
Hard rock.
How often?
No, hard rock.
Hard rock. A hard rock? No, I didn't say that.
Ah, you should go. It's a good one.
Where is that? Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
A very good one. Very soft one.
It's coming soon?
Friday.
Oh, wow, yeah.
The 5K guarantee, 5K buy-in, 3 million guarantee.
In Florida, that's just all the retired people over there.
Yeah, so this is why it's good.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's gonna be a good tournament.
Ooh, whoa! Dr. H goes for it. Wow. And what will Harry do facing 2 all-ins? Actually, has Dr. H beat?
I was like day 3, and before the money bubble, right? Like 20 people with the money, right? I raised.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I was Harry, I would think there's a reasonable chance of beating Dr. H. So then if he thinks L is bluffing, he's getting quite a good price to call. I mean, it was only about a 2/3 pot all in to him. Wouldn't be the craziest thing, honestly, to overcall this.
I mean, I don't know what to do. I have pocket nines, and I'm thinking...
GG moment.
What the hell to do with pocket nines?
This is quite a moment here.
I know you have a better hand than me.
Yeah, I feel like Harry's in that boat where he thinks Dr. H, or he has Dr. H beat often, but it's just a matter of guessing whether L actually has what he's representing or a bluff.
Oh, shit, he didn't call yet.
No, he called.
Oh, we're good.
I was confused there.
Wow, this is good. Yeah, you covered me, right?
Yeah. It's going to make it really hard for me.
We'll say I was a little bit surprised for L to just go for all of it right there on the turn with aces, given how invulnerable his hand is. But yeah, I mean, he, again, these guys have a lot of experience playing against each other, so perhaps it was just playing off what he thought Dr. H would perceive of that.
But you want to keep it some small one, so easier.
So there's a dynamic in these like Chinese games, these Chinese private games. I mean, it's like there's so much history. There's almost never standard play, and like we purposely find unorthodox, weird lines. And then it's a little bit of like a thinking battle, little in the spirit of things and culturally too.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also, just I could see how a play like that, like, the big all-in shove on the turn could be just like one of those type of plays where like, there's a dynamic where people are sometimes like showing bluffs in that spot. And just like,
Three-way pot is not easy, right?
We just know each other well, plus culturally it's different. Like, like bluffing isn't as personal as like, American style and European style. It's more like fun and games. And like people openly teach each other how to play, if especially if somebody doesn't really know what they're doing. Whereas I feel like old school American culture is like, if somebody doesn't know what they're doing, you just don't say anything about strategy.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, I think right. I think it depends. Obviously, if you have like a personal relationship with someone, that's different. But like, yeah, in terms of like just being at the table with like strangers, then yes, I agree. That's definitely
definitely like each of the games have different cultures that kind of seep through, and it's you know, being Asian American, like I've seen the hardcore Asian culture and the hardcore American culture, and they don't necessarily know of each other's cultures, which causes like some collisions that aren't intentional, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, do you know about the progressive Squid Game? How it works?
I don't think so.
So usually there's more, like, you know, Squid Game is a stand-up game, and there's as many chips -1 for the amount of players. Progressive is when there's an amount of chips, and it could be more than the amount of players, and then you could just get more chips. And however many people are left, which can be multiple people, have to pay out.
Got it.
Squid Games.
Okay, yeah. So that's what Katie was suggesting earlier that they do instead, because Tan was complaining about like, you know, how the stand-up games makes it so once you win a chip, it's not like you don't really care about winning hands, which is like, you know, an overstatement. But like, yeah, I get it. It's like you have less incentive to like go hard.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but there's definitely like opportunities to pick up, like you mentioned. But yeah, the progressive makes it so there's extra incentive to make sure there's multiple people left without chips.
Okay, because yeah, so in the progressive, like if there's multiple people left after the chips are gone, then they each have to pay everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So, and then if you accumulate like 3 chips, then you get paid like 3x by all 3 of them, or like.
Well, no, if 3 people have not gotten a chip, then all 3 have to pay. So then you would get 3x. If there's only one person, then it's normal, and then they pay 1. But like, there's more than the amount of squid chips. And then if there's 2, then it's 2. They get 2x, and if there's 3 left, then it's 3x.
Oh, me? How much?
Okay, but like if you say someone gets 1 chip and someone else gets 3 chips, like how much are they each getting paid at the end of the round?
It depends how many people don't have chips.
So if say there's 3 people who don't have chips,
then it's 3x whatever the amount of tokens.
Right. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Right. So you'd get basically 9 chips if you had 3.
Yeah.
In that spot. Wow, okay, yeah, that's really interesting. I like that variation. I mean, it's obviously makes it even crazier, but
it does. It does potentially allow for collusion, though.
Yeah, I mean that's I'd say a concern with any kind of stand-up.
There's a lot of stuff is give or take, and just like we play all the games. It's tough being a no limit hold'em specialist because it gets really cutthroat, and I do believe no limit hold'em live is the most personal game out there. Like, you know, when people hold over somebody, or when you get stacked by somebody over and over, it just not fun.
Yeah, no limits definitely like that. I mean, that's one thing I've always liked about playing mixed games over the years is like it's so much less personal and just, you know, it's just a much more like casual environment, easy for people to just be like bantering about whatever that could be non-poker. There's just there's not those like huge spots where like no limit, like, you know, if you like stack someone or whatever, like then it's like kind of awkward afterwards. Like just playing these like huge spots against each other, so it's harder to just also just be, you know, chummy and social, especially if there's someone you don't know.
Right.
No, I didn't.
But yeah, I've always liked that about mixed. It's just much more like casual environment in terms of like the social game.
That being said, all forms of poker are ugly when people are losing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm certainly at mixed. You can see people get, you know, really tilted and steamy and you know, all that as well. But just overall, in most cases, it's just a lot more chill, I would say.
Yeah, overall, I think no limit hold'em live is the saltiest.
Yeah, right. It just has that like kind of cutthroat vibe a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And Fish Bruce has been pretty quiet so far. Takes one down with the squeeze pre-flop and just getting a showdown with the best hand. Well done.
That was too easy for him, Doc.
Yeah, you got a chip from that. Wow.
To the test of the river. Shit. Come on, man. I would have fucking tested it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, if you were in the pen, you'd definitely bet in the river. And I probably would have to call you with ace high. I was like, if David is playing against me, He's definitely bad in the river. Doesn't matter what he had.
Yeah, you see?
If you test, you'll get a bad result.
Really?
David, you see
I don't know.
how this goes?
I would have raised him on the flop. Right?
Dr. H getting needled for letting Fish Bruce get a chip too easily. Fair.
Crossed, hope I have the best hand.
Good luck.
I mean, yeah, obviously not like including in this instance, but like, yeah, I mean, the stand-up game, there's certainly situations like that where like, you know, if you want to let someone win the pot, you can. Like, so.
Yeah, this is just normal stand-up. Like progressive is.
Yeah, you had it though.
Progressive squid's worse.
You bluffed me like 3 times the last time I finally had something and you had it.
I want the button. Give me the button. You guys muck.
Now you want the button?
I have it.
Yeah, thank you.
Fucking dumb.
Oh, thank you.
The button.
That's here.
Do you have a game?
Looks like David is in search of a button right now.
We haven't seen
He
it.
does not have one.
Again. Not this time.
Good flop for Daryl. Both other players do have backdoors.
Tomorrow night.
No, check.
Play 1500 here, right?
Wait, are you run a game?
No, it's not me.
That's in your board, David. I'm just telling you.
Where do you live?
No, I live far.
Yeah, David's going for that chip. Certainly not going to work on the flop, but potentially a multi-street. We will see.
You put the high-speed train from LA to Vegas.
And the wine is going to flow, so, you know, this game needed some more action, so here it comes.
That's not going to happen in 28, I'm sure.
Camus Min.
For sure. God was low here, I know.
Yeah, I know.
But the plan
Kitty wouldn't settle for anything less.
Flies there, they're probably
Well, it's a pretty good one for David.
Yeah, David picks up the nut flush draw, and yeah, he's going to be firing.
I want to see the river. I want to see the river.
Oh!
They will get it done
Quick fold by Daryl.
before your son can go to college or something. Yeah.
Better than flying.
Nicely done, David.
What a shitty river.
Button,
It's going to take forever.
Now it's
Shitty river.
18 years? I don't think so.
No, I'm
Do you pay
saying,
attention
like,
to
something
the
like that.
most
I mean,
competitive games online?
Some, I would say, yeah, I'm a little bit in touch with it, but like I used to like religiously follow like
Sure,
the 2+2 like high stakes thread, and like I'll still go through phases where I'll kind of like binge through a little bit of it here and there, but yeah, like I certainly have ideas about like who's playing in those now. I've rail occasionally like ACR and stuff, and then yeah, like follow that thread. I like to listen to the Mechanics of Poker podcast too, which has had a number of the modern day crushers on there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Really cool podcast, by the way.
Send me a link.
Sure.
I have no time, but I'll try to make time.
Well,
in there.
it's long. It's like they're all like 3 hours long.
Oh,
but,
that's yeah.
But they're like long form interviews with like some of like the best players in the game today. So it's pretty cool.
That's what I'm looking for. But it just I'm not really in tune with stuff, so when I see hands go down with some of the big players, I'm just like, I don't even understand what's going on.
No drink?
Oh, another thing I've watched a little bit of recently. Are you familiar with Uri Peleg?
I know who he is.
Okay, yeah, he has like a YouTube channel. It's called Gorilla Poker, and like he'll do some just like breakdowns of like some high stakes hands being played online recently. Like, and those would be more like 10-15 minute like YouTube clips. So those are maybe more accessible, but like yeah, those are cool too.
I'm just out of it because like you know, 2+2 used to be a resource, and then you have your network, and then you know, I do have my network. I do kind of ask questions, but at the same time, it's like, you know, to go down the rabbit hole in 2024, especially No Limit Hold'em, is a pretty deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, and then yeah, as far as like live stuff, like I watched some streams of like Triton and stuff, and then but it's more tournaments really, although I know they have a cash game thing going on right now, but yeah, some of that and just following updates of other big live stuff. But
sure.
Oh no, that's really my range.
Yeah, just around. Afghan C2. C2 check. C4 check. 6 better 1,000.
David picks up the bottom flush draw.
C2 raise plus 3.
Ooh, Harry going for raise here with the gutter.
Roughly, how much you got behind?
River brick would be interesting here, assuming it goes call.
You have one green.
Yeah, yellow.
Rooting for a call brick and then check river. Ooh,
There's the brick.
Here we go. They would chop actually here. The 10 counterfeited. So,
but Harry's.
Yeah, Harry's not gonna let it happen. Good work. Cool hand.
You would have never seen it coming. Oh. I got the nut low.
Almost there.
But it's a chop.
I have 3 hands.
Yeah, so you play the board. He plays the board. Good job.
How can you chop on this?
I mean,
I only show you out of respect because I don't want you.
Sick aggression there by Harry. Picks up the pot. Love to see it.
believe me, I don't.
Give action.
Got ace jack to fold on the turn as well.
Yeah.
I literally had 3
I
high.
want to show.
What do you call this?
Street poker.
Reduce of clubs.
Yeah.
Only way.
David trying to say he folded the worst hand on the river and the table will not let him have it. He's like, no, you folded a chop, sir.
No, if I didn't have the club, then I would have raised him. So I just called.
So I have 2,500.
Saying he would have raised the river if he didn't have a club. Don't think he would have got to the river without clubs, but okay, sure.
It's stupid. I had the club.
Hey, it's poker. We gotta talk, right? Like now, after over 20 years, I go back and remember all the table talk from like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, and I'm just like, how was I such a fool for thinking what I was thinking when so-and-so said this or that?
Oh yeah, it would be super funny to watch like the old high stakes poker or something and just like see what people were saying then, or especially old like WSOP or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh man.
You must be 6 high.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I definitely beat 6 high.
And Snow is really going for a chip here, I would assume.
I'm not playing juice.
Maybe it's 3 we chop. Maybe it's 3 we chop.
Yeah, I mean, just calling in position against David can't be the worst. I mean, we know David's been quite active and willing to play some bad hands.
I already have a button. I don't have to show this shit.
Nice bet though by David with the gutter. More of a conventional spot hit there for him.
Why you take the button?
So when I first joined the streaming operations, I was like, who would watch this?
6,000.
And then I mean, we're not. Sorry. You and I are not the target demographic. But when you start interacting with the chat, you're like, oh, they don't have millions of hands online or hundreds of thousands of hands live, and they're trying to learn this, unfolding. And this is one of the best resources, aside from, putting in the volume online to see hands. Because if you're just playing on your own, live poker, you're just not going to accumulate that many hands, even in your entire lifetime.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just cool to even see how different player pools are playing. Like, yeah, I mean, the thing you bring up is just at a basic level, like, yeah, just seeing more of how people are playing the game of poker in a live in this setting is interesting. But yeah, also just like different player pools. Like I know, like I watched some of the commerce, like circuit main stream, just because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm curious how the circuit main player pool is like, playing all their hands. I get to see whole cards. That's interesting to me. Even I'm not necessarily trying to like learn how to play like them in some cases, but you can still learn just maybe like, oh yeah, this type of player is doing like this kind of thing. Like I might not have thought of. Like that's interesting. So. Yeah, so like here, like these people are obviously gambling and like well off mostly, but yeah, still some of the tendency stuff. Like I would have never really thought to Harry could just have 6-5-0 there with like no flush draw or anything, but yeah, it's interesting to see. Like, oh yeah, this is a play that people might be doing.
So you're pretty deep in the theory streets, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of dry bluffing in 2024?
Like zero equity bluffs, you're saying?
Yeah, or just so little. It's just like, and even no blockers. It's just like street poker off of intuition. Like, I just don't think he has it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's spots for it certainly, and then of course with the theory, there's the whole unblocker thing too, where if you have a deuce or a 3 in your hand and it's like not blocking the hands that your opponent is folding, then that's kind of can have value as well. Yeah, I actually ran one of those in an online tournament the other day where I just had like king 3 on like a queen jack like 8-6 board or something, and yeah, it was like king's good, it blocks value hands, and the 3 unblocks the type of hands that opponents check call check folding with. So so kind of a good spot. But yeah, as far as like the street poker stuff, like yeah, it really just depends. I think there's something to it, especially in live poker when I mean live reads can certainly make it like much more of a thing. Like if you just in a certain spot just really think your opponent does something that signifies weakness and you have some confidence in that. Yeah, I think following through on that with a hand that like theory wouldn't pick could totally make sense if you just determine your opponent's weak.
2 days ago,
or at least there's a higher than normal probability that your opponent is weak.
So because I think, because I want to go vacation, so I
Same goes on the other side of the equation for like hero folding. I mean, just playing against certainly players who like have a tendency to not bluff enough in general, and then also in a certain spot if you think they do something that signifies strength, certain tells that seem pretty reliable. I mean, that all makes a lot of sense.
Okay, you don't have this problem anymore.
Because I was talking with Prowlide, and he's like, I don't do zero equity bluffs. I'm like, I've seen you play back in the day. That's not true.
Yeah, he definitely was doing it, but yeah, again, he probably just had like reads. Like I know I did that stuff back in the day too online, where like a player would just have you would just know a player has a weak range based on how they played their hand. Like they didn't re-raise pre-flop, they didn't check raise the flop. Like if they're just playing the call line, the range is just like artificially weak, and you could just kind of go after that. So,
well, he was on his Twitter rampage, one of his many Twitter rampages, and I was like a stray bullet, and I'm like, probably out of all people, you're really gonna stray bullet me? And then I was like, really? You don't dry bluff? I've seen you.
Yeah.
And then he's like, naughty, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay. Unfollow, and he unfollowed, and then like now we're following each other again, but it's like
I haven't interacted with him in a little bit, but yeah, we used to play online quite a bit back in the day, and then we actually played some big live games together at various points in Vegas as well. But it's been quite a few years for that. Wasn't he living in like Brazil part-time?
Oh yeah, and then he comes here, and he's still in the cash game streets here.
Okay, yeah, where does he play cash in LA these days?
Here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's commentating here too.
Oh wow, okay. Didn't even realize.
No.
Everything comes back to commerce. Nobody leaves.
David will no reminding of showing hand and no reminding flipping.
Even reminding the guy get punished.
Yeah, like a pull.
Okay. You get punished?
Yeah. You lost the button. You lost the button.
You're mean.
I'm mean. I'm Taiwanese. I'm mean girl. Hello.
So brutal.
Come on, Katie, you gotta play some hands to get a button.
Her statement is
Yeah, you too? Yeah.
truer than true, and because I'm used to it, like that's why Maria Kitty and Sasha and stuff and I get along, because it's not a surprise how they act to me. I can't live with them, can't live without them.
Okay.
Were you the one who brought the Camus today?
Oh, I cannot fold.
Nope.
Wait for me, guys.
Budget cuts.
Harry's in with the 4 deuce. See if he can do it again. Four-way pot's gonna be, well, it was the 3-way pot the last time when he got it through with 6 high.
So I will know what you're talking about.
And L flop's the best hand with top pair. David is gonna be in a little bit of trouble here with pocket 8s. Although the flop is checking through, so it's good for David. Ooh, Harry picks up an open ender. Although the 6 is no good for him, but splash of equity anyway. L checks again with the best hand. I wonder how L will proceed here. Could see call or raise both being viable. Yeah, I mean, David bet a little bit under half pot.
Should have made a move there. Come on, man.
L goes for just call.
Perfect chance to squeeze, L.
So Harry's going to need an ace. And probably going to check through, if I would guess. Oh, Harry is... Nope. Harry has other ideas. Got to bet 5K on the 5 river to spook them.
I think he made 3, yeah.
Yeah, he only goes 3. It would be a surprise if L folded, but see. Yeah, El was the pre-flop aggressor as well. It was limps to him and popped it. I was really thinking about this hard. Did not think he was going to fold, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, he's in.
I was gonna do that, El.
Now David potentially with an overcall if he thinks Harry's bluffing and L's calling really late. Like
yeah, honestly, L tanked so long before calling that I kind of don't blame David here. It seemed like if L had a 9, he would have called faster, but perhaps that's part of the gamesmanship with doing the long tank. And nice bluff, Harry.
People knew you were full of shit.
Damn, with the needles. He already lost the pot, man.
Two callers.
Nice hand. Maximize. Where you go? Maximize everything there.
Wow.
Well done.
What?
You were calling me anyways.
I was calling you 100%. I was 100% calling.
What?
Should have just fucking called.
What?
Well done, buddy.
Maximum value.
Yeah, I think actually in hindsight that like long tank by L is kind of cool to try to induce an overcall like that. I think.
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose,
if he calls
but,
pretty, yeah, I mean, perhaps not, but I mean, if he calls faster, then pocket eights might be out of there more often.
What if then David popped it?
Yeah,
he has too much showdown.
Would have been somewhat cool. I don't know how credible it would have been given the way he played his hand. He kind of went for like a small bet on the turn, just check river, but. I like the idea though. I think it could potentially be good.
Your shadow just like that.
One of those spots like after you see the hands, you're just like, oh, why didn't I do this other line?
Daryl continuing to play aggressively pre-flop. 6 deuce has been in a lot of hands today, I will just say. Fish Bruce has a nice spot here with Ace King. Does already have a chip for the stand-up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he just shoves. I don't mind it. Especially, I mean, Ace King off can be awkward to play post flop, and say he makes it 2K or whatever, and Daryl flats. That can be awkward. So, especially if he's, yeah, I mean, I think Ace King off is fine to just do this with.
非常好，你以后再也不会喝瑞布，这对身体好。真的吗？嗯。
这个没有糖是吧？
没糖没糖。
不要沾。
又好喝。
哇，这 big
你可以自己点吗？我点会不会送来的？
哦。Uber Eats 送过来。
因为我要能量饮料。
So Elkhouly is a surgery, and he's one of the biggest surgeries in his life. So shout out to him. It's not that bad. He just, stating it for social media. And he says his doctor is actually a fan of him from StarCraft Brood War. Elkhouly's just very recognizable, just the way he is and the way he dresses and the way he acts. So sick.
Yeah, Elkhouly, I mean, if you watch the Ggpoker final table streams, as I like to do sometimes, you'll see that in the, on the emojis or whatever you would like to call them on there, Elkhouly's just all over a lot of them. Players love to use the Elkhouly emojis on GG.
3, 4, 4. 6, 5, 7, 4. 3 players.
What'd you start with?
15.
Yeah, but 250 is level. 224.
I did show, right?
Yes.
Okay. So finally I remember. Okay, I got to have the button. Wow.
Okay,
By the way, today there's a lot of people on the wait list, including Matt Salzberg. Shout out to George over there. Shout out to the whole Commerce staff is working hard. You know, they do a lot for us. And I don't know if you guys know, but Commerce's compliance is very strict, which is why there really isn't any trouble here. It gets annoying, but you know, when the trade-off is things don't go wrong, then where are you gonna play? But yeah, there was a lot of people on the wait list, and it's tough. Wednesday is like actually the most in-demand day. I think the premise is kind of like Wednesday is the new Friday because you do your work Mondays and Tuesdays and then half day Wednesday and then go play. Whereas like back in the day, you know, you work 5 days a week and cut out on Friday.
That's what I said, you know.
Depends on your workload schedule.
I know you play.
And also every Sunday we play like 10 window, 8 window, all the tournaments. So we play a lot of tournaments.
Sunday, like a Sunday game, you open like a...
The idea is the Wednesday game is for people who have made it to the point in life where they only have to work 2 days a week.
It's a super young 20 table. Not
I can't wait. Hopefully I get there.
Wow. Not only 4.
The brain is going
on the path.
Yeah, but it's
I got a lot going on. I'm not gonna lie, but you know,
Wow.
life is you know, it's interesting, different stages and ages and what you want. Like
It's still amazing. Like
if you asked me 10 years ago, and especially 20 years ago,
how many
would I be structuring my life / career like the way it is? I'd be like, hell no.
Every night.
0%.
What was your life and structure looking like back then?
Well, I was a professional gamer, so professional StarCraft.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious to learn more about this because I know that you were, but I didn't know. You know, I don't know exactly what that looked like or.
Yeah, it was in its infancy, and I talk with, you know, this generation all the time, all the passing generations as it evolves, and it's, you know, a lot of stuff not unlike poker. Because professional poker thrives when people have more expendable income. And it actually has,
Good point.
you know, you obviously have to be good, you have to be better in the competition, but it's less about how good you are versus the economics of the situation. Like, you know, we'll talk about this hand first. Tian's raising to 300.
Looks like a Barbie.
Yeah.
Snow 3-bets on the button. Presumably he doesn't have a stand-up chip.
Pretty sure he does not.
It's my type.
Dude, Dr. H with Queens goes for 3,600 with 2,650 behind.
Show on.
Hey, he's gonna take it.
That'll do it.
And he already has a chip. So somebody like SKT1 Faker in League of Legends, mid laner, making like 3 million a year off sponsorships, has a lot to do with, you know, eyeballs on him and a company willing to pay. Because his skill set is a skill set. Just like in poker, your skill set is your skill set. But if you don't have access to games or the money's not flowing in a certain ecosystem, it doesn't, you know, your win rate has less to do with your skill and more to do with, you know, the expendable income that's available. So there's a lot of economics behind all industries that is kind of overlooked, and people just focus on their individual skill versus how much money is freely available to be won in poker's case, or subsidized in other industries.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even that many games that you can really make a living out of. I mean, at least for more than a handful of people, I would say.
Are you talking about esports or not?
Yeah, just in general, like any kind of game, really, or chess, or whatever.
Oh, chess. Well, there's a lot of topics, and nowadays a lot of us, have multiple streams of income, and we got a 3-bet from Daryl and a call from Tan.
And both of them brick. Again, another spot where likely the first aggressor will win, and Daryl is the pre-flop 3-better has initiative, but yeah, I mean, definitely a marginal spot for him as to whether to see bet or not. You can, I think either player fine. They're also very deep. They're 20K deep here.
Yeah.
Right.
I played main event.
And Tan checks it back.
You?
Yeah.
So yeah, both still just ace high. Daryl with the best hand.
He said Cuban cigar is not legal.
I think still as Daryl, it's not like a spot where you want to block for value. It's more of a, do you want to ever pull or rep bluffs? I think as ace king here, mostly just checking the turn after checking flop.
I don't smoke.
He is going to go for a bet.
I don't know.
I think
Yeah, he does go for block. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, especially it depends on your read on your opponent too. Like if you think,
You have enough?
like I just feel like it's somewhat. I mean, somewhat transparent on this board that you just have something like this or marginal pair or whatever. But if you don't think Tan's going to exploit that, then fine.
Yeah, and that's the thing, again, going back to global poker, like, ooh, yeah, betting ace king high for value. On global poker, and I talked about this with some of the regs who I actually think play better than me or are just more in tuned because they actually exclusively play for a living.
You guys want a two-way trap? You guys trap and go to
Based on certain player tendencies or even like the regulars and pro tendencies.
No, it should be.
You could do exploitative stuff, and even if you're wrong,
blind raise.
based on the field's tendencies, you're just like, okay, you're gonna be wrong here and there, but in the end, it's probably the right adjustment for the field.
Yeah.
Four.
1, 2, 3. 3 only.
And that's specifically a case here.
My bad.
Of course, you can do that.
Whereas on Full Tilt and Poker Stars, that line could get raised. But, nowadays in certain fields, you're not really afraid of getting raised there.
Yeah, I mean, a huge part of poker in general is just like knowing your opponent and like what adjustments and exploits you can make and get away with against certain player types and what's gonna make sense. Yeah, like against some players, I mean, again, that line's, I think, fine in moderation, and like you can balance it with stronger stuff sometimes too.
Sure.
And
I believe aces are like a check on that board too. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, you're definitely getting frequency flop checks with overpairs there. Yeah, absolutely. Especially that deep. I mean, yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to be just like pure betting every overpair even, but also just to protect your checking range. So yeah, I don't think that was a bad line at all. But certainly better if you just think your opponent's not going to find bluff raises on the turn, though.
For sure.
If flop could come 6 high, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, especially if it's 6-3, 5-3, 7.
Anything is 6 high.
6 high?
6 high.
Okay.
Got a 4-bet pot, ace queen versus 7-5, and wow, what a flop.
I mean, there's something for you and something for me. I'll do what the pros do. I'll downside.
Damn, David's keeping up.
What a professional bet.
Wow.
David might be on tilt if he gets stacked on this one.
That wasn't even that much of a downsize.
No,
it was like a third.
It was like 800 to 2200. It was like a pretty sizable 4-bet.
Deuce, that's all in my range.
Yeah, Daryl's just going for it.
Oh, he has an ace. Oh, shit.
You never know.
Oh my God.
Just calls the flop.
Oh, I like the deuce. First
Table going wild for the deuce.
I'm going to see if you have any.
Yeah, this is not looking good for David here. He's going to need a fortunate river.
He's going to need a river.
Would think Daryl probably just puts the money in right here, but...
No, it seems like he's waiting for the clean run out.
Oh, my.
Oh, well, counterfeited. There it is.
No clean run out.
David's in. Well, yeah, I mean, Daryl's saving his stack in this instance. Sure.
It's about 5.
No, more than 5.
And now Daryl is a bluff catcher.
7.
He could beat out,
750.
you know, Brick Diamonds.
Does this play?
7-1.
Or dry bluff.
Yeah. I would imagine Daryl folds here.
I don't like the deuce.
You should be afraid of the deuce.
Yeah, I mean, I think both plays are okay on the turn, but I just thought, like, in this instance, to me, at least, oh, Daryl called. Wow.
I never win with this shit.
I have an ace.
How on earth did you get a good hand?
I don't know.
Wow, it's spicy call down.
Yeah, inducing the bluff the whole way.
Wow.
Easy game.
Yeah, so I guess my read on the situation was just I thought David, given the pre-flop 4-bet and flop and turn bets, just has an ace like so often that you just kind of want to get the money in against that. But yeah, I mean, if Daryl, which he obviously did, thinks David has all these bluffs as well, which yeah, I mean, we saw the 6 deuce earlier. It's could be.
When I first started playing, it's a true story. When I first started,
certainly if we think our opponent has enough bluffs, playing the call down line makes a lot of sense.
Oh wow! And I fucking tried my best to play that style. I read every book. I am not kidding. I had a whole library, every book. I read it like 3, 4, 5 times.
But you're not happy, right?
And I wasn't happy at all.
I know.
Because I can't play that fucking patient, disciplined game. I cannot.
That's what people ask me. They're like, why do these like rich guys like?
But why you want to destroy people's life?
It's not to destroy. This doesn't destroy anybody.
David telling the table he has a whole library of poker books and essentially threw them out because the patient stuff's not for him.
Yeah, I mean,
love to see it.
He's a successful person in real life. He's here to match cards.
Believe me,
Yeah, I mean,
I've helped give away many millions in charity.
So destroying people's life by giving them too much cash.
Yeah, I mean, playing like a tight, aggressive, disciplined poker style is certainly not for every person.
Definitely not.
Yeah, 800.
Should I give you the button? I should give him the button.
You can last longer.
I've been beaten into submission into doing stuff like that.
Now, if it's really like 6 high, you're in trouble.
It's actually not a fun way to live. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Lot of action. Lot of action.
Wild flop. What does Snow do here with top pair and the nut flush shot?
I would call.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I would call too, but oh, there it is.
What does Snow do with the nut flush?
All right. I just bet 2 just to see what he's got. See what he's got.
I've noticed David is a very kind of observant player too. Like a lot of looks at his opponents and all. So this could be some fun ones with them 2 sitting together here. This spot.
You don't like it, the drink?
Ooh.
I love it.
Yeah.
And this is almost personal for Brian, Hastings, and I, which is the super successful, intelligent veteran in life, and the young up-and-comer.
Goes for call. Board pairs.
Wow. See, that's the thing. David just checks there because he sensed something's wrong. And I've fallen for this so much in my earlier years. I just
resist the urge.
Table talk's incredible.
Yeah.
David says resist the urge.
4,500.
Snow goes
And
pretty small. Yeah, that's just gonna get snap called.
Snap call.
I would imagine.
Flop the stupid nuts.
And he knows he's dead too.
Comes, full house comes. I really did. I flopped the fucking nuts.
Shows the table the nuts, continues to tank.
And this is
the flop
what
nuts, excuse me.
young up-and-comers, and I don't know what you did when you were younger, but I overlooked. These super successful, intelligent people are super successful for a reason.
Good hand.
And very intelligent. And he just check calls.
Yep.
Because they know something's wrong.
And he didn't even want to check call. He was like, kind of
like, I lose
ultimately
everything.
landed on call, but he was like, I clearly didn't feel good about it. Like, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw some quote. I forget where I saw this recently, but like someone said something along the lines of like, observing every player at the poker table is good because even the ones who aren't like overall good at poker like have some aspects of the game that they probably are good at.
Absolutely.
And I think that's so true.
I literally tell the millennials and Gen Z people who say so-and-so's a fish, so-and-so's a fish.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't think it's useful to look at it in like a binary way like that. I think
And I tell them like, especially when they get upset at supposedly an inferior opponent taking an action that doesn't favor the results. I'm like, you have to count that against you if you didn't consider that as one of the outcomes. And you just have to, like, if somebody calls you and it's right, and even if it was way not a theory call, it's like you might have been soul read.
Right.
They've been your age before.
Yeah, you can learn a lot by like trying to reverse engineer like what their thought process was.
Right.
And thinking, oh yeah, okay, I might not think they should call their hand, but why did they? And like, maybe does that make my bluff bad in this instance because I didn't figure that out about them? Like, yeah.
Verbatim what I tell them, and you have to actually a lot of times more often than not give people credit.
Sorry, Doc.
Because they potentially thought something about you that you didn't think they were capable of.
Yeah, or also, maybe you gave away a piece of information that you didn't realize you gave away. Like maybe your timing was weird, or your hands shook, or something. But yeah, I think there's a lot to that all, and just really, not just like making these generalized labels of people, and just really think because people are complex, and not every recreational player is playing the same.
Oh no,
by any stretch. And like you could see like David splashing around and having fun, but like his instincts on the river there were like pretty on. Like he didn't fold, but like he had a huge hand. I mean, it's hard spot to find a fold. But he definitely was concerned.
6 time.
Harry gets it in late here.
I'll take a couple pens.
6 time.
Spades are no good.
The ace.
Wow. He's a man.
Nice. Kind of hard.
Deuce.
Thank you, sir. I will come out.
Rough for Harry these last couple weeks.
Yeah.
13, 17, 18,000.
I almost called.
Well, Jeff, I wish you did.
A7.
Oh, yeah.
A7.
How are you going to call with A7 after I call?
I publicly said that I actually like playing against mid-stakes pros more than some of the tough high-stakes recreational players. It's really tough to play against them.
That is a very good point. Yeah, and like certain types of players, like even if they're doing a lot of stuff that's like spewy or whatever, they're still making your life really tough and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So
and the swings are just like massive.
How do you beat on the flop with your ace king? Believe it or not.
Give me a quarter.
So yeah, I mean, piggybacking on one of the talks we were talking about before is like, I relate more to being a gamer than a professional poker player. So
Can I straddle?
while I've been net up in my life in the highest stakes on the room and the site,
I call.
I look back at hand histories and I'm just
I
like,
did not put you on a strong hand.
can I even prove I'm a favorite? Because like I've been bashed in the face, and I've definitely been down on certain sites on the 1020 NL.
On the stand-up?
Yeah.
So I came to, and I don't really identify as being a professional poker player. So I just reflected on myself. I'm like, why not just step down like a level or two and just like be absolutely sure that I'm just like winning, if not dominating these games.
Yeah, you already got a button.
No, I think that's smart. Certainly something I do, and especially in times if like I've had a bad run, which kind of recently has happened to me. Had like the World Series of my life, and just even a few months around it as well. But like kind of taking that approach. I mean, poker variance is insane. Like I watched a few videos and just like not sure if you're familiar with primedope.com.
I am not.
But it's basically a site that's a variance calculator, so you can put in like your projected win rate, number of hands or number of tournaments, and then just like get like it'll simulate 20 different variance runs for like what that can look like, and it's really enlightening. Yeah, so and it was therapeutic for me after like a World Series where like it seemed like everything went wrong.
Right.
So yeah, just like I played maybe like 50 bullets this summer or something, and it's really nothing when you put that in the calculator and watch how that goes all over the place. I mean,
and after this hand, I'll talk about
let's watch this hand. This is a lot of hands for people here.
2 people flop a king.
Yeah, and the third player is Harry, who's stuck heaps and just kind of blasting.
And he's live, you know? He's got the clean 5 outs.
He is live, yeah. He has more equity than David here, as you see, even though David has a backdoor flush draw as well.
Oh, there he is, right behind you.
Is Harry just all in here?
Yeah, hold on. How much is that? 1,400. Okay, take that in.
Or, sorry, I can't tell what's going on there. Maybe he was just getting money or something. Okay, no, he called.
How much is that?
I think. Okay, yeah. Just a call. So 3 to the turn. Doesn't help anyone.
Harry still has the clean 5 outs.
Good news for L. David not in good shape.
Wow.
L goes for a check back on the turn. Pretty, I don't know, interesting. Like, yeah, I get we only have 1 pair, but given what our opponents have been up to, seems tight to me. Perhaps he's trying to induce a bluff from Harry with like 10-9 or something, which could make sense.
3,000.
I have learned to not presume what L does.
He's king.
Small sizing on the river as well.
Yeah, I mean, L claims I know his game really well. It's like not true. I just like happen to guess right. Because that's the thing too, is like if you happen to guess right, like the other guy feels like you're soul reading him. I'm like, no, I just kind of made my best guess.
It could be a good quiz game. Just like pull up some clips of L hits.
I mean, even those like upswing and run and once quizzes, I'm just like failing them sometimes. Because like, you know, the quizzes pick questions that are like a little obscure.
It can be, yeah. It depends.
They're trying to get you to subscribe. I know what you're doing.
I'm happy you played that cautiously.
Wait, I was wishing you could bluff.
Yeah, I could have had King Jack too.
Yeah, I guess I'll just plug here. Yeah, I am a coach for Run It Once. Particularly to put out a lot of mixed game content this year. Although,
Yes, I did.
yeah, I just made 3 training videos yesterday of an online no limit tournament actually, which I won on Sunday.
Sick brag.
I'll make it 2,000.
Winning Sunday tournaments are good. Better than any other day.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that'll make for a fun series. But yeah, lots of good stuff on Run It Once. I watch a lot of the other coaches' videos as well.
All in with the speech.
A lot of action here. Oh, queens and aces. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, I don't think David's
You got a
folding.
big hand, but I can't fold. I got a big hand too.
Well, you have a big
Oh yeah, he doesn't feel good about it again. Look at the instincts. He's like,
yeah, it's just like,
he's like, yeah, I feel like you're strong, but I have queens, so I call. Like, yeah.
Call you with
so what happened
He
about like?
hasn't even called yet. So sick.
Oh yeah, you might. Not this game. Yeah.
We're good, right?
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Okay, I guess he verbally called or something.
yeah.
But still, yeah, he's once again, didn't see the manner in which Dr. H slammed his chips in, but did not. Ooh, flush draw.
He's saying there's a
I have
chance.
a club.
You have a club?
I have a club. I have a club, Doc. You don't have a king, do you?
And it holds.
Nice, Sam. I know you got a real hand. You give
I guess I'm all in.
give that stupid speech.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
Sick fade for Dr. H. And speaking of variance graphs, I would love to see David's graph of the last like 10 hands.
How much?
So my global poker graph is like straight up, and then people comment like, you don't downswing? I'm like, actually, there are 3 6K downswings and 1 11K downswing. And as you and I know, it doesn't matter how good I am. I ran good. Like, it literally doesn't matter, because when you're dealt losers over and over, you physically cannot win. And Brian and I and everybody who's been playing for a very long time knows this. And that's why you should be sufficiently scared of this game. You should be scared of variance, and you should be scared that you might overrate your ability against the field.
Yeah, and just always being smart about bankroll is huge for any poker player as well, because yeah, like you might not realize if you go on one of these bad runs just quite how much you can lose. Like, I mean, some of these runs I'm talking about are just losing like hundreds of buy-ins at tournaments over a stretch. Like,
I don't know.
Or yeah, I'm sure you playing on global, like it probably equated to that too. Just like hundreds of tournament downswing.
That 11K downswing, I calculated it. If I was playing 10K buy-ins, I would have lost $450,000 for the amount of buy. If everything I played was a 10K buy-in. Which
45 buy-ins then downswing.
Yeah. No, that's not right. Oh, so sorry, 4,500,000.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was gonna say like what tournaments are you finding on global to play?
No.
that big on.
Yeah.
But,
I would have gone down on a 4,500,000 downswing.
Okay.
And that 11K downswing, if everything was a 10K.
Got it.
But I haven't.
Yeah. So the average buy on global then is maybe like 30 or something.
30 to 50. It depends.
Got it.
And online, on global, you get overlay instant tournament, which live you never get, or very rarely.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I guess the trade-off, like, well, for the most part, I would say live tournaments are softer and have higher ROIs, but online you get to play a bigger sample and quicker, which is nice.
Right, but the thing is, in that 11K downswing on global, presumably what was happening, no matter how I was playing, sure, it may not have been my A+ game, but it was definitely not below my A-, and I was just dealt losers. That's how you lose those, downswings and those downswings, which everybody who's followed me for 20 years, personally on my journey is like, I don't play less than my A- game, just even if I'm forced to sit there, that's not in my personality.
Yeah, same. I mean, I felt crazy again, live it's such a small sample, but like this World Series, I was getting up every day. I was like going to the gym. I was like eating right for the most part. I was like just getting my mind ready to play, preparing, like studying stuff. Like I would just show up and just, whatever, play a little bit, lose the first all-in I had, whatever the situation was.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of hard to just keep hitting that. But yeah, same. Like I feel like I'd never played below my like A- game at any point. It can be maddening to just go through those stretches.
Yep. So one thing is like for these, no matter how good you are or how good you've run, Phil Galfond has obviously had one of these insane runouts, incredibly talented, identifies with poker, especially PLO, has a business, played like the highest stakes online and live, but he probably doesn't have access to the highest games on the biggest games live. You had to have like wanted it and really just identify with the game of poker.
It's really hard
to like hit those echelons, because when you do stuff like I do, it's like
give me that much respect.
I will do okay, but I'm just not playing in big enough games to hit those echelons anymore.
I want a 6 on the flop.
Even in my prime, like online, I was tapped out at like 5,100, which is a huge game. But just like that was the maximum I was playing.
6. You got a 7.
Yeah, I understand, right? It's, there were bigger games at the time available, yeah. But it's still a huge game, yes.
And then live, I didn't go all the way up, but
Oh, no.
Bigger than online.
I was just trying to give you
poor Harry, that's pretty rough one. Got it in good. Jamming 2,800 pre-flop here.
I mean, variants, like Harry was telling me yesterday that
Damn, what a river.
this game's all still, like I said.
he ran really bad. And it just, that's why I lecture the millennials and the Gen Z. Like,
just wait.
they don't even have the opportunity to see the amount of hands that you and I have. So, I went bust after Black Friday playing live. And it was, and I stay as on air. I had family problems. But in the end, it's no excuse because, like, I've seen what downswings look like. And when you're playing that big and so few hands an hour, and in my head, I'm justifying, my edge is bigger. Yeah, that's nice. When you're dealt losers, it doesn't even matter how good you are. So
no stand up this hand, right? Because Katie?
Now I've just really designed everything and lecture people like millennials and Gen Z. It's like, stop caring so much about who's better than who. And just like, in this ecosystem, are you winning year after year? At what rate?
Is there stand up in this hand? See what you did.
And are you deluding yourself?
It'd be nice to give him action.
Oh yeah, agreed. It's very easy to like overestimate one's own win rate and also underestimate how even within that like how bad the downswings can be. So
it was funny because like Phil Lock, Prolod,
He shoved with Jack 7. I was trying to
myself,
with 10-6 offsuit.
and
Off the 7. He had Jack 7.
Wait,
we were with somebody else,
in the river of 6.
and we all had stories about how John Hennigan outplayed us in these like
No, he just left the next hand, maybe.
these spots that are just like
Next hand.
we would never get out. We would never even bother to try, but somehow against John Hennigan,
Okay.
we were all just like, I think I could get this guy to fold.
He's going to double up.
Yeah.
John Hennigan is a great poker player.
Yeah.
In my experience, not the guy you want to try to get to fold necessarily.
I think, like, at least in my case, I saw him lay down some stuff.
And he certainly can, but depends on the mood, I guess.
And I'll let, you know, those guys tell the stories. Like, I was on with Prolad when I told my story and he told his, but it's like...
But still, a little.
And then just after the pile of chips goes his way,
Good. Okay, good.
we all had one thought. Why? Why did I do that? Daryl with top pair, L with the flush. And David not having it. And Daryl spikes a 9 for the full house.
Yeah, that's a big card there.
Almost halfway.
See how Daryl plays it.
Bet 1,400.
It's kind of a medium-sized bet.
I would almost bet smaller.
You're not play tomorrow, right?
Admittedly, I didn't really. I saw the turn check through, but I didn't really see pre-flop flop action. So
So you saw the bet B?
Yeah, I saw that. I only see a few hands because I saw it because you were there.
Yeah.
You know?
So bet B.
Oh, just kidding.
The guy have
Good size.
a flush draw.
well,
The other
against the
one
flush,
have
it's a good size, certainly.
Yeah.
But like, you know, after turn goes check, check, check. Again, I don't know who the flop better was, so not sure quite how likely L is to have a flush there.
Well, seems like L was the PFR.
I mean, that said, like, you know, it kind of there's not so much you're even targeting to get paid off by. So if nobody has a flush, then what are they paying off with? Like, hoping for just some like pocket pair, I guess, like 6 through 8s, which isn't much.
But at the end, I was down only like 3.
Yeah, we're topic hopping, but
Not bad.
Not bad.
Phil Galfond versus Vinny Vidi. Were you, when Phil Galfond says he thinks he's still a favorite when he's minus $1 million, did you think you would recover like $500,000, $250,000 if EV ran out, or?
I mean, again, you know, if we were just talking about variance, like I feel like pretty much anything could have happened. There were 2 really strong heads-up PLO players. And yeah, so when Phil was down $1 million and decided to keep playing, I mean, I think he could have lost another. Well, I don't know what his stop loss would have been. Maybe he would have just called it after like another few $100K, but like certainly could have lost more. You know, could have came back. I mean, I believe that I'm sure he made adjustments throughout the match that helped him, you know, tilt the odds more in his favor. But yeah, certainly had to also run quite well to get all the way back and win. I mean, but yeah, I mean. As far as like expectation, like yeah, I would doubt it would be like huge in either direction, like from that point.
All right. So still, run good.
Run good is the key. Yes.
Run it once.
Yeah, I know Phil's does this like coaching program now. It sounds pretty neat. It takes kind of a small group, maybe like 8 or 10 people, and does like a more like year-round like kind of like call every week, and you know some meetups here and there, regular dialogue. Sounds pretty cool. And I like that Galfond YouTube series a lot as well. Like all the I thought episode 2 with like the whole story of the Run It Once poker site was really fascinating.
I need to watch that. I don't have much time, so I have to be very selective.
Understood.
Wouldn't play that way with the camera.
But do send me those links when we're done.
950?
Don't need the variance calculator. Even if I'm wrong, I play very, you know, closer to the vest.
Yeah.
I paid for it.
You don't want people to see
You keep saying 950. What the fuck? 950?
You don't want to look too bad.
Snow raises to 300 with 8-4 suited. Dr. H 3-bets to 950 on the button and is getting some crap for the sizing, just the 950. Perhaps a lucky number.
Why is it me all the time? Jeez.
And Snow is making a loose defense here. Assume he's in search of a chip.
168.
Dr. H c-bets and wins.
Include a tip or no? Dr. H?
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Can you still have some?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, Harry ordered one, but I will pay. That's fine. No.
Yeah. I have. Thank you.
28.
So it looks like a relatively new stand-up round here. I see Daryl has a chip there, but I don't see too many others out.
And 6 call, 7, 8, 9 are folded.
Who won the last hand?
Me.
Huh?
No show, no show. Oh!
Good job, Doc. Good job.
Raise.
Good job.
I can't even now I cannot even remember. Now you
Yeah, you won the pot at least.
Yeah, you won the pot.
Kitty with kings makes a big squeeze, and nobody else has much to defend with.
Good right. Now I remember. Now I focus. Okay. Jeez.
Are they saying Dr. H forgot to show his hand to get the stand-up chip? It's pretty funny if so.
Yeah, move there. That's good.
It's okay, you can leave me some.
I strata and C5.
I can share some too.
C5 strata, C6 call, 7 fold.
Bruce, there you go.
C8 raise, 350. C9 call.
And straddled pot here, Dr. H raising to 350.
No.
You?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
The lines fall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
I didn't see
so
it.
win.
1, 3 of fold.
Daryl's in.
You can't win with 9s, 4s, 3s.
Unfortunately, yes. How much is it?
350.
Why is 75?
Couple of suited aces here.
That was Andy.
Put the 50.
25.
Oh, right. My bad.
350, Doc?
Yeah.
All
1
right.
fold, 6 call. 3 pairs.
See you flop.
Not much of anything for anyone on this flop. David has the best hand already and now improves to 2 pair.
How did they know?
Going to feel more confident about it.
I know.
How do they know?
Hey,
How do they know?
David. I know.
Shows the deuce, of course, as one does.
I just it's your fault. Okay.
You didn't win the
Wait, no,
pot.
I want half a button. I show 1 card.
Let me know.
Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't win. He didn't win again.
I want just half a button.
He also forgets to show his whole hand, so he doesn't get a stand-up button either.
Oh, you straddle.
Straddle on 6.
Hey, David.
So 2 hands in a row, both players forgot to show their hand to get the button.
You show that shit.
You win half the pot, okay? Next time you win half the pot, you get a button.
Not 350, 300.
How did they know that deuce comes?
Granted, when I've played stand up in the past, it's been with the traditional actually standing variant, so it'd be very hard to forget about that. But yeah, forgetting to show your hand and stand up is really something.
For raise 14. 5, 6 fold.
Fish Bruce getting active here with the squeeze. He's been pretty quiet overall. Good spot, I would say, especially with his image. And he does not forget to show. Huge edges to be had in this game, just remembering to show your cards when you win the pot.
That's too easy for Bruce, man. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce has a pretty snug image, I mean, at least from what I've perceived, so he just mucked ace-6 suited under the gun, a few hands, or I think it was under the gun.
It's like my high school
Some
teacher.
position, anyway.
It's like, can't give this guy an easy life. Got to like make him
Flop
struggle.
comes king, queen, 4, then river 4.
But yeah, I folded ace-6 suited, pre-flop to a single raise a few hands ago. I think it was not under the gun, actually. I think it was like small blind.
A9 fold. 1 fold. 3 raise 300. 4 fold.
L comes in for a raise with a mystery hand.
Oh, I can call with this shit then.
David, also a mystery hand, and yes, that is a mysterious one indeed.
That was your chance to raise and steal the button.
Okay, it's friendly.
And Snow and the straddle comes along as well. So yeah, David wasn't even closing the action there. Whoa, that is a flop.
Katie, what is your favorite place to pay?
So David flops 2 pairs, Snow flops the second nut flush, and L flops top pair. L does make a wise in this instance check back.
How long are you gonna stay in Miami playing the tournament?
4 days.
David quickly bets 1K.
I just go home.
Curious to see how Snow plays this. I think both call and raise are viable options. I think in this game I like just raising. There's a lot of like kind of more passive actions being taken, so
Then I go back to Taiwan.
yeah, I think building the pot now is good.
September 7th. So I was
He does. I like this.
What's going on in Vegas? Any tournaments and stuff?
Tournament, yeah. Actually, next week they have a win. They have a lot of 800 1K tournament, but have a 500K guarantee.
Snow makes it 3,200. I like it. Good size.
WSOP.com, they have a.
David is in quickly, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action killer potential rivers, so I think this was good. That is not an action killer, so this is going to be an interesting decision for David against the bet.
Good. This is why it's no point to travel because the next week.
Yeah, I mean, Snow's range here,
So, but
if he fires river, should be largely flushes and flush blockers that are bluffing.
Right.
Yeah.
Nice.
We've seen David be kind of apprehensive a few times facing big river bets. I mean, he paid.
Everything's good.
Yeah, that was against Snow the other hand when Snow turned the nut flush and David had the 9 high straight. So same dynamic here, sort of. Not the same action, but same 2 players, and David's also going to be facing a big river bet here. Goes for, was it 66, the little rainbow bet?
I can go to casino 10 minutes in Vegas.
That's another cooler.
Yeah, David doesn't like it.
Flop the nuts last.
I mean, he very much does have a bluff catcher. Like, there's no shot Snow is doing this with a worse hand for value than 10-4. Still not an easy fold to make. I mean, do you think Snow can have some bluffs?
I don't think he's going for bluffs here. And I actually think that with his expression now, David has a chance of folding.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying more like in theory, Snow can have some bluffs here. I don't know if Snow himself is going to choose this spot to bluff David.
I agree.
That is a good point.
Coolers that I've been in. Shit.
And the look away, I think you and I
Hard to fold that.
might think that it's like, oh, nothing's wrong. Trying to potentially change the course of action.
Definitely not the
Can be a thing sometimes, yeah.
tournament player. I can play like 5, you know.
And there's the peg.
Yeah, So far, yeah.
Gotta pay too good a hand.
David does seem to, he needs to follow through on these thoughts. I think he's, he senses danger, but he's certainly so far hasn't been willing to act about it. So I'd love to see him make a big fold at some point. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's had a few of these kind of facing a big river bet spots where he has a good hand, but that's a bluff catcher, and he's kind of, I gotta pay you off with this. Like, we'd love to see him just make one of these folds. Trust those instincts.
How many tournaments you played during the series?
Yeah, you keep getting.
I play almost every day.
Snow.
On my 110.
He's gonna be vlogging about this.
I done 110 tournament, 50K for cash game. But so far this month, I make 70K cash game.
That's good.
So good.
Yeah, I saw you at the series.
Yeah. This is really bad. Like running with. I never run. It's my first year. I didn't do well the summer.
Oh wow.
First year. Yeah, first year. Seriously. I never done
3 rays
every summer. I think my son's still my friend.
Your son is 1 year old?
Huh?
1 year old?
No, 5 months.
5 months.
6 plus.
I subscribe to your husband's channel. Yeah, it's funny. It's very funny. Oh, well, I subscribed it. Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah, he's cute.
Yeah. Right.
He's not my husband yet. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
But I'm still off the market. But,
yeah, you're still available.
No.
Oh, not available? Oh, okay.
When you say he's not your husband yet,
yeah,
it's a pretty clear sign.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I came from where Michael.
Does he watch this shit?
Where I'm growing up, if the woman have kid with me, I consider that she's my wife.
Yeah.
Right? But
yes, in my heart, he's my husband already, but in paper, still not my husband yet.
Ah, okay. You gotta make that clear.
He need to make it specially propose.
Oh, okay.
Can I just say, oh, you want to marry me because of a kid? It's bullshit. I don't want to do that shit.
Maybe he just want the kid.
Oh, it's good. It's good for me too. I'm okay with this shit.
You okay with giving him your kid? Wow.
That right there.
No. Oh, you just want a kid?
Just because I had your baby doesn't mean shit, buddy.
I don't want to marry someone just because. I don't want to marry someone just because we have a baby.
I'm just joking. He's
I want to marry someone because.
I follow even before you guys dated because one time I watched the
used to be like, hey,
if he wins, you got to do. That's the one I started to press the button.
I like it.
He's a good
just
kid.
don't get married. That's the American way.
Yeah.
What way?
To have babies and still single.
Yep.
Because I think if you want a woman marry you, you need to show appreciation. Not just because, oh, we have a baby, they just go marry. It's a bullshit.
Yeah.
You want to beg a female, please marry me, like that. Okay?
Obviously, that guy didn't do that.
Yeah, this is why I'm still single. Hello?
Bruce, you still have a lot of chance.
I'm good. I'm really bad at begging people. I'm not a good bagger.
Never beg, Bruce. Never beg.
Yeah, I learned it the hard way. So never do that to a woman. Otherwise, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Never beg.
300.
I miss my son too much. I might go home tonight and come back today, tomorrow. Really, I miss my son.
Where's he?
Vegas.
Vegas, okay.
With Nanny.
Oh, okay.
My boyfriend in South America.
In South America?
ACR, they won a tournament there, so he got invited to play in South America.
Oh, he's a poker player as well?
Same me.
Oh, okay.
Same me. I will not say 4 times.
300, 1,000.
This is why it's so hard. Like, before I have no baby, I want to go Barcelona, I book right away, I fly next day. Now, every moment I need to book, cancel all the time, you know?
Yeah.
Life just changed too much.
Yeah, that's normal. Come on.
I know.
You are a woman, lady. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Doctor, how many kids do you have?
One.
Four.
That he knows her? That he knows her?
David, you got to be responsible for what you say, all right? You are a lawyer.
Everything you say is like under the oath.
Yeah, that's why I said, I kind of like...
It's like, unless I'm in court, otherwise, like, whatever I say is like 90% fake.
C1, C3, 4, 5, or 6, 8,
But
200.
whatever you say about your cards, that can be, anyway, don't worry. Okay, I don't want to put that under your hose,
7, raise 725.
David continuing the variance ride here, opening the king 6 in the cutoff.
Oh, what happened to the other button?
Just no 3-bets the button, so yeah, it looks like
Harry didn't
you guys looking for some stand-up chips.
Then give us another button.
Daryl, yeah, Jack 10 suited. Daryl's definitely shown a willingness to fight for pots. Interesting dynamic too, since him and Snow know each other.
Yeah. This is the rough thing about No Limits. Like, obviously they're playing a show, they want to, hang out, but...
I got your hand.
See? What are you doing?
Yeah, man, what am I
Dude, they know. What are you doing?
But this is the stuff that, David's not, especially they just took his PFR, his pre-flop raise.
Yeah,
but
right.
This is the stuff that just like why it's rough on people to have friends play the same game.
Agreed, yeah, like if you're David in that spot and you just see these two friends like 3-bet and 4-bet you, you're like, oh.
Yeah,
well.
I mean, in this
this environment, it's like fine, like,
yeah,
it's on the stream, like, yeah.
Clearly they're, playing because they're friends and whatever, but if something like this happens off stream, and 25-50 with a 50 big winning is a big game. But if it's even a bigger game,
What the hell? I'll get one of those. I'll get one of those.
that's the stuff where it's like, yeah, no close friends at the table.
Yeah, it can get awkward for sure.
And not to say there isn't cheating in like limit games, but No Limit's the most vulnerable game, and then PLO is the second most vulnerable.
Oh yeah, it's certainly a lot more effective. Yeah, right. Just so many spots like that where you can just squeeze an opponent out easily. So.
6, 7, 4.
Yeah, and obviously, yeah, not saying anything in this instance. Like obviously, these two have been going hard all around the table against everyone equally. Right. Like, and it's also on a stream, so that's definitely protection since everybody can see everybody's cards. But,
yeah, and I wasn't seeing whether stand-up is on. Obviously, that has a big effect.
Yeah, it's still on. I see the white chips out there.
No, I mean, like, if Daryl didn't have a chip, then it's, far more okay. But just, in a normal kind of game, if you see something like that in an off-stream game, it's like... doesn't feel good. Yeah, even though most of the time, nothing's
agreed. Yeah, I mean, certainly not saying anything in this instance. Like Daryl has been going hard against everybody all day, like 3-betting and 4-betting pretty wide against a lot of different players.
This was more an example of.
But yeah, just saying like that type of situation in a different game where like two of the players are friendly with each other can be concerning.
Tough to swallow.
Yeah.
We're just telling you guys what to look out for.
How many people played the Hard Rock tournament last year?
First prize is like...
That's pretty good.
People get 4,000.
If everyone's chewing gum.
Yeah, man, hop in.
Tan.
Ooh.
Oh, we got it through.
Wow.
Oh, did Tan call or did it fold?
No, it got it
Tan
through.
folded, yeah.
Wow.
So you played against a lot of like famous people like Phil Hellmuth. Do you have any Phil Hellmuth stories?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few. So I'll never forget my first home youth pull-up. That I was the receiving end of. I mean, that was definitely a bucket list item for my poker career. But yeah, it was in the 1500 10-game mix tournament at WSOP in 2015, which I actually ended up winning. But there were maybe 20 or 25 players left. Yes, didn't leave able to brag. Yeah, and I just played some hand against Phil where we were blind versus blind in PLO, and he was pretty short. Like he probably had, I don't know, 10 to 15 big blinds or something, and I just like potted and got it in against his big blind with like pretty much the worst hand you could have in PLO. It was like King 10 Deuce Deuce Rainbow or something, and I just
and he had no repair.
Yeah, he had no repair. And I just like more or less needed to hit a deuce to win the hand.
Tens or kings.
And I hit a deuce, and he just like lost it, like went berserk.
I mean, you can't blame him, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty frustrating one for him. But yeah, I'll never forget that. But I've gotten to know Phil personally a bit too. Always been a good time. Even here at Commerce in May, he came for the circuit event and hung out and played like a little 8-game tournament with him and some of his friends, and then got to meet his son Philip III, who was super cool. So yeah, definitely had my share of experiences playing with Phil throughout the years too, and always a good time. I've really gotten to know and like Phil. Like, you know, he's certainly his own person, and he can be polarizing in ways, but like I think he has a really good heart, and also, you know, for the obvious like, you know, narcissistic insecurity stuff, it's like he's very needleable, and he will take that in stride, and I respect that.
He identifies with poker, and to be fair to him, he's grown poker so much, and I've just grown for a really high appreciation. And he reads the comments, and he will remember you, because he called me out like year 20 or year 18. He's like, didn't you write some negative comments about me? And it was just like a random like post on Core and whatever. And I'm like, yeah. And since I've been on broadcast, I've corrected that and said I was wrong, even before I had more of a personal relationship with him. Because Phil Hellmuth grows the game in the proper way.
Did you just remind Doc?
Because whether you like him or you don't like him, he's bringing the right people into poker. And he created a way to define accomplishments in poker, which he defined as the number of bracelets. And there's a lot of really good players, and there's a lot more bracelet events now. So people can say, oh, we got a lot of them in an easier area, which is true. But now there's more events. So you want to chase?
Yeah, there's plenty of leeway to try to catch up now. There's all the online bracelet events now. Yeah, there's just, you know, lots of opportunities. So I think there certainly are some people out there who are going down that path. I mean,
yourself.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I try. I'm not bracelet hunting it quite as hard as some others, but yeah, I was in there quite a bit this summer. Yeah.
What a call by David here.
Yeah, this is an interesting hand. Let's take a pause on that.
And they're still not chopping, too. David just, like, not believing Dr. H there.
Yeah, I know this was 3-bet pre-flop to 800. So, yeah, King 10 is good right now. Has some... Okay, yeah.
King 10 still good.
King 10 is the best hand. Dr. H, it seemed like the way he checked the turn was kind of like a giving up already check.
You pay me off.
Because... that was the thinnest of value.
David. I mean, I think David thinks he was bluffing, and I mean, you know, I think the bet's totally fine. Like, it's certainly going to get some small pairs out of there, I would imagine. But but yeah, it's kind of funny though.
So yeah, but there's a lot more bracelet events now than there was back then. So, you know.
Yeah, definitely agree with what you said. With like, really smart of Phil to like make it his brand, the whole bracelet thing, because like, yeah, that's like become like a, you know, such a thing with him. And yeah, like, you know, traditionally, like, yeah, bracelets have always like mattered to people, but like, yeah, he really like took it to his own level, I would say, with that. And yeah, just made it, and you know, is the hats with like how many bracelets he has and all that, like,
and pick the right brand. You know, World Series of Poker.
And yeah, he showed me what was in our Brain Fuel when we played together this summer, and it looked better than I expected, honestly. I like was kind of tempted to try it. Just had a lot of caffeine, so it was a pass, but looked intriguing.
So yeah, you know, I did acknowledge I was wrong, you know, when I was younger, probably Brian Hastings as well. Overvalue technical skill, the technical skill of poker.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, it's obviously very important, and believe me, you want all the technical skill that you can get. But after you get to a certain level, it's diminishing returns, and other aspects of the game become
Yeah, I mean,
more
it's
important.
kind of a continuation of what we were talking about earlier, with just how you can learn something from each type of player, like including the recreationals and everyone. Just and yeah, like Phil, right? He like a lot of a certain segment of pros anyway. Just like underrate him, I think. Just because yeah, he's technically not very sound, and like he admits that. But
that's
there's
the
a lot
thing
of
is like he can if he wants to. He just has like. Now that you and I are more experienced, I'm an exploitative player, but I'm not the exploitative, the style that somebody who started professional poker in 2020 is, because I've gone through the old gauntlet, and
yeah, drink.
I'll take the global poker graph as an example. Like, it's straight up because of my past experiences, and adjusting to the new school times.
Yeah, right. Like about certain player types and kind of how to, how to take good notes, how to just develop really specific reads on people. And yeah, I mean, it brings me back. Like I remember you used to kind of like make light of like Phil had a book, I believe, the Play Poker Like a Pros, where he like labeled people into like the jackal, the elephant, like whatever.
Eagle.
But like there's like something to that. Like it's I mean like it's better to be more specific, but
it's a book. Like to learn by monologue is impossible in poker.
Yeah, but like the whole idea though of like the importance of that, of just like really being able to like develop good reads on your opponents and kind of just place them into different styles, but also again more detail is better. But yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that he does really well that I think people, especially new school players, underrate.
A lot of training sites are really good. Obviously, you Run It Once, Upswing Poker, Crush Live Poker. I keep track of what the latest stuff is, and I frequently undervalue what my experience has brought me, because I'm like, oh, this stuff is so good, and it is. But when other people, new players, are studying this stuff, they're absorbing like at most 80%. Whereas like to me, this is trivial knowledge that I'm trying to beat out. Do you think Snow should call here to beat any ace?
Yeah, so the action here was Snow bet the turn, Dr. H just called in a three-way pot, and then it went check, bet like 1.5 times pot. Very interesting. I mean, this is certainly based like what would Dr. H bluff with in this manner? Very good question. There's not any like real draws on the turn. Like gut shots would be hard pressed to continue in a three-way pot.
Yeah. And if he's gonna get another,
obviously I'm cheating because I can see his cards, but like it's kind of hard to figure out what bluffs Dr. H would have that play this way exactly.
He like get another
called
ace
flop, called flop, called turn. Like you think he would take like ace 3 or something and just try to like bomb off or face? I mean,
maybe, I don't know.
Yes, I don't know. Like, do we see Dr. H doing that? I don't know.
I got a skill.
Oh, he folded. Yeah, he folded.
Yeah,
good fold. Good fold.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
looks like he's trying to get a button.
I think. I think it seems like a good fold to me. Like although they were just saying like he doesn't have a stand-up button, so makes it more possible that maybe he just double floated with like a gutter or something and went for it.
When you saw my hand?
But yeah, with no obvious draws on the board besides the gutters, it seems tough to find the bluffs for him, I think.
Oh wow.
Would have to be something pretty creative.
Get it back. I'll get it back. Okay.
So yeah, nice fold by Snow there.
He's zigging when he should be zigging.
L still by far the biggest stack at the table. And David with a strong hold on the VPIP champions list. Well done, David.
Winners are winners in life.
L up 51,000. That is a massive win in this game. Tan, the biggest loser, still at the table anyway. I think Harry takes the cake for that one. But yeah.
But yeah, back to Helmuth. Like, I haven't typed out. I typed out like a small amount, maybe 3 at most, of like negative comments about him, and he just like read them. And I'm not the biggest name in poker, and you know what I mean. And he just remembered. So, you know, and he called me out. And since then, I've more than made up for it. But again, I'm going to do a complete 180 and be like, Phil Hellmuth, hats off. You are one of the most important people, arguably the most important person for poker. Because you bring the right people into the game.
That's true. I mean, you could make the argument with Daniel as well, but
the thing of why I give Hellmuth an edge over Daniel is because Phil Hellmuth actively and holds the title for bracelets. So like in the game of talk or perform, Daniel and Phil both talk, and Helmuth.
True, and Daniel had a huge drought until this year. He finally won one, but
which could be no fault of his own.
No,
but that's
of course.
variance.
Yeah, of course. You know? Yeah, it doesn't mean he's not competing at a high level every year. But, but that's I mean, anecdotally, like I have some friends who are like more like casual players, and they love like the Daniel vlog. Like they'll just they'll look forward to that every World Series.
Not diminishing anyone else, and again, I say one of the most important people, but for me, I've always thought Daniel was a really good icon for poker, and Phil Hellmuth wasn't. And as I become older and an operator plus competitor, I completely retract that.
I'll check dark.
And definitely put him in one of the most important top 3, minimum top 5, but top 3 and even arguably number 1.
Yeah, totally fair.
Yeah, Duolingo.
Yeah, I mean, before there was like YouTube and social media and like viral clips in that fashion, like the Hellmuth outbursts on like WSOP broadcasts were like pretty viral, like for the time anyway.
Why?
Also, there's a fake Chris Moneymaker on LinkedIn that reached out to me, and I texted the real Chris Moneymaker and asked them who it was, and because he was like the one on LinkedIn was too aggressively trying to get me to do something. And Chris Moneymaker and I are friendly, and I do think that if you know each other, like if something comes up good for me, Brian Hastings is going to tell me, and vice versa.
Yeah.
But when it starts getting really aggressive, it's like, what's going on? And it was, a crypto scam.
Of course.
Yeah, so, that Chris Moneymaker on LinkedIn is not real. I have texted with the real Chris Moneymaker and affirmed that, and told him to tell other people that there is a fake out there.
No, you are the other way around.
Thank you for that. By the way, while we're like relatively on topic, any idea how like every once in a while on WhatsApp, I'll just get these like chats that I just get thrown into that have like crypto investments or whatever, and like sometimes I can't even like delete them. There's not a delete button. So any idea how to like not get them?
No, I block them, and then somehow they're on my Skype, and I don't know how to get rid of them because I can't even see them. I can't even see the chat, but they keep alerting me.
You cannot play.
So
yeah,
things are getting advanced.
Log on to WhatsApp to like talk to people and be like, oh yeah, there's this new chat with 500 new messages, and there's no delete button somehow. It's like insane.
Well, you could swipe it and then just like block and report.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Only sometimes. Sometimes you can't.
You see?
Yeah. But anyway, whatever. I'll figure it out.
Anyway, to the audience, this is a really rough industry, and it's getting rougher and rougher. When Brian and I were coming up, we could just like honestly just half-ass stuff and win. Now you have to try, and even if you do at elite win rates, the cost of living is getting tougher, the game's getting tougher. So while it's not impossible that this is a way out or this is a good living, it just becomes increasingly tougher.
Do they still have that?
And I
or something?
do think you age out. Not necessarily in ability, but in ambition.
Okay.
So like, some people who have not adapted to the solver errors and what's to come, they're not doing as well, if not just not doing well, period.
Hold on, just want to spotlight this. Pretty cool check raise by 10 here. Going big on the turn. I believe that, the initial bet was like 400 into 1,000, and Tan's just like over pot check raising it. Pretty cool.
Yeah, gets it through.
You gotta show for the stupid button.
And he gets the bounty too.
Yeah.
While you were gone earlier, there were two consecutive hands where players won the pot and forgot to show their hands to get the bounty chips. First it was Dr. H, and then it was I think David.
Yeah.
I was gonna open.
David showed one card and then still didn't get the chip.
Oh, it's not.
So
No, it's not.
No stand-up.
It's not.
Oh, are they off now?
Good bet.
Maybe they're not even playing stand-up anymore.
Either way, the bluff candidates.
I thought I have a button.
You want to have coordinated.
Did I forget like
With ace and the queen, and the king jack is the highest.
Yeah, definitely a good hand to use some frequency there by 10. Like
I would fold. I would definitely fold.
Yeah, to your points about just the state of poker, like yeah, certainly the tide gets higher every year, so to speak. Tougher. I mean, the tools, solvers, and all are good and improving. And yeah, I mean, just the player pool, I'd say, gets tougher as well. So yeah, it's challenging. I mean, for me, I love it personally. Like I love just trying to stay ahead of the curve and trying to challenge myself. But yeah, I mean, those words of caution are warranted for sure.
I want that.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, that's why, hey, David, that's why I said I'm strongly against today because of you.
So you have to win 3 in a row?
No. You can keep winning.
As many as possible.
Unless the last person, they don't have a button, then you see, if you have a 5 button, it's double.
Yeah, okay,
wait,
stand up.
I don't want to play on the bumper. I want to play everyone win 100.
You want to play that? Then you only win 100.
Okay,
I don't care.
That's fine.
Every single time I don't win the pot.
Okay.
So we give her back the 100, and we play.
No, you can't. You can't.
Sounds negotiating some new type of game format.
What do you want?
I want to play my 100 bucks.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
It's okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. At least you see what
We just pay everyone 100
first.
I need 100 for diaper.
I have no idea.
That's fine.
Just I want to if we win, the loser need to pay everyone 100. Yeah.
2 whopping 100, sir.
Pretty nice starting hand for David here. Snow is in with a call, as is Dr. H. Good chance somebody has a flush draw on the flop here.
Now we can see flop. Even if they raise, we can call. See? This guy.
This is why I never bubble. Put 150 back in the pot.
Oh, going for trying to blast everyone out of there.
Doing L things.
Yeah, just when you forget.
We know it's bullshit.
2 customers so far.
I already lost him 2 big pots. So.
Yeah, Daryl's out with Queen Jack-O. And David, pretty good flop for his hand.
Yeah.
L, yeah, makes sense to keep going. I mean, I don't think he squeezed pre-flop thinking these guys are all folding right away, so. Yeah, quick call from David. It's like about 3K there.
Yep.
Yeah. So should be roughly 12-5 going to the turn. Will L continue the bluff? David only has about pot left, or less, I think, actually.
Check.
All in.
Keep going.
Expected that.
No insta-call. Good. No
Call, baby.
Yeah, not going to get a slow call either.
I have a chance. Could be bluffing with the best hand.
That's such a funny thing to say while he's thinking.
7.
David says I could be bluffing with the best hand as I have as 5 stuff going all in here.
8,075.
Great table talk.
8,075.
I mean, I guess he's pretty confident he would have gotten called already by a better hand, so not kind of no harm there.
And Al lays it down. We have royalty in the chat. A friend of ours.
I'm Jack High.
You know the Keller brothers, right?
Good pot for a pair of pies, right?
Brian?
I have a 5-2.
Yes, I do.
We have Sean Keller in the chat. And he says, hi, Brian.
Yes, I just said hi to him as well in the chat, but I'll say hi to him on air too. What's up, Sean? How you been?
Shout out to Oats Overnight by Brian Tate, Thomas Keller, and a whole slew of guys. Congratulations on the funding. Thank you for the free samples.
Because we both are on lockdown.
How are they?
It's really good. I mean, it's not the right lifestyle for me, if that makes sense. But for like a normal human being, it's like because I'm always on the run, and just like right when I get up, I gotta move.
A lot of shitty hand.
Yeah.
That's my
You can't bring it with you to wherever your first destination is?
This is my first destination, so
You can't bring it here?
I said, David.
it's rough because I have to
Any hand that he could not
wash the
That's very hard
cup,
for him to find
the plastic cup that they give.
Yeah, so you really get up and you're just straight here? First
Yeah,
thing?
pretty much, because I have to handle some stuff really quickly and then come here.
Okay.
It really is.
I don't have much room for error because I'm usually late up handling stuff.
You want call?
So, I don't get as much sleep as I'd like to.
I understand.
I just have to like boom, boom, boom,
Well,
get here.
This past week, my wife and daughter have been out on a family visiting trip out of town, so I've kind of been able to take more control of my day, and I've been getting out for morning walks every morning before it hits like 85. So it's been nice to just be like have the incentive to want to get out right away and do that. So morning walk first things, maybe some gym, and then get to work. That's my plan recently.
So Sean Keller, I agree. It's really good. The issue is doing it overnight. I don't necessarily know when I'm going to go to sleep, and then in the morning, I
feel like a ride at
don't always have time to just like down it and wash the cup. Because the way commerce clocks in is you can't be late, so it comes down to minutes. So I just can't risk it. So I'm just talking about.
Can you clock in and then wash the cup here?
No, actually, I'm not allowed to leave the section. There is like a refrigerator place, but then I risk leaving it here, and then there's a lot of things, and it's just me in particular.
Fair enough.
I won them in those for sure.
Yeah.
I would have been all in on both.
On Sunday.
With whatever he's playing, he got two pairs. That's so powerful. He's in the sky.
L gonna induce a bluff here if Daryl goes for it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, again, Daryl's like bottom of range. Definitely a spot we can consider going for it, depending on how we're reading L's hand.
Only food.
They come.
And some very important curse words.
See what size he went for here. I think it's 35. I mean, it's not a small bet, but I think it would have been cool here to see him just do like a, overbet, like has worked out for value well, or, has induced some big folds as well in this session. Yeah, I think if Daryl went like 6K here, it would be pretty cool. But 3,500 could be enough. We'll see.
It's interesting that L's tanking. He actually suspects that his hand's no good, which
never gonna be able to.
He has the tough decision because I don't, we see Daryl's cards, but I would have thought it'd be like closer to I probably lost, but I got it. My hand's just too high up there.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why
it's kind of like I'd say that region where like you don't think he has worse for value for this size.
I know
like he bet close to pot, so
you need to make it.
Yeah, we are only beating bluffs, and then we have to figure out what the bluffs are. So. That said, I mean, Daryl has been pretty active in this session, so
make sure I have a 10 to take
I think part of it is like if you decide to defend this hand, period, then
you need to beg.
He literally has no chance. I've never given her action.
Daryl's a minimum competency of bluffing, so you got the best cards you want in an ace.
Daryl is very smart.
True.
And there isn't even that many 5-card hands out there.
I never think it's a bit.
Yeah, and it's a board that like the pre-flop aggressor can be can be barely on.
Hey David, remember that hand? You told me what you had. And
again, if L folds, obviously we understand because
nobody believes you.
Any hand that's happy to bet.
I always tell the truth, and I get called like 90%.
Ace 9's not winning.
He got the nuts.
I do think just in general, like that logic of like, oh, if we have to defend, then if we defend this hand, we have to call 3 streets on an ace high board is like not generally stuff what I subscribe to. Like, we defend because we think we're going to realize in lots of other ways. Like we just don't think our opponent's going to triple that often, for example, or maybe he would, but on a certainly different board or whatever. I mean, So yeah, in this exact situation though, like yeah, I do think Daryl's probably barely enough that I would call, but I don't think it's that clear.
Genuinely, I play in much bigger games.
Yeah, I probably simplified, you know, what I was.
Yeah, I agree. We're like fairly high in our range getting to the river. I hear you.
My dad used to play very big.
But still 3 barrels, including like a pretty big river bet, like big enough that I just don't think he'd ever have a worse ace for value.
Going on the turn, he called Gus and said, "Oh, so chin." I said, "Dad, poker is not for you. Fucking quit the poker there. Seriously."
I mean, I've wanted that too much.
Sean says in the chat, Wayne, we also have the standalone one that doesn't need a blender bottle.
You already sold me. Come on, let me. Sean, you know how stressed I am. I have a lot of things going on. I'm shilling properly. I'm not even like shilling fake.
You know.
I really do love the oats overnight. They taste really good. It just the way that my schedule is constructed and the locations I have to be at. It's rough.
I love your style.
I studied all those stupid books.
David.
You know, don't call with unless.
Oh, and L folds and like I said, we understand.
Yeah,
he found it.
You can't have it. You enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I think that's a tough spot for L. I don't fault the fold.
You don't have to show.
You try to sit down. I gotta.
You don't have to show at all.
Nicely done by Daryl.
Yeah, well done.
Play the board.
That's how they do Washington style.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah, if you're ever running bad in poker and you're not getting enough good hands, I mean, you can always take the initiative and just win pots with 7 high like that. It's one way to get out of the bad run.
But Sean, like the more times I have the oats overnight, is actually when I know I'm gonna be home for like X hours. And I make it, eat it, and then wash it, or have it last at least a day.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, juice. I called it.
Shit. How the fuck am I gonna play my hand now? Damn, man. Such a tight ass.
Holding a deuce, breaking social norms at this table.
I have a button set, but I still like.
Guys, it's not mixed games.
Higher than 6.
I had a guy at my top 2 pair for David against the mystery hand.
Come on. I can bluff so fast.
10 with a quick call.
I can have a little
Yes.
shit.
Pretty clean turn. Double flush draw as well.
Let's see if you really have it.
David with a little bit of speech as he puts in the big bet and quick fold.
Sure. I had it.
Yeah.
Brian, the
I don't have time.
Keller brothers would like to send you a bunch of oats overnight. Do you accept?
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to try it. Yeah, I'm into that kind of stuff.
You used up all your time there?
Yeah, and then made a wrong decision.
I'm guessing you have their contact.
Yeah, I can get in touch with Sean. Yeah.
Okay.
We can talk it out.
No, I give him free.
Thank you, Sean.
No, I'll sell 10 cents.
Sean, sending me another pack.
And thank you, Thomas. What's up?
So Sean, part 2 of the Brian Weissman podcast is coming out tomorrow. If you guys are curious, we all old school, man. We survived multiple decades.
Yeah, so Brian Weissman was a StarCraft guy too, is that right?
No, so back in the day, we, like almost 3 decades ago, there were only so many popular games, and we all played all of them. So Street Fighter, Warcraft, StarCraft, Command & Conquer, Doom 2, Quake 1, Quake 2, Magic the Gathering.
600.
Got it. So you kind of just knew him from the general like gaming community that you'd see like, doing various things.
Because we were all pretty good at all the games, but there was always one where one of the guys was world class in, and Brian Weissman was world class in Magic the Gathering.
That's 500.
And as old school gets.
Yeah, that's cool. I never got into gaming so much. Like, I mean, I certainly played a lot of like video games growing up, but it wasn't like, I think I played like the sports ones. Like I was like somewhat, trying in like Madden and stuff to be competitive, but like, yeah, I never really got so much into those games. I think I've played Magic like a few times, and I remember having like Pokemon cards and playing with that a little bit, but yeah. just played different kind of games, but I was never like super hardcore into poker.
God, why I already have the button? Shit.
And David.
David.
If I don't have the button.
David bluffs. Yeah, I mean, Dr. H only happened to have 5 high, no drop, but still a bold bet by David to take it down with ace-5 clubs on that board.
Yeah. So Sean and Thomas Keller, I believe, both went to Stanford, which at that time there was match play / neutral ground / superstars that became Channel Fireball.
I get another button, right? Because we get like cumulative or whatever.
No. It's called progressive.
Next time. I'm not scared for it.
Thomas will send me a couple alpha comments. Sure. I'll take them all and I'll put them on camera. Shout out to Thomas Fletcher out here, our sound guy, making sure we sound so fresh, so clean.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you.
Only so you could take
and Thomas is usually sees me like slumped out there, like tired. But when, you know, Phil Locke and Brian Hastings are like, come on in, Wayne. I'm like, oh, who am I to say no to these guys?
Hey, if you need to go take a nap, I'm cool with that. I'll be okay.
No, it is an opportunity. I never regret it. I'm always happy to. It's just like I spend energy to get the promos out for these guys too. It's just like that's, you know, more important for me. And then obviously when this rips, it's like it's a pleasure for the audience. You know, you're running once, coach, 6 bracelets. Yeah, Tom's like, man, Wayne sounds great. I'm so good at my job.
What do you got behind, Bruce, roughly?
Thank you.
9?
Sean Keller, Thomas Keller, and Brian Tate. I will be visiting Arizona at some point.
Almost 10.
After
a lot of hands here.
Yeah, after these hands go down.
Yeah. So yeah, Fish Bruce, who's been pretty snug, 4 bets here. David, who has not been pretty snug, has ace queen offsuit and is okay. This time he finds the fold. Good job, David. Yeah, so far his MO in these spots today has been like feel bad about it, but then put the money in it anyway. So good fold this time. Pretty tough decision for L. Yeah, I mean, Fish Bruce, again, has not been very wide in general, and this is a cold 4-bet on the button. Pretty large, too. Very large. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is an easy spot.
Definitely not.
I think you could, you know, a fold would be reasonable. Pocket 10s is my wife Tanya's favorite hand, so I always advise, you know, seeing more cards with 10s, but I would get it.
Shout out to Tanya.
Sonia.
Sorry. FML. And L's going to take a flop.
Oh, that's why you take a flop with the 10s. Got diamond draw. Really ugly spot for Fish Bruce. I'm curious what he does here. I think if I was playing this spot as him, could small C bet or could just give up. I think both are okay.
Yep.
Not really sure what he's going to do. I'm kind of curious. Yeah.
I'm drinking, I'm fierce.
Not surprised. I mean, it's fine.
Every time
tough board.
drinking, sleepy.
Gotta get going soon, guys.
Jack probably not particularly welcome either, as pocket jacks is a real thing L can have.
Yep.
See if L goes for a small bet here.
No.
He does. Yeah, I think this is kind of nice. Gets protection against ace king, and should be able to get a lot of info, I would say, in this spot.
What's his name?
Just by how Fish Bruce reacts to this bet.
Carry down 30
Today?
Yeah.
What's the big one?
He buying 10K.
Oh,
I see.
2 big blinds.
I always dropped like 50K.
I see.
Would imagine he's probably just folding, but we'll see.
And I think this will be more.
So we play in like these Chinese private games. So again, our chemistry is sometimes off the rails.
Diamonds, river. I want to see it. Oh, yeah. What a laydown, Ted. What a laydown.
No, you want.
So Sean and Thomas Keller did go to Stanford to graduate at 20. And
impressive.
You went to Cornell, graduated in 4 or 7?
I graduated in 4.5, which is like my
That's
choice.
pretty good.
Like I had the option to either like do, my last year I had 36 credits left with 3 semesters, or like, with my last year to go. So I could have either done 2 18-credit semesters my senior year, or just spread it out over 3. So I just spread it out.
You'd have called away.
I did the 10-year program with the little, esports and poker sprinkled in and major change.
Yeah, no, aside from taking the 1 extra semester, I was pretty serious about academics. Like, it was always just like a goal of mine to get a degree with not much thought about what went beyond that. But yeah, no, I was able to manage it, and luckily it worked out poker-wise for me, because I was just kind of playing poker like part-time, but like still just doing really, really well in those years.
Oh, sick brag. I did not do really well GPA-wise.
Well, yeah, my first semester I did poorly GPA-wise, and then I realized I had to like allocate more time and energy to school, so I did that and changed majors also. And then I think cut back a little bit on how much poker I was playing, but yeah, again, I was just doing so well in the time I was playing, it was fine. And I'd still like come out and play the series during the summer and stuff too. So, or I guess that couldn't do that until I was 21, so I guess that was a little bit later. But starting, I guess after junior year would be the first time I was able to do that. I did come out when I was not 21 yet, but didn't play any poker. Well, live poker anyway.
Sure. King is good.
Ah, you got your best value. God damn. You see, I gave up on the turn. How could that be?
Have ace high, Doc.
Oh, thank you. I thought you made it.
Wow, Doc, no confidence in the. I mean, I realized the board run out was ugly, but.
Yeah. You know how it is. It's like, I gotta pay. Oh, I got it.
Your last hand?
Yeah, but like, the way the hand was playing out, I would guess he wins probably 80% of the time or something.
Sure.
And like he's just like, Yeah, David just kind of casually flicks out the 1K chip as soon as the river hits. Yeah.
I do, the millennials and Gen Zs I coach, I do point out who bothered to finish college, especially during the boom where it was really tempting to just be like, nah, I'm not going to need this anyway.
Yeah, it really cuts both ways in poker, though. I mean, you see people like Phil Gelfond who dropped out, but now is like, super immersed running businesses and waking up at 5 in the morning and stuff. So like,
it goes just the same way that like, Bill Gates and Zuckerberg dropped out of Harvard. It's like the absolute extreme stories, which is like, I identify this with this. This is going to be my life, not just poker, but my businesses are going to be related to poker. I think it takes that to kind of define and justify even possibly drop me out. Because if you're dropping out, it's like,
yeah, I'd say that was, like my mentality when I was in college was like both like, it was just always a goal of mine to get a degree. Like I have a very like academic oriented family, like a few professors and such. And then also I was just like, I'm not confident enough at this age that like I'll always want to do poker. So like, I feel like it gives me more options if I ever want to pivot.
Well, in my case, I'm Asian/Asian American, and I plan to wed Asian/Asian American, and I did it for my future in-laws because they're not going to be light on the comments.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, no, I mean, in terms of like my thought process about the whole thing now, it's just, I think it's like, it's not the same, like everybody's different. Like it's not just the one answer for every person. Like, for some people, like I think going to college traditionally is good. For other people, dropping out and just pursuing another path is good as well. So
I agree. It's more just an observation because the people who finish tend to have better discipline.
Nice play with you.
It's a stereotype.
Yeah, I mean, I think college definitely helped me with that quite a bit. I mean, also just the costs have gotten so out of control. Like it depends on obviously if like one situation with like financial aid and stuff, but like
it's definitely not about the aptitude because there are definitely dropouts that are effing geniuses.
Yeah,
it's about the discipline.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are other ways to like develop that, but it's easier at that age to be in like a more structured environment like that. I'd say. But yeah, the costs have gotten pretty crazy, so it just kind of depends on I'm curious like by the time like my daughter's like college age what that's gonna look like.
But yeah, in Galfond, Bill Gates,
enjoy dinner.
Mark Zuckerberg's case is they clearly were just like, I live and breathe this. My future is going to be this.
I mean,
I'm all in.
Yeah, or also like I think Galfan's case was kind of some of like he was just so wrapped up in poker at the time that like he just like didn't have the motivation to continue his studies really, which like I get that. It wasn't the case for me. Like I always was still remains like super interested in the stuff I was like going to class for, and I was never that person to like not go to class either. Like I would go and I'd play online poker till like 1 in the morning and then wake up at 8:30 and go to class. Like, but
damn, you're definitely the exception, not the norm.
Yeah, but again, I was studying stuff that I thought was interesting. So I was super young and just had so much to learn. Like, so.
I would have finals the next day.
Now I'm thinking
Not know squat about the subject. And still be playing until the AMs.
I mean, I had like a couple slip ups here and there, like some elective classes that I just like didn't take seriously enough. But like, although I mean, the famous Isildur session actually came about during finals week. Basically,
oh my god!
I think I had a final maybe like 2 or 3 days after that, and I was like spending the day studying. But then I still had full tilt open on my computer because of course. And how much studying can you really do in one day? It's hard to study for an entire day.
And Dr. H makes the nut straight. Tan still has a flush draw.
Yeah, Tan has some outs to wreck Dr. H here, but nope. See if Dr. H can get any value from anyone here. See what he goes for. Ooh, wow, it's a very greedy bet. Let's go over bets there.
How often do you think you should be checking versus betting? I guess when the ace makes a straight, you should probably just bet.
I think in this crowd, after it went check around turn pretty quickly, I would bet, but I would go much smaller though, like
200,
200, 300, something like that. Yeah.
We saw your ace. What the heck are you guys doing? God. Yeah. Oh my God.
Might be.
Especially like into four-way pots or into 3 players, like, they all have a shared defense in theory. Like, it's just, yeah, nobody's calling 1K without an ace there.
Do you still talk to Townsend and Cole South?
I haven't in quite a while. I'd say Brian a little bit more recently, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, I know Cole. He's pretty active on Twitter still. He pivoted to e-commerce and yeah, does that and seems to be happy and thriving.
Yeah. He's definitely not as angry as Will Jaffe.
As what?
He's not as angry as Will Jaffe.
Oh, what made you bring up Will Jaffe?
Well, because Will Jaffe fired some shots at Cole South.
Oh wait, I do. Oh, I remember that actually. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, I forgot, but now I remember.
Kitty, sorry.
Yeah, Townsend, as of the last I talked to him, which again was a couple years ago, was I think just still playing online, but just kind of more low key. I mean, still decent stakes like PLO, but like just more under the radar. Just, yeah.
Oh, I'm on broadcast, but if I wasn't, I'd be kind of be pretty on the radar too. I would not be telling people who I am, but we got a re-race here. Oh, we got Tan and L.
Tan
won't be pushed around. Tan's in the solver streets.
Solver bait, yes, as I like to say. Like it.
The thing is, like, I think I might have one duplicate name in all my online screen names. Because, I'm like, I don't want people to know who I am.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'm all over the place with it.
But then, if you want a brand or you're going to be on broadcast, like, you should have a consistent name.
Yeah, I do think about that. I also have it like imposters too, which like there's a guy on ACR who just has the screen name Brian Hastings, but it's like a German PLO player.
That's the thing is, like, if you're good, why would you put like a good player's name as your screen name?
Yeah, I mean, I guess again, it's like if you want like the recognition, like if you want to be able to like post on social media when you win a tournament with your real name on there or something.
It's so no. I mean, if somebody chooses your name as their screen name.
Yeah, I always thought that was strange. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
It's the people who hate me the most, or just like talk trash about me the most, are the people who have parody names of famous players.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's always, I don't know, like taking somebody, like another player's like name as a screen name is weird to me, but. Yeah, like I know, like I'm friends with Lucky Chewy, and like I think on the new like WSOP.com site, like someone took like Lucky Chewy as their screen name, but it's not him. I'm just like,
You want people to try against you, or?
Kitty, what city are the
I don't know.
tournaments in?
You could like level people. It's like if you think they're gonna play super advanced, and you play like caveman style, maybe that's like some meta. I mean, I don't know.
It's good. You'll like it.
Yeah, I would imagine they didn't think it through that hard. It was more just like they thought it was funny in the moment, so they just went with it. But not really sure.
No, it's like, Tom Dwan picks Durr, like he has a strategy behind picking his name.
Right.
Yeah.
Versus like, if you take a parody or you copy somebody else's name, it's like reverse strategy. It's like, bro, do you want to lose? Do you want people to like notice you?
Yeah. No, I just totally get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the choices are strange to me.
Are there good cash games going on?
Like there's this salty dude, and it's not even just targeting me because he's salty about everybody. On Global Poker, this guy named Petrangelo.
Because I focus on
Except like misspells it. He just yells at me. I blocked him, and then just like.
No, they play in Florida.
One of the salty things that he said to me, I posted on Twitter. I'm like, this is why Vanilla Bros are not like. And then Lin G actually is like, Wayne, take that down. This is so beneath you to do that. And I'm like, all right. Or like somebody else with a parody name. I think it was one of Phil Galfon's names, like some variant of OMG Clay Aiken.
Sure.
It's open.
He's like in the chat. He's like, "You think I care about your shark scope?" I'm like, "Apparently, that you bothered to look me up." It's like,
yeah, you always see those OMG parody accounts.
Yeah.
There's quite a few. Or definitely the best, or anything that references COVID in the screen name, though. It's like you know they made it in like 2020
right.
for one thing. Just like the rate of like terribleness amongst the player pool is high.
It's a flat bat, so you can sleep.
so there's
I think it's a Watson.
there's a kid. Call him a kid. He's like 27. Kazmas. He actually was watching me in my prime at StarCraft when he was a kid, like 6 years old. And then he didn't put 2 and 2 together until later that, I was running the other stream. And then he found out, he's like, what? And then just did detective work, due diligence, and just asked me a whole bunch of stuff. And just, yeah, it's just, you don't know who you affect.
And they also have a one.
That's cool. Yeah, I know for me in poker, I really like making like content and coaching and stuff because it's a very solitary game in general, and it's like cool to just be able to like help people, even if it's just in a simple way, like helping them get better at a game that they're interested in.
He got really insulted because he didn't bankroll manage very well, and I got really pissed at him. But I looked at his PLO game, and Daryl pulls way ahead with an ace. I looked at his PLO game like, there's no way you're winning. And he just like was like really insulted. And in 2 days, I kind of showed him like, overfull and versus underfull and stuff like that. And then, after a couple of days of weeks, he was like, okay, I wasn't a winning player. I'm like, I wasn't saying that to like insult you. Like, you don't even know the basics to PLO.
Yeah, right. I'm sure it can potentially come off harsh, but like obviously you like, if you're trying to get better, you want to hear the truth. You don't want someone to sugarcoat.
Oh no, he definitely got that, and
me take a picture.
Again, more so than my quote poker grid. Like poker you can get lucky. Esports, not so much.
Yeah,
a lot more meritocracy there. So.
Understood.
No one quote me because I
but it's the blessing and the curse of poker. It's like it can be bad runs are frustrating, but without the variance, the game wouldn't exist. Or,
right.
It might exist, but it wouldn't thrive the way it does.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be as widespread. It wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah.
The problem is the whole
wouldn't be as many people willing to play.
So.
Do you think Tamayo winning the World Series main was a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, for the game, John's a longtime friend of mine. I loved to see him win. I was on the rail. I, went to Peter Luger afterwards and had a great dinner. In terms of like for the game, he's a good dude. He's been around a long time. He's just kind of like a long time grinder, and I think he's a nice humble guy. I don't think he's gonna move the needle in terms of like the growth for the game, but
it's more just like his journey, his poker pro journey has been fairly provable and documented. And it will come more into spotlight. What a turn. Daryl just...
因为我等一下跟朋友吃饭，我现在吃，等下一定吃不下。
Yeah, like I think it's personally for me, it's cool to see someone who's just been around a long time and just kind of like hung around, like
waited for things to go his way.
Yeah, like.
I remember. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, he does a lot of like the daily fantasy sports stuff too. Like, and he's made that a focus, and like pretty much, yes, kind of since that became a thing. So, but he's maintained playing a lot of poker throughout this time too. I know he plays a bunch in like the card rooms in Texas. He lives in the Houston area.
Yeah, I know your wife and daughter. So
that's why I said.
And some online too, but yeah.
Fish Bruce has Showdown. He doesn't think it's any good, so it looks like he's going to try to bluff exactly what Daryl has.
Yeah, this is a really nice bet against Daryl's hand for sure. I would think with the way Fish Bruce has been pretty tight, I think this is going to work. Nice.
It's
wow.
Well done, Fish Bruce.
Ain't no fish. That was a pro move.
So, by the way, is Fish Bruce like? Did he give himself that nickname, or how did that come about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Red or black? Red or black?
Are we chop?
We can chop.
I think I would take his action in this game.
No.
We can make a
Tell
deal.
him.
We cannot make a deal.
Under the table. Under the table.
On the table.
Just saying, for yeah, it's an interesting like self-labeling fish. Like, I feel like that selects a little bit. Like, the actual like biggest fish probably wouldn't call themselves fish.
Oh,
well, sometimes they would, I guess, but.
In fact, if somebody calls himself a poker pro.
Yeah, right. Same. Like
you probably just to the left.
Yeah, same. Like if someone promotes themselves too hard as like a pro or whatever, then probably not the best either.
Did we just fire shots to some coaching sites? Don't worry, I could say it for you.
I mean, not even like I don't know. There's no one I'm thinking of when you say that.
No. General shots fired. So yeah, at Run It Once, like I've been cool with Zach Freeman for a while. Dylan Lindy. I'm not friends with Kevin Rabichow, but we talk and I watch his stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, same. I went through his whole course like over the course of the last year. Very good stuff in terms of learning how. Yeah, especially for someone who's strapped on time. Very very good on like learning how to study efficiently.
Yeah, I mean he's still in the realm of like, whoa, this is advanced, but I could still understand what's going on.
Yeah, he's a very good articulator. Has like a ton of experience doing like private coaching. Like I know he does like a coach for profit thing too. Yep. So yeah, he's just very very good at used to coaching people and like how to convey his ideas in like a way that's digestible, I would say.
Yep.
So
L's going to bet out here, and Snow looks like he would like to continue with 2 overcards.
Okay, good.
And L has the option of potentially betting for value or inducing a bluff. L's concern is that Snow turned to Jack.
Looks like just quick check, yeah.
Sorry. So obviously.
He blocks the open-ended straight draws.
Yeah, Ace King's just the kind of hand that's going the showdown there.
What's the available chop?
Yeah, in L spot. Yeah, I mean checking is reasonable. Could also
I'm ready to
bet small potentially.
Yeah. So you guys here have like a good papaya?
哎，不对，哦对。
Fresh papaya? Oh shit, sorry. Well, what other fruit you like? Kitty, what other fruit you like?
Pineapple.
Huh?
Yeah, I know for me, there's a lot of stuff I watch on Run It Once. I mean, recently, Alex Theologist is one that sticks out to me. His tournament videos are outstanding.
Mix fruit with pineapple. And then for me...
And Garrett Adelstein used to be a Run It Once coach.
Yes, great. I don't think I've ever seen his videos, but how long was he, like, did he make a lot of videos, or?
I actually don't know. I when I had like a random moment, I Googled and found his very last course, which was about live tells, and it was announced that this is the last poker course I would put out.
Okay, interesting. Would be kind of interesting to just go back and check that out.
Tell me.
I have to say, watching him play, There are so many exploitative no limit, especially deep stack no limit,
Oh, okay.
like tells and moves that I just like never even thought of.
Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't spent enough time watching like live cash streams to really, gather that. But I can imagine. I mean, I know he's obviously has had a huge amount of success playing them.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting. So L's gonna,
No. Cheers.
donk out.
Yeah.
Vancouver or no?
Yeah, with a very small lead here, under quarter pot.
We bought
It's kind of usually more of an idea on like a more coordinated board than this, like say 8-6-4 or something, rather than 8-4 deuce.
Three middling cards.
But I feel like now on that card he'll probably be tempted to keep betting, and Snow turns a gooder as well, so this could get interesting.
你有4个女儿？你有4个
L checks. I would think Snow's gonna bet now.
我看的那个是最
Very low in range plus turn to gutter.
最大哦。那最小的现在几岁？哎，如果我要搬
Could be an interesting exploit to just like really bomb it here, like 2,500 to 3K.
区是有好学校的。
Don't really. Oh, I think he is actually.
如果从房价
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel to me that like L is like trapping with anything huge. So like at best he has like a pair.
那个其实你可以考虑到
Yeah, I like this overbet here by Snow, and
地方 your blend
not really sure what L is going to do. Could see him folding right away.
我发给你，你可以考虑那个，也都是9分多的学区。他那房价呢，像
And L's like a stream player now, so he's like pretty well known. So people can find patterns and exploits maybe.
Yeah, it just seemed like kind of the.
哦，你还不是对，你可以给我200。
为什么？
因为我已经帮你付了。
Just seemed like kind of a spot like where just that line he took where the really small flop lead followed by check that turn. I'd be pretty surprised to see him find that with like a really big hand. So it felt nice to me as Snow to just kind of try to put a lot of pressure on.
Wait, he has to post? You didn't know he's not here?
He's not in, right?
He's not in. He's small. I'm big.
Yeah. Oh, he missed.
Lucky I don't have time bank.
that was part of the consideration when I bet.
Yeah, right.
L said, "You're lucky I don't have a time bank," and Snow said that's part of the consideration when I bet. I like it.
They are pro. Both of them.
A little gamesmanship.
Okay.
Dr. H has a pretty solid starting hand here. Yeah, Daryl's been very aggressive in these spots, and he goes for it again here with Queen Jack.
Initial reaction, that's more important. Okay.
It's like it's back to Dr. H, who I would think will call and see a flop here.
You don't have a
She already, what?
You don't have
She already paid out.
No, paid out.
She paid out. Yeah, new game.
It's a new round.
New round.
No,
not this one.
And yeah, so they're playing some variant of the stand-up.
Not this one.
There's no stand.
I know they had discussions about progressive. I'm not sure exactly how it's working, but yeah, some variant is in play.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so top pair for Dr. H. Daryl, not a great flop, does have a gutter, does not have a diamond. Still pretty good for his range, so would think a lot of c-betting here. Yeah, it goes for like 1/3. It's about what I would have expected. Although there are other strategies that can be played here. Some checks could be played. Some bigger bets could be played, although in monotone we usually don't want to size up too much. So yeah, does he want to barrel the turn here? I think probably mostly wants to save that to this hand with a diamond. And Dr. H is just gonna bet the river. I don't know if there's any real value here. I think maybe checking to induce / get the showdown cheaper might be better, but I mean, he's I guess trying to get paid off by something like queens through nines. Or even just like, you know, he could get value from like an ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited type hand too. So, yeah, I mean, it's reasonable certainly to bet here. Daryl raising is an interesting option. I mean, if we think Dr. H doesn't have a huge hand here, like sizing is more indicative of just like something like he has, we could potentially put a lot of pressure on. I mean, we can pretty creditably rep a full house here, or even just a king. That would be going thin. Daryl does not do it. But yeah, definitely a folder raise spot as Daryl. It's kind of tough with his cards to follow through. But would have been interesting.
Thought about it.
Huh?
Thought about it.
What do you talk about? I was ready for you like a race.
I don't want to hear that.
I was ready. I'm just telling you. Depends on how much you raise.
Oh, here we go. So you been good?
Yeah.
I got you, Kitty.
And Dr. H starting it off with a limp here.
What? What's wrong?
You don't limp much.
L is in as well on the button.
Good observation. Wow.
Yeah.
Table talk's so funny here.
Show after this. I'm curious.
Looks like L has the best hand with a pair of 8s.
Wow, good.
Tan with a pair of 5s, and the other two bricked.
Bet into aces.
Bet into aces. Bet into aces. No?
And L is just going to get it through. Yeah, fair enough to not continue as Tan with the 9-5. I feel like Tan's been playing pretty well today. I really like that big check raise with King Jack on an Ace Queen board earlier.
Did you play against real monies on full tilt?
Sounds familiar, but I don't. I think yes, but I don't have like a great memory of it or anything.
Do you know who it was?
Not offhand, but probably will when you tell me.
He's on Upswing.
Okay. Was it fees?
Yep.
Okay.
Single guess. Boom.
Yeah.
There's only a short list of
No,
people.
because I've definitely heard it before, but yeah, I don't think I played like much with him at all or anything. But yeah, I like remember that screen name and at some point like knowing it was him.
Yeah.
So you from a local?
We're from Seattle.
Daryl with the jack.
Yeah.
But Tan with the C-bet.
Any like a good poker room?
Tan is trying to steal.
Not at all.
So you guys play online?
I mean,
private.
Private game. Okay.
Good spot to sometimes bet the flop though. He's got the backdoor flush draw and
set of
clubs.
But set of clubs.
Does not want to follow through on the turn.
You have to play private because Washington State is 300 max. Bet.
Yeah, they're talking about the Washington poker, which I got introduced to. I believe the casinos are 15 tables max, and it's a 300 max, I think, for betting.
Raise 300, raise 900.
Yeah, I heard them just say 300. Yeah, 300 max. Yeah, I know Florida used to be kind of like that until 12 years ago or something when the laws got relaxed, and it's been quite the boom since. Yeah, that's interesting though. I know like online poker is like super illegal in Washington too. It's like the worst state for online poker.
Jealous about.
Well, I know people on the app games. won't mention who.
Yeah.
Always got good games going.
Yeah, no, we're not trying to out anybody. But
short list of survivors after a couple decades.
Seattle.
Washington.
Yeah, like I know, like Matt Affleck like used to live in Washington, but he's been here now for quite a long time, or Vegas, I mean.
Oh,
sorry,
not
here anymore, but
man.
Yeah, he was on the rail for the Tamaya win too. We hung out a little
sick,
bit.
Yeah. I only know him because of his infamous World Series video.
Oh yeah, we talked about that multiple times during the final table.
Oh really?
Yeah. No, he very much takes it in stride now. Obviously, it's like so long ago.
Still, it's like not one of the fun ones to have because
yeah,
all the up and comers are always going to make fun of you.
I think he just kind of was like learned to embrace it and just like roll with it.
I mean, I don't know if he identifies with poker now, but when that happened, he identified with poker. Double gut shot for Dr. H. Kitty with the best. Oh, not the best of it. Second pair, Tan with the best of it. Ooh, check back the flop.
That's funny. My friend Danny in the chat said he's sitting right next to Will Jaffe right now.
And he heard the comment, the Cole South versus Will Jaffe comment.
Okay, I'll ask him.
Boat versus boat.
Yep, Tan with the goods. Not a lot of spots for Kitty so far.
Five bets, 2,200. 8 balls.
Tan goes for about half pot. I think this is a good sizing, just kind of, you know, three-way, just kind of a tough board to for anybody to pay off light. So we don't have to size like so big in a three-way pot to force indifference from
good fold
bluff catchers. Kitty folds pretty fast.
Yeah.
Good laydown.
Already didn't like her hand on the turn, I'm presuming.
And table is pretty short-handed at the moment, although here's Snow back.
No, 半个。
哦，半。
好像另一半的 CDP。
3 raises, 200. 5 folds.
So I think, you know, 20 years ago, I would actually argue that Chris Moneymaker was the most important poker player.
Yeah.
And now, you know, longevity, you know, Phil Hellmuth and Negron are up there. I give Helmuth slight edge.
Hey, Chris Moneymaker is having a hell of a year. He just won another tournament today.
Yeah, well, congrats.
It was some tour I'm not familiar with, but
is
yeah,
it the Moneymaker tour?
It was not the Moneymaker tour. That was one of my only good runs in Vegas this summer, though. I got like a 40th in the Moneymaker main at MGM Grand. But yeah, no, it was some tour I've literally never heard of. But yeah, he won a Triton event earlier this year though too. So
oh,
wow.
sick.
Yeah, he's having like a hell of a year.
Yeah, well.
And he final tabled the Venom on ACR too.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. No, I just mean like.
Site Pro got the winning cards.
Yeah, just more like the site that you sponsor.
It's at 7:30, right?
I don't know. It's of course you have to play in them. It always feels weird.
Yeah, I mean.
With all the scandals that have gone on, I don't suspect any foul play from Chris Moneymaker on ACR.
Nah.
It just with all the scandals that go on, it's like, ugh, it might be some boundaries.
Yeah,
I
feel you. I mean, he was like streaming it and everything though. Like, I don't know.
Okay,
it would be pretty challenging for anything to be up.
Sure. Because
like I think he was even streaming with like at least a few tables left, if not even earlier than that.
I met with Doug Polk a month or two ago, and he was in LA. And the discussion comes up of when you're the game runner or you're running the stream, how often you should be playing on there. And, you know, different people have a range of opinions. Doug and I are allegedly theoretical winners in most of these lineups. He's a much bigger poker celebrity than I am, so it's more valid that he plays. But, you know, I potentially should be playing from time to time as exhibition because, you know, if you're commentating, you should just, you know, be able to show your chops. At least, like, show the audience approximately what range you are in ability. And then say so.
Yeah, I can see. Plus, there's just, like, you know, familiarity with the audience from doing commentary. Right. So, like, yeah. So, yeah, there's some merit to just getting in there as a player sometimes, too, and mixing that up. And, you know, having a player, like, you know, if someone tunes in and isn't a regular viewer, or I guess helps if they are a regular viewer, I guess, because they know you from commentary. But, you know, yeah, it's kind of neat to just see you in a different role once in a while. Like, you know, if you're watching some WPT thing and then, like, Mike Sexton was in the field or something, it was, like, cool.
That's, yeah. So, you know, starting out, I played on stream more to develop cred because, you know, not everybody knew that I had high stakes live and online background.
Remember.
Now, I'm not even associated with being a player, but it got to a point where some of the mid stakes pros were talking trash about me.
I see.
And it doesn't even matter. I was more curious than insulted. I'm just like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I should just go set up and try to do something. Then over quarantine, there were a lot of games, and I played No Limit PLO, and then I set out to do a global graph of a 100K challenge, and I'm like, they got animal trophies. I should try to get them all, So it's easier than getting bracelets because you can put the volume in.
That's right.
So I kind of set that to rest, and I was like, I don't need to be, and I don't think I could be the player that I used to be honest.
I'm glad you don't come visit. Oh, no. It's okay. I need my free time.
I totally need that.
I am not
2 months here?
as obsessed
I
with the game as in my prime. And even in my prime, I don't think I was in the top 10% of being obsessed with, being the best I could be.
Yeah, I mean,
I think what that means.
It's very tough to excel at poker if you're not obsessed to a pretty strong level. Yeah, I mean, for me now, the challenge is just I have a family, so I'm balancing that. But I'm still very obsessive with poker. I'm still, every day there's stuff I want to I want to review my last session and what do these 3 spots look like? Did I play this okay? Or what's this area that I could use some work on? I want to improve that. So yeah, it's just kind of a constant thirst to keep improving. Basically.
So 2 questions for you specifically. What do you recommend for this will be a 2-part of part 1. If somebody wants to be a poker pro in 2024, how would you recommend they proceed with this?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question. I mean, I think for one thing, you have to find a game format that's both beatable for a decent enough clip to make a living, and also that's going to captivate your interest so you don't burn out and lose motivation too quickly. So yeah, I mean, for me, over the years I've kind of hopped around different formats. I started out playing No Limit of various, at the beginning I played mostly cash games, but also some tournaments and sit and goes. Then I branched out to PLO and did really well with that. Then I branched out to mixed games, and I mean that was a big learning curve at first, but eventually did really well with that. And then yeah, kind of cycled back to No Limit. There was a long period where I neglected it, but I came back to it. And it's made it really interesting for me in the solver area to really dive back into it head first. But yeah, I think you really need to find where that passion is, because if that passion is not there, it's just not going to be sustainable.
That was a similar journey to me, except that in LA, Limit Hold'em has so many good options.
Sure.
Aside from after Black Friday, in retrospect, No Limit was the best. It's just there were more competent players. It's just the limit game's more consistent.
Not friendly.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Here specifically, I just know. I mean, even now, the limit. There's so many limit games.
So
all
much,
all kinds of stakes.
Yeah, and when it comes to the economics of the game, it's more sustainable. Whereas No Limit, we know the politics, the privatization, the competition. It's when you play a lot of the games, you have options.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, I never got super hard into Limit Hold'em. I know a lot of people kind of started out with Limit and branched out, but I was No Limit from the start. Yeah, that's right. I know Ike was that way. Ike started out as a Limit Hold'em player initially. Quite a few people.
Oh, Dr. H gets it through. Value Town against Snow. I'm just kidding. Free roll.
Got him off a chop.
Yeah.
Pay some respect to the men.
But yeah, and then the propping, they don't have No Limit props. They have limit props, so because the blinds are bigger relative to the stakes. This is No Limit. You just fold all day. They don't need you.
Yeah. So. No, I hear you. Yeah, there's so many factors to consider. It's hard. I mean, I think it's not a one-size-fits-all option. I could definitely understand the case for doing Limit, but I think for me, I wouldn't be able to maintain that level of interest and motivation in Limit Hold'em specifically so much. At least over a long period. I'd probably have a phase where I'd be into it for a while, and then once I plateaued, I'd be kind of struggling to keep the motivation.
So I don't frequent No Limit, I didn't frequent no limit that often, and whatever. I spread my time among all the games. And then when quarantine hit, it had to be no limit or PLO. And in the Chinese private games, it's always no limit. The Chinese games don't play PLO.
Okay. And it's very famous game. Yeah.
People weren't used to me playing no limit, so there was like a what the hell? Like, I don't want to play with this guy because it's not like I forgot, you know.
You always only play on limit.
But
Right, yeah. So you just hop back into no limit, and you're just like making all these aggressive moves that like people aren't ready for. Kind of.
Yeah, and thin value bets. They're just like this is, and the thin value bets come from a limit hold'em background, to be honest.
Right.
And just like there's like what the f is this? Like because they're used to like fit or fold, stack off with the nuts, or just like bluff. So, but it's like I did play online for like 11 years.
Did they let you keep playing?
No. Even though the rake was huge. So I'm gonna call out somebody. Nelson, just at the game, was just like calling me out and just like, what am I doing here, blah, blah, blah. And just like, it's like, come on, man, you're too good. And then, you know, the better of the two options happen, which is I would text and they don't respond. Because if you text and you go there and they, you know, do some stuff, it's the worst. So.
I see.
And I knew people in the game, like Chief Keef was in there. I was like, yeah, we're in the game. I'm like, well, I'm texting the host. He's not responding, so.
Wait, Chief Keef the rapper?
No. His nickname, the Keef Lau.
Okay.
We call him Chief Keef.
Reminded me of one time I went up to Vancouver to play Scoop, and it was rooming with Joe Ingram, and we were just listening to Chief Keef the whole trip. So.
Shout out to Joe Ingram, 1AK Chicago Joey.
Yeah. What's up, Joe?
Ooh.
Did you ever go on his podcast?
I think I did like a long time ago, if I remember correctly.
He's big time now.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
He's done quite the job of, you know, building it up in the content game. I know he's on GTO Wizard now too. He's got like training videos on there of some sort.
He's part of High Roll Poker. I've heard he's affiliated with like quite a few things now. So.
Yeah, I just met a guy in the WSOP main event, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Joe Ingram like helps promote my company." And it's like, okay. So.
Yeah, you know, we got to make moves. We're not getting any younger.
But yeah, no, I mean, Joe's definitely a good person to do that. He's got an audience, and he's savvy with that stuff for sure.
Sorry, guys, still got a residual cost.
Got two top pair hands here. Fish Bruce has the better kicker. Still, you know, if you're looking down at Ace Queen on this board, it's not like an exciting spot, but credit to Fish Bruce here. He's finding the value bet.
You got me, Bruce.
Dr. H is the like, oh, you got me beat, but I have to call with a, you know, top pair weak kicker speech. How many of these hands have we seen today around the table?
A lot,
like,
yeah.
just like, oh yeah, you know, I know you got it, but I have an ace. I got to call. Like,
sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong.
I don't know. It feels like the times when people have done this like routine, they've just had the best hand like 0% of the time.
Yeah.
But maybe it's bad luck.
So, like in non-poker environments, when people have a math question, or when people are still in the rise or the grind, they ask me the math questions. In the poker environments, I'm like, hey, Dan Zach, what's going on with the math here? Or like other people,
Yeah.
Chris Brewer, what's going on with the math here? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, actually that's funny, because when Tamayo made that like Queens fold with like 10 left in the main event,
I would ask you about that. Yeah.
I was playing a tournament at the time, and on break, I think I was playing the 25K horse, and Brewer was in the tournament. So I went over to Chris. I'm like, hey, Chris, what do you think about this hand?
What do you think?
He thought in the moment he thought it like seemed like close and reasonable.
Okay.
I simmed it after. It was not close. It was easy. Don't fold.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, it was the shove, or just don't fold. Everything but folding was like.
What was his reasoning? Did he ever say, or he just said no?
He said that basically, like, he has talks with like Dominici and team, and basically like was like kind of the coaching directive at the moment was just to play tight given the circumstances. 10-handed and the pending like final table bubble and all that, and he just kind of overcompensated associated that to being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fold queens here.
Actually, now it's just.
So yeah, it was not, but like yeah, it was like a misinterpretation of a heuristic, basically.
Got
I
it.
also lost one.
So he misinterpreted the direction.
Yes.
No, I also.
Yeah, like he took a directive to like, you know, just
For the
tighten up in this situation to like an extreme length, I would say.
here.
I don't know.
Bad beat for Kitty.
I like 200.
Yeah.
Like the bike. No, not come.
Not a big pot though.
Yeah. As we know, you don't need to sweat about the small ones.
Oh my god.
I'm 200, I think.
No.
That makes a lot more sense. And also, you know, we could talk about stuff. And it's just like, I send my hands to like, you know, Brewer, Brian, Kim, Dan, Zach, a bunch of people. And, you know, when I send the hands, obviously they're going to be outlier ones. I'm not going to send them like standard-ish hands.
Of course.
And 80% plus of the feedback I get is like,
It's not good for you.
what the F are you doing?
Oh, that's funny.
Brian Kim's the most understanding because, like, I guess he's probably pretty exploitative too. I mean, obviously we have game theory backgrounds, but it's like we're gonna skew to like one side or the other.
I feel obligated to bring up the Brian Kim bust hand now.
Oh, okay, do it. Let's do it.
What are your thoughts?
I don't need to watch. I can beat them.
No.
He lost the nut flush against the full house a couple hands before.
Oh, you know how to.
I sympathize, but I don't think that was the right time to like. Even if you do have the live reads, I think we're far enough in our poker careers that after you lose that hand, you potentially have to like pull down the moves because veterans are going to see that as a window that you might not be on your A game. Whether Brian Kim actually had the read or not, which I do believe he did, you have to adjust for the fact that your opponents are also watching you too.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't know if like Lena is like adjusting his play for that or not.
I don't think he was.
I don't know if he's necessarily thinking Brian Kim's gonna be playing worse because he lost like a big pot. Like, I mean, it's, you know, it's possible. We're humans. It's a huge spot. Yeah. So yeah, I saw the Brian Kim exit interview where he basically said he thought something with just like the way Lena was acting was like he was like considering folding his hand pre-flop, which like I get on some level, but I kind of thought like, you know, that having, you know, the kind of like hesitancy could have just been like, oh, do I, you know, 4-bet all in or not all in? You know, he could. I don't like, you know, like it seemed like Brian kind of thought he could rule out like the very top of range stuff. I mean, and you know, maybe he had more info than me.
I play on camera. I've played on camera like quite a bit now. The camera does not pick up everything, and I've done exploitative stuff more often right than wrong. But you know, he could be wrong. He could be right. Brian Kim's a highly exploitative player. I assume he actually has like not just a little bit better live read ability than me, especially since he's a no limit specialist. I presume it's like by quite a big margin.
Yeah, I will say that for sure. Like I assume given his background, he's just like super amazing at live read stuff. And
right.
Yeah.
So
way better than me.
In that sense, I 100% have to give him credit that he saw something that even potentially we don't know and we don't understand, because I do those things, and if I do those things and Brian's like, you know, way past me, gotta give him credit. I don't like that he pulled that right after he got, you know, nut flush versus boat.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Because even though Lena wouldn't factor that, other people might.
Sure, makes sense.
And this is being really picky, obviously.
Yeah, I just want to say also, like, I mean, regardless of the other factors of this hand, like, I just think it's, you know, it shows a lot about Brian that he was like willing to pull the trigger in that spot. Like, it's like such an insane, like, you know, this is what 5 or 6 left in the main event. Like, this is like a spot like you might never have. I mean, obviously, you know, Brian's playing a lot of big stuff. He's gonna have more big spots, but like, yeah, in that spot to just like go for it in that spot where like, you know, if like, you and also if it ends up not working out, you're gonna get so much crap for it too.
I don't think he cares. He's never been the type to care.
I mean, I don't. You know him a lot better than me, but I agree. I'm just saying it's like a just testament to the player and how confident he is to be not worried about that stuff.
Yeah. Even Kristen Bicknell, she knew. She would get massacred if this.
Yeah, she got Doug to come out and make a poker video.
Yeah, and it's got so many views. She doesn't care. She literally doesn't care. Brian doesn't care. Okay. They've been around a long time, and they've made mistakes they regret way more than those hands.
For sure.
It's only the dollar amounts.
The stage is just so big that there's certainly other hands that I'm sure they regret more than those. But it's just given the stage, it's hard not to think about those going forward.
I don't know Kristen Bicknell nearly as well as Brian, or even at all. We've conversed a little bit. I guarantee you. I don't want to say guarantee. 95% plus, 10 years from now, she's be like, yeah, I did it, and what? It's
I would imagine she's like that right now.
I'm just saying 10 years from now, because, time does its thing with some things. I've been in spots where 10 people in the room are against the way I played, and I still think I'm right. And I would say 7 out of 10 times in the future, I still agree with what I did. But there are 3 times I'm like, you know what? They're probably mostly right, and I should have done a different line. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, there's sometimes like that where I asked a few people for feedback on a hand, and they I might still agree that my play was okay, but I might still hear some information from them that I didn't consider in my decision, and that could be helpful, or could sway me, it could not, but still just always good to get more.
That's why I asked these guys. And Chris Brewer always comes up with lines. I'm like, well, damn, I would have never thought of that one.
Yeah, he does some sick stuff. He's really fun to watch.
That being said, I'm playing on Global Poker, aka the kiddie pool, so I'm like...
Yeah, some of the Chris Brewer bluff lines would not work so well in the Global Player pool, that's for sure.
It's okay. I mean,
but it's really, really, really fun to watch him play.
Yeah. One pose. Yeah. Everybody pose.
And shout out to Chris Brewer.
But I mean, I guess overall, my thought on the Brian hand was, I mean, again, he thought he had a read and just had more fold equity than he.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, obviously we Lena had one hand, maybe we don't know how many 4-bet folds Lena does have there. It was very interesting, Lena choosing that sizing instead of just all in with 10s too. I think Brian Kim might have thought he was more polar than that. Just the sizing seemed to more be a queens plus or bluff type sizing from Lena than one would think 10s would often just jam instead. Right. But so it was pretty cool play by him though. I mean, just cool to see 2 amazing players battle in that spot like that and make the biggest stage.
I mean, we know, the cutoff button, small blind, big blind spots are so huge. Playing those as well as you can and being as correct as possible, I wouldn't say makes or breaks your career, but it definitely has a significant impact.
Yeah, and the whole dynamic there too was that, what's his name, the Bulgarian guy was opening pretty wide on the button, or at least wide-ish, and Brian Kim was attacking that pretty relentlessly in the small blind. So that was inducing Lena, I guess, to I would say probably the optimal theory play would be to just jam all in with a hand like 10s that needs more protection. But perhaps he deviated thinking Brian was so wide with the 3-bets that this was better to go to do stuff.
Do you think if Lena was lower in range, ace jack off, ace 5 suited, sevens, do you think there's a fold there, or?
Yeah, with Lena fold those hands. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's using sevens, but I think he has some ace, ace weak suited type stuff that, or maybe that's gonna 4-bet fold that size.
I'm not saying.
I mean, or even offsuit maybe.
And also, it's a compliment that he wants to learn from you.
Yeah. No. I always.
Yeah, I think Lena's definitely gonna find some 4-bet folds there, but hard to say how much.
I didn't specifically look at the math, but I mean, he was pretty much getting close to 3 to 1, right?
Oh yeah, the other one really weird thing about that hand was he clicked it to a size that was actually 100K or 1 million below what was the minimum that should have been required, and nobody picked up on it.
Oh.
So, but it actually changes the math quite a bit. It's fine.
I'm improving.
Yeah, he like tried to go for the stone min click, but he like went under by a unit, whatever it was. 1 million, I think. Pretty interesting flop here.
That potentially changes history, actually.
Yeah, Dr. H with the nut flush draw, Fish Bruce with maybe enough to peel, and Snow with a gutter. Could be some action here.
550. Yeah, 560.
Doctor is not trying to learn. It's just because you're a girl. That's why he asked you.
No, I know his wife.
That was a lot of fun. Also, just like live sweating the main final table. I'd never done that before. He's on the Tamayo rail.
I was gonna go with Brian Kim. There weren't enough seats, so I didn't even make it in the first round because I think he was only allowed either 15 or 20 deep.
Yeah, I know. The whole time we always had to like get wristbands and.
Wow.
Yeah, it got easier as it got to fewer players remaining, but certainly at the beginning with 9, it was pretty limited.
I would have gone anyway, but I especially wanted to go if Kristen Bicknell and Brian Kim was, getting close there, because I knew Bicknell's rail would be like 10 trillion.
I'm saying like.
I had to stand by DK.
No, she meant no one can beat him in begging.
Yeah, no, that would have been really cool. I was rooting for her to make the FT. Like, yeah, I mean, it's been since like the 90s since a woman made the final table. So not in the modern era.
I mean, in the end, for the veterans, they're definitely heroes and villains. And I think the people who've gone through the gauntlet and stayed in the gauntlet are the heroes. And, didn't do anything shady.
So myself.
And she's definitely gone through the gauntlet.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure. L 3-bets and takes it down with ace-7 offsuit. Nice aggressive move to get some better hands out, or at least more playable hands out.
Okay. Thank you.
Made it to wine level. Oh, I mean, I don't think they're just starting, but it's multiple wine glasses in hand at the moment.
So I got a good chance to talk to Doug when he was in LA. And we always hear his content from like a monologue point of view. So I got, a cool chance to ask him some questions that I cared about. Just like, what made you so good in Heads Up in that era in your prime?
I just want a hand.
Him and
what did you win?
J-Mo and a bunch of his people did a bunch of work on the game that, before solvers. And he told me it ended up being pretty close, like a lot of key spots in solver solutions. And Heads Up No Limit was just designed the way he thinks, because that was the response. What people ask me is like, what made you so good at StarCraft or real-time strategy in general? It's like, I hate to be disappointing with the answer. It's like, the game's just designed the way I think.
Cheers.
And this is why I know, like, I'm not like an end boss for poker, and I'm, being very strict on myself. It's because in Magic the Gathering, I didn't have the talent to like look at a pool of cards and just like know how, what the best decks were going to be or turn out. It was like always some inspiration, or I would, in my own journey, I would get there or get to tier 2. But the people who absolutely have that kind of like talent in those games, within a few iterations, they get not only the top, they potentially define the metagame. And that's why I kind of had a hint in poker that, aside from the lack of obsession compared to the most obsessed people, it's like I probably could be there. And I'm being very strict on myself, obviously.
So here you go, Kitty. Pumping it up with the 7-6 suited. I like this play, especially, she's been pretty snug so far today. Sizing's a little small out of position, I would say.
I love having a 6 in your hand in these like bloated pots, because it ever comes like 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, no, that's a real thing. Like, I mean, we were just talking about the Brian Kim hand with the King 6. Yeah. I mean, that's the potential. But like, there's like, like King 6 suited is a hand that like, we'll call 3-bets in no limit cash, but like King 7 and King 8 won't. It's like, it's a real thing. Kitty
Outflops
Dr. H.
She
and has
gets
the
there.
initiative. Yeah, I think she's going to small bet and win here.
Ace high dry board. Oh, whoa.
Dr. H going to peel. Okay.
He's got a set of diamonds.
He's got backdoors.
Yeah.
5 of diamonds. Spicy card.
Ooh, jack of diamonds.
Interesting. This is a really interesting spot now because Kitty, has some showdown, but also has a hand that could potentially try to barrel some better stuff out. Yeah. 2 checks.
And Dr. H can peel with just a pocket pair.
Yep. Would love to see Dr. H bluff here. This is not.
Oh, 2 per. And
yeah, good river for Kitty.
The cooler card for Dr. H.
Probably just going to go bet fold, I would imagine.
Oh, it's so small.
Can we get
That's like 2/3.
Oh, see there.
Oh, he called?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
The cooler card. Come on, the 6 game. It's so gross.
I guess that's why he checked back the turn, because he just, or I don't know. I'm not really sure why he checked out the turn, but
我真的不知道有没有发生，要不然我干那什么就 report 给你。
Do you remember Hollywood Poker, the site? It was also full content. Okay.
Nah, I never.
So, I have a story I didn't tell you, but I've told on air. I always outmatched heads up in this no limit. It was either 10-20 or 20-40, probably 10-20. We both piled on because we were stacking each other left and right. I was outclassed, and I just wouldn't stop. Not sure if you've been there before. So it got to a point where I think I was stuck double-digit buy-ins, which had to be at least 10, probably not 20. Okay. So I picked up a score. I had aces. I need to get the betting right. He raised, I 3-bet, he 4-bet, and I just called with aces. And we are really deep. See this hand?
No.
Probably nothing going on.
CL seeing a flop with this. Maybe.
That's 6.
Hey, he's got a 6. He's in.
He's going for it all.
Double gutter. Wow, big flop. Daryl has the nut flush draw. L has the double gutter.
39-bet 200.
Definitely a combo that L could consider check raising flop with. Just goes for call.
Do you think you should lead there?
Yeah, leading the middle pairing card is definitely a thing. Would have considered it. I don't think I would full frequency lead at 7-6 or anything, but sometimes. Once again, if L just bets 2,000 here, he could maybe win the pot. Would be, I don't know, but most likely not going to do it. We'll see.
Do you speak Chinese?
1200. 39-bet.
So you are the only one that speaks Chinese.
我说一点。
I thought Chinese was not a language, actually.
It's an ethnicity. No, Tan speaks a lot of languages. Vietnamese, Chinese.
Nice.
Yeah.
Isn't it Mandarin or Cantonese, though?
Mandarin.
Chinese? No.
Is that just kind of known casually as Chinese?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but my boyfriend have a Chinese girlfriend who doesn't speak Chinese.
Just every night, just get him on Duolingo. It's the Duolingo.
Ooh, wow! Look at this! Look at this action here.
Oh yeah.
L goes for check raise. That's fun.
Yeah,
I like it.
In Chinese.
What will Daryl do?
It's interesting.
Very cool line against Daryl overbet too. It's 1,200 into 1,000 or so.
Yeah, and L always says, "I know his game too." I'm like, no, I did not predict that one.
This is really cool.
Yeah,
it looks very strong. Looks like L waited for Daryl to bet his ace as he did and raised.
Exactly.
I could see this getting through. Tough call.
Oh, looks like a fold. Yeah. Whoa,
yeah.
L.
Well done, L. Well done.
L.
Good defense. Good defense.
Good luck, everyone.
Joining the L fan club.
Thank you. Are we finished?
No.
Did not see that one coming. So yeah, like it was 8-8-3. I have aces. I check.
When you come to Vegas.
He barrels. I call. This is 2005, by the way.
Okay, I give it 2 stations.
Turns a 4. I check. He barrels. I call. River's a 10. I check. He just moves in, and I'm like, oh my god! If he has 10s, I'm gonna break my keyboard because like. I obviously did this intending, hoping for it. And it was like, I'm already stuck, like, God knows, like 14 buy-ins.
Yeah.
And my heart's just like pumping. I'm like, why did I keep playing this guy? I know he's better than me. I hit call, and he has 10-9 off. And the pot goes my way. I immediately sit out, and I say, I'm really sorry. You are better than me. I can't believe I even played you this long. I have to sit out. I got my money back a little bit more. I'm done. Wow. And he types, I understand. So I want to find out who that person is if he still exists.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Yeah, if you're out there and you're either you or a friend of yours are watching the Live at the Commerce stream, please get at us.
And there'd be some test questions to be like, were you actually on that site? Because, you had to net teller and, do some other stuff. And
yeah, I never played on that one. Definitely played on several sites back then. Like I remember like Paradise.
Yep.
What else? Not too many though.
Yeah, Party. That was a big one.
Yeah. I only played a little on Party for whatever reason. I know Party was like kind of the gold mine back then.
Oh,
but,
yeah. But actually, that's the thing is when No Limit came, I actually played Garrett back then on Party too. We were in the same pool. That's the thing is No Limit was good, but then all these side sites like Hollywood Poker, which was full contact. Oh, do you remember Dream Clown and Negranu? That little. It was the same site.
I remember he had full contact or
yeah, it was the same. That was the same site.
Okay.
It was the same. It were skins.
Okay.
I see.
King for Daryl. Nothing for Snow.
Let's see. Will Snow find a bluff here?
Yeah, but he's just now on the turn. I supposed to bet you. Yeah. I immediately after.
Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, I just never played that much on Party. Like I was. Ultimate Bet was the first site I really got on, and I was 16, so I was not trying to branch out to other sites at the time. I was just let's just stick to one site for now. And so yeah, that was where I really got my first start and spin. And then when I turned 18, I signed up on all the other sites and mostly played on PokerStars and Full Tilt after that.
And Bluff Catch succeeded.
Yeah, pretty quick call too.
Do you remember on Ultimate Bet Royal Poker?
Oh, I did.
No.
It was kind of like short deck, except they neutered the entire deck of number cards. Except they had Ace, King, Queen, Jack 10 only.
Oh wait, I might have played that once. Yeah, it's very silly.
It was pretty silly, yeah.
Good try.
I remember reeling the high stakes limit hold'em games on there though. It was insane. Watching guys never win, just playing heads up and just snap 5-betting the flop. It was so wild to watch that. Thomas was one of them actually. He played on there a bunch.
Oh, okay.
Thomas Keller.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when I go to Arizona, maybe he has time to hang out. Because he's kind of retired from poker.
Yeah.
25-50. After 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. But back in those days, he was one of the people battling heads up and short-handed heads up or limit hold'em, and I'd rail those games. It would just be an odd the speed at which they were playing. It was clearly designed to just mess up and tilt the other players too. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good format for people who were impatient like myself.
I don't know, not this hand.
Yeah, Ultimate Bet was specifically lightning quick software too, so it just really led to a lot of this fast play. And,
I like the other one where
number one was Dustin Wolf.
Yeah, correct.
More action.
Yeah.
Pressure, everyone. Every hand is fucking pressure.
See, that's what commentary is for, is bringing out all the stuff from the past that,
I wanted it's like some the money, so everyone did 2 cards. It makes more sense.
That works too.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Okay, want to come back.
Yeah, just to circle back on a point you made a long time ago, the stream about just how the conditions of the economy basically in a given game. Back then, I was a sponsored Full Tilt Pro for a bit. I was one of the lower level pros, but even still, I was getting paid $35 an hour just to play on the site plus rake back, which although that eventually got seized in the whole DOJ thing, but yeah, those are the conditions. And some the high level pros were just getting millions of dollars a year. Plus equity and stuff. It was wild just how much money was being pumped into those games basically.
Yeah. And here am I, just with my measly 34 or 35% plus Iron Man.
No, it's not yet. Not yet.
I found out that some people got 100% rake back accounts. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Is she a coach?
How does it even work on there? I have no idea.
What do you mean? The rake?
Rake back on global?
Oh, no, it was on full tilt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
no, global, I don't get anything. So,
okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because I Googled it before I made my account. I was like, oh, okay.
Global had a lot of bonuses. There's less now.
Yeah.
But, you know, I again got into a discussion with Doug Polk about this. See what happens this hand.
I already learned.
Oh, with the Brian Kim flats in the cutoff.
Joey responded. He says, love Hastings. He helped me out a lot with my PLO game. A true goat.
Oh, thanks, Joey. Very, very nice. And what's up? And this is why we play the King 6. Got flops trips here. L already up all the money, winning by far more money than everybody else combined.
He's been losing on stream, so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think he was on one of the streams I did, and I thought he did pretty well that day too. But again, that was a few months ago.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's poker. One day you're up huge, one day you're down huge, vice versa.
Well, unfortunately for him, nobody else has anything here, so just a bunch of quick folds. But
I think he's happy to just book W's.
He's okay.
But I was telling like some of the kids I coach, like the old school people recognize old school people because you'll talk about stuff that isn't televised or like well known or you like had to be there. Like naming names that are not, you know, publicly famous but are hardcore famous. Like when Brian Micon came out, it's like, yo, Seals and Clubs guy. I did a podcast with him. And
I love Micon. I played with him a little bit in Vegas this summer.
What a character.
We were playing a $2,700 satellite to the 25K horse, and the satellite room at WSOP was so funny. It was just like buried up in some like, it just had such a different vibe. It was, you know, it was like up in the horseshoe area, like up the escalator, and it was a very strange spot. But we had fun playing together.
You know Joe Cassidy?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him in a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, so like, you know, he's not quote famous, but like he's hardcore poker famous. Because, you know, he would squat the biggest games on Stars and just like, you know, he did really well out here. Like he would play like 4,000, 8,000 limit hold.
Yeah, I remember I played with him like a little bit at WSOP like years ago, and like he would just kind of talk about he would wake up at like 5 p.m. and stuff. He just had like the most ridiculous like lifestyle. But yeah, he would just roll in, find some big good game, and be good at it. Like, you know, a lot of limit hold'em mostly. Dr. H with top 2.
Top 2.
That's a good flop.
And Snow with some naughty thoughts. On a dry board.
Snow is leading here. I did not catch the pre-flop action. Perhaps he was I think he was the aggressor actually, because it just folded around to the blinds. So Dr. H sneaked in with a flat, like it. Snow
picks up
a pair.
Best card. Oh no, I think it was a jack.
Yeah,
I thought a jack was tough.
Gotta verify.
200。会不会有呆账？会不会有呆账？
有啊，有啊。
1500。
说的有道理，这周末去那个。
Yeah, I would guess he'd be more likely to do this on a jack than a 10.
Let's see the board.
See the board. Show the board.
Looks like a flat. Oh no, check raise. Yeah, I figured.
He's in position. Dr. H is in position. Small blind.
Oh, okay.
Small blind.
Yeah.
Wait, the board's just totally different. What the?
Yeah. It's not queen 7.
There's no 7 at all.
Well, you know.
Well, I thought he was making such a nice sneaky flat on the flop with top 2.
Right.
Okay, well, Dr. H still does have the best. He does have the best hand, although much more vulnerable than the board indicates here. Yeah, it is queen 10 for jack. No 7.
Yep.
Snow just goes for call. Oh yeah, Dr. H is. What is going on? I gotta see the board to be sure what's happening here. Yeah, Dr. H only has like half pot left or so behind.
无限买入。
对，但是好像到第9点。
Boom, Queen 7, winner.
Ooh, Snow is not liking that
That's
one.
a limit hold'em move. Raise the turn and show down the river in position.
Or raise the flop to get to not have to pay the big bet on the turn.
Damn. He knows all the moves. So shout out to Colin Capone. This tweet, he's watching Rounders, and his wife just asked if Worm is in Mike's imagination like Fight Club or if he's real.
Really? 如果你飞什么 AA 然后还知道迈阿密，那1个小时的上那个没必要，接服还有商务舱是平衡，你应该不会搭商务舱对不对？
肯定搭商务舱，门都出了还不舒服一点？
对啊，是啊。
We have stand up now?
Yes.
Right now, right?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, stand up.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Whatever you say.
1 raised to 150.
It's not fair because I see my hand.
Oh, actually, you got 1 point, huh? I didn't see my hand. Okay.
So this why I ask you guys before I make a move.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't want to be there.
Yeah, you are a pro, so you know. You know.
I have a feeling double up this time? Okay.
Okay, you see?
Thank you, lady.
What about quad? Quad up.
I don't think Doctor has enough to double it up, so it's either gonna be him or Elf. Trapping.
L with the boat. Nobody else with anything.
250. You want that 250?
And L. Gonna try to get as much as he can. Don't think Kitty's gonna pay. All right, English translation. This guy's too greedy. I don't have anything. Just gift. She said, looking for an elephant. But now the elephant just ran away.
And then before the hand, Kitty says, I have a feeling I'm going to double up. And I see the flop. I was like, yeah, right. Let's do it.
Yeah, she's got kings.
开心的男人最不可取。
最不可取。
Kitty. I can.
Poker 101. Don't be too greedy.
It's not for them. For youngster, no. Maybe 10. Understand? 10. You're in the 40s, right? 40? 40s?
Yeah.
Okay. 7 raised to 525. There you go.
What's up, Craig? You want to take my seat?
354.
You got to do your Craig shout out on air.
SH， 你会买铂金包给你老婆吗？
什么东西啊
？Birkin bag. Will you buy a Birkin bag to your wife?
Okay, definitely no, because I don't even know what kind of brand is a brand.
See my friend Craig Tapscott in the chat. Good to see you, Craig. Thanks for hanging out with us.
No, but definitely no.
Long time ago, sorry. Yeah, sorry, should have more.
Yeah, Craig, longtime member of the poker media community, and worked with him for many years. Just did a little mini interview for a Head Games feature that should come out soon. And got some set minors here. Fish Bruce with the ace queen. L with some cards. See a flop. Good flop for ace queen. Top pair and clean of the set minors.
Wow, this is a 2020. You're not bad.
Bit of a decision for Kitty, assuming it goes Fish Bruce bet and fold back to her. But he goes very big. Goes for
so you guys stay here?
Almost 80% pot here. Yeah, I think everybody's going to be out most likely.
I'm going to stay for a little bit.
Very large bet.
Stay here.
Generally multi-way. Want to size down a little. Can put plenty of pressure on people for less smaller fractions of the pot anyway.
I'm going to move to Park West.
Okay, so what poker trip, huh? Okay.
Well, I don't know about him. He's going to somewhere else. Yeah.
Parkway, they have good game there. They have bigger game there.
Now they are in the remodeling.
你要想好你要说什么啊！所以现在你说的话可是都是在记录上记，你说话是要负责任的。
They always have better things than here.
Yeah.
Even God.
It's much weaker there now, right? The poker is much weaker now, right there,
Yeah,
right?
because they are remodeling.
跟这个在桌子上跟你聊的话题都是需要仔细沉思才能回答的。
没有，现在没有差，因为最近的那个流量比较低。以前的话呢，
那10个人里面，其中一个就是。Doesn't matter how many of you, even only one. That's not first.
Yeah, one is enough.
以前我们那个在那个 bike 的时候什么都蛮聊，现在这里的人都不怎么聊。
What's going on? So everybody got button?
No idea.
You again? You again? No button?
No. 3.
Oh, and Kitty. Oh, okay. I don't have button.
So have you ever had like a situation where you're playing heads up or shorthanded and you're just like, I'm not a favorite in this game, I shouldn't be playing?
I mean, perhaps like. I mean, I've definitely over the years like challenged myself and battled against some really tough players. I think, I mean, in hindsight, there are definitely times where I was like overconfident and just like thought I was in better shape. And I'd say there were times where I thought I was like basically like breaking even against the player, and in hindsight, it probably was not. Like I used to battle like Jungle Man heads up, for example.
That's totally different. Like if you're battling on purpose, quote unquote, responsibly to like learn and see where you're at. We all do that.
Right, yeah. Like at the time, it was like on the, not like at the top end of my stake range I was playing, and like, yeah, I was just like, I wanted to battle, challenge myself, that kind of thing.
No, that's different. Like the story that I told is like, I'm there to make money. And I'm playing against somebody I don't know. Like if somebody's King of the Hill, if I'm playing against Thomas Keller or Joe Cassidy or you or Jungle, I'm just like, I know what I'm getting myself into. I know I'm challenging myself.
Sure.
This is a situation like I have no idea who this guy is. This homie's better than me. And I'm just like, I didn't leave.
Oh, I'm kidding? No, I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like definitely not so direct like that. Like I think I've been in games where I just like, I feel like it's a tough game, but I can hang, and then like, like maybe in hindsight I was like overestimating my skill, but
I'm not qualified. Come on.
Yeah, not so much like in the moment I was like deluding myself into like and I think I have this big edge in this game. It's more like oh, I know these people are good, but I think I'm good too, like that kind of thing.
No, that's the thing. Is just like in hindsight, there was definitely games I shouldn't have played, but it wasn't like
I will be popular. Yeah.
It wasn't like I'm definitely losing at like some rate that's quantifiable. It was like, you know what? I do think I'm.
I learned from my last
plus EV.
You see?
And whether it was true or not, it's not going to be that far off. And I am challenging myself. I am learning.
You see,
so
I'm self, you know.
Yeah, I think
I did know who I was up against.
I think there's like tournaments I've entered to where it's like could be debated like close, like you know, like say like a 25K live tournament where you know, like there's recreational players in it to juice the field some, but also I'm definitely not the best player in the field, and I know that. Like there's, you know, I'm playing with people like Chidwick and you know, just some of the very best. So yeah, like I'm, you know, it's kind of an inexact science being like, okay, if I think I'm like in the, you know, 30th or 40th percentile in the field, what is that good for?
Right. Probably minus EV actually.
Could be.
One of the things on global is like I'm winning in the weekdays 218s, which is, you know, the toughest because that's where the regs are. I stopped playing them. And who was I talking to? Jared Griner. I was talking to him. I was like, well, we got a hand here.
Yeah, I think Tan's probably, yeah, Tan's got raising chips out. I really like how Tan's played so far, by the way. I think he's played pretty well. Yeah, like I like the pretty big sizing out of position here.
Yeah.
I think I was probably just going to be out with this. Not a very good hand.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Well, never know.
Oh, okay, sorry. Trying to predict L. Excuse me.
He's winning, so.
He is up heaps. Yeah. Wow, look at this flop. Thank you. L flops, trip eights. The dream flop, and the rich get richer today.
And that's when, you know, you're splashing around, you're in position. You're like, I'm in position.
Yeah, this is a very splashy hand to splash with, but
but it can pay off, especially they're pretty deep.
They are pretty deep. Yeah, he goes for just call on the flop, which, I mean, totally cool. I think it's either play is fine on the flop here, but in general, we're not going to want to play a whole lot of raises.
Yeah. Brick and, you know, Tan has the wrong jacks to not continue.
Yeah, with no diamond, it's, yeah, we want to get protection here. Yeah, from Tan, I'm feeling quite good about my hand here. I don't think L has a lot of better hands. Happens to have one of them here. But like, don't think he would be like slow playing Kings Plus very often here.
Sure. Take a flat?
I think flat, yeah. I think this is also a spot where we don't want to play many raises. Probably even more so than the flop. I'd say this is like more of just a don't really raise much of anything spot. So Queen is an overcard to the jacks. I don't know how concerning that is for Tan.
Queen X of diamonds.
Yeah, Queen X of diamonds is the main one. Interesting spot is 10 here though.
Yeah.
Checking is reasonable.
I think L's going to go for it all.
Yeah, L should go all in here. I don't think there's any debate there. Yeah, I think as Tan, pretty much anything seemed reasonable to me. Might be a bit thin to like shove though. I think it's more of like a check or block spot as Tan. Yeah, I'll put it in, as he should. Tough spot for Tan. I mean, yeah, you're mostly worried about, even if L did have Queen X of diamonds, is he going for it all here?
Right,
I mean,
that's
I don't
true.
know.
Yeah.
Maybe, but maybe not. So yeah, if not that, and I mean, I guess slow played aces is like always possible. Then it's just like 8x or sixes. Yeah.
Twos too.
Deuces, true. The players in this game have shown that they love the deuce.
Oh yeah.
In general, so But yeah, there's plenty of bluffs we could find. I mean, if L is peeling hands like this pre-flop, he's got every like 7-9, 7-5, 10-9, maybe. I don't know if 10-9 would call a turn, but a bunch of flush draws.
So gross for 10.
This is really hard spot to find the fold.
Yeah. And these are the hands that kind of make you question your sanity of why you're playing no hold'em.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how much they start with the big blinds. So 10 start with about 28.
Well, counting the river shove in the pot. So the pot was
yeah, but I mean what 10 started with. So
the pot was 13-8 before the river, so like half of that roughly. So about 21.
Oh, you're right.
About 21.
Right. So about 400.
Yeah. But the action was like limp, 300, 1400.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it was 28 big blinds pre-flop.
Man, I remember hands like this, and just like, I just always...
Such a bad feeling to be in 10 shoes here.
I frequently feel like I guessed wrong, but I might just be remembering when I lose.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it's always right. It's easy.
Memory is skewed.
Even if you're just on like a short-term stretch where like you're guessing wrong in these situations, it can really mess with your mind. Like, you know, what am I doing wrong here? Like, what am I misreading? But yeah, I mean, it's genuine, just really brutal spot. Like, we know L is capable of having bluffs here, and there's plenty of identifiable bluffs. 5-4 is another one, double gutter on the turn.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
like last minute.
Yeah, again, he does not have the jack of diamonds, which, you know, blocks in like significant diamonds.
Yeah, it's like an interesting, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do we think L would jam Queen Jack of diamonds?
I don't know. Again, like, L thinks I know his game well. I'm like, no, I really don't.
Yeah, really hard to say.
I just happen to guess correctly in certain...
Because, yeah, like, if he's jamming Queen Jack of diamonds, then we would want to have the Jack to not have that happen.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we want him to have the Jack if he's just bluffing with it only. Yeah, there's like so many hands that L just kind of has to bluff in this line when it's like next to him on the river. Like, if he just has like 10 high or worse, he's like, how's he not bluff?
4-5 of diamonds would be the spicy.
So I have. Yeah, you have one left.
Two, we're good.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have a really tough time folding this as 10.
And like, this is live. So like, when this is online, like, oh well, time to grind another like 20,000 hands really quick.
Yeah,
when it's live, it's like, how am I gonna get in this spot?
Yeah, right. Like I was kind of saying, like I thought 10's been playing like really well this session. Like I know, I know, whatever. It's
regardless,
like,
whatever he chooses,
sure he's fine. But like,
it's like, you know, a tough spot.
Yeah, but like the whole session just comes down to this for him. Like just whatever, you know, if he chooses wrong here, which is, you know, not an easy decision at all.
Yeah, it's bringing back a lot of commerce memories of 10-20 NL when there were like 8 or 9 tables out there. Doing well. Up like, you know, 300 bigs, then this.
Was that just like uncapped?
Oh, it was uncapped, yeah. 600 min. So it was like 30 big blind min.
That's so funny.
Oh, he looks like he's gonna... No.
Sorry, guys. Take your time. Take your time.
Is what the time chips are for.
Yes. That is a very funny game structure, by the way. 30 big blind min uncapped. Seems like a great play to buy in for 600, except everybody would hate you.
I mean, that was Garrett Adelstein's bread and butter.
All right.
He would cover the whole table.
For Florida tournament.
That's a last-minute decision. We'll talk after this.
Did Brian Kim play that too?
Yeah, but not in the beginning. Like when Black Friday happened, I think he was still in San Diego.
Okay.
And Tan calls.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I think I would have paid that one off too.
Okay, good.
Capable.
I have no idea what I would do, but yeah, I mean, it's so ugly that, you know, L would call such a re-raise with an 8 in his hand. Like, how many 8s are there?
Especially to see that hand after you're like thinking, you know, you're thinking through the combos and stuff. You're like, okay, like maybe like ace 8 suited, 9 8 suited, 8 7 suited. Then you just see ace 8 off. And just like,
How many I?
that is the dead man's hand. Could, L has created another dead man here.
So, is there an advice? There's a piece of advice you would tell your younger self that you would actually listen? Because clearly we have advice for our younger selves that we probably wouldn't listen to.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll
That's a great question. And actually, I mean, I hear this question asked in like interviews and stuff, and I haven't ever deeply thought about it my own.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the big one for me would just be like, be very careful with like investing and like, you know, after a big score, if anybody pitches me on some kind of like investment, like just don't, you know, be aware of like, be like more like self-aware of like what's going on there.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, tan.
Feel badly.
We've all been there.
That's tough. Yeah, in terms of like poker, I guess maybe just be like forward thinking about like where the game is going, because like, you know, I had that big stretch where I kind of just played like mixed games mostly, and then like, you know, once like I couldn't play like high stakes mix online anymore, it's like, okay, well, what do I do with this? Like, you know,
I mean, retrospect's definitely 2020, and the issue is I'm not sure what advice I could give my younger self where I would actually listen.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, I know you phrased it that way, but
wow. Today you really
right. I mean,
I think
hard to say.
Grabbing some poker fame that might be advice that I might listen to. Like, it's just like it's better than nothing. It can open some doors. That's probably the only thing I would listen to.
I think just generally being like more like forward thinking about that stuff, and like just like kind of what kind of like skills like will be valuable going forward, and which will kind of just like not be worth anything at some point.
L, the big winner today. He's been getting crushed, but he's late night rally. Tomorrow we got a 51 under 100. Kitty should be coming back. I'm in the booth with Phil Locke.
Nice.
And David's coming back. Gus and Daryl are coming back. L's coming back. Paul Heiser's coming in.
Nice,
Bruce is coming back.
Yeah, I recall seeing Paul play another of the streams I commentated on. He was fun to watch.
Oh yeah, he's like, you know, when he's telling the hand his threes, I'm like, whoa. But yeah, today had a lot. I just want to cap this off. Today had a lot of people in demand, and actually had to cancel somebody that I told him at a time was just like over flooded. I said yes, but then just like some of the people like who always have to get seats just reached out, and that's why I kind of, you know, as a game runner, it's hard, and you know, I apologize. And, you know, people are gonna be miffed, but that's this industry. It's I can't, you know. Got to make decisions.
Yeah, seems like definitely tough to balance all that stuff on a regular basis.
If you like, high stakes game running is literally one of the hardest things in this industry, but especially like being the host and not reaping rewards. You know.
Well, I think we need to see you in there soon.
Okay, I'm definitely, when I'm not tired. I've been sick for like 3 weeks, but I'm definitely due.
Has that cough been going on for that long?
The what?
The cough?
Yeah, it's been going on for 3 weeks, and today was the first day that like it's actually toned like down. So.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, hopefully it's out of there soon.
All right. Bally Live Poker. Let's hear for Brian Hastings, runner one's coach, 6 World Series of Poker bracelets. Get him and Craig back in here, and thank you for coming in.
Yep. Thank you for having me on.